You are listening to The Alpha's Wolf Whisper, written by Dean Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee. What would you sacrifice for a love that defies pack law? How far would you go to protect the future of the wolf who stole your heart? My name is Sophia, and I've fallen desperately in love with a man I was never meant to have, Asher, the rightful alpha wolf born to lead his pack. His challenge? His mixed blood heritage. The stakes? The alpha position that's rightfully his. And where do I fit in this complicated world of pack politics? I'm not even a wolf shifter. I'm the outsider, the non-shifter who can only perform minor magic, the woman who could cost him everything he was born to become. Asher tells me none of that matters, that when he looks at me, he sees his future, his mate, his everything. Pack traditions be damned. But today, everything has changed. I'm pregnant with his child. A beautiful, impossible miracle that complicates an already dangerous situation. An alpha with a mixed blood secret is controversial enough. An alpha with a non-shifter mate carrying his child? That could destroy his claim to leadership forever. Every second wolf in his pack is already looking for reasons to challenge him, to expose his mixed heritage and strip away his birthright. And now I carry the ultimate ammunition they could use against him. So I've made my choice. Asher won't know about our baby, not while he's fighting for the position he deserves, not while his future as alpha hangs in the balance, but keeping a secret this big from the man who holds my heart, from a wolf whose instincts will eventually sense his own child growing inside me? Some secrets aren't meant to stay hidden. If you live for fated mates, forbidden romance, and the delicious tension of the secret baby trope, this story was written for you. This is The Alpha's Wolf Whisper, a complete standalone wolf shifter romance with the happily ever after you've been craving. And for those who stay until the final chapter, an exclusive epilogue awaits in the description below. Will our love survive the truth? Will Asher claim both his pack and his family? Or will my secret tear apart everything we've fought to build? Keep listening. Our love story is waiting for you. Chapter 1. The attack came without warning. 3 shadows detached from the forest gloom, converging on Asher with practiced precision. His nostrils flared, catching the distinct musk of packmates beneath the scent of crushed pine and damp earth. He heard the faint rustle of needles an instant before the first attacker lunged, giving him just enough time to twist sideways. A blade whispered past his ribcage, close enough that he felt its chill against his skin. Asher dropped into a defensive crouch, his muscles coiling with predatory focus. The clearing suddenly felt smaller, the morning air dense with threat. The scent of adrenaline, sharp and metallic, flooded his senses. Left side, his wolf commented casually in his mind. Though, if you're planning on dodging, might I suggest actually moving your feet this time? Or is standing still your bold new strategy? The second attacker circled right, forcing Asher to divide his attention. The third hung back, waiting for an opening. All 3 wore black masks that obscured everything but their eyes. "Shut up," Asher muttered under his breath. "Talking to yourself during combat? Bold choice. Very alpha-like. The pack will definitely follow a leader who argues with invisible friends," his wolf remarked sarcastically. Asher lunged forward, catching the first attacker off guard with his sudden aggression. He locked the man's arm, using the attacker's momentum to send him stumbling into a tree trunk. The impact produced a satisfying grunt of pain. The scent of juniper and sweat identified the attacker as Trent, even before Asher saw his eyes. The second attacker didn't wait, coming in low with a feint toward Asher's legs before changing direction to strike at his throat. Asher blocked the blow but missed the knife in his opponent's other hand. "Knife at 4 o'clock. Also, your stance is terrible," the wolf warned. "Did you learn nothing from that pseudo-instructor in Seattle? The cute one with the tattoos who kept hitting on you?" The distraction cost him precious milliseconds. The blade sliced a thin line across his forearm as he jerked back, too late. The sharp copper tang of his own blood hit his nose before he even felt the sting. "Damn it," he hissed, the cut burning as blood welled to the surface. "Language, pup. What would the elders say?" his wolf chided. "Actually, don't answer that. Duck." The third attacker chose that moment to join the fray, and suddenly Asher found himself trapped between opponents. A heavy boot connected with the back of his knee, buckling his leg. He rolled instinctively, narrowly avoiding a blow that would have knocked him unconscious. The attacker's heartbeat thundered in Asher's ears, rapid and triumphant. Asher's pulse quickened, a familiar heat spreading beneath his skin. The urge to shift rippled through him, but he forced it down. This was about control, about proving he could lead without relying solely on his wolf's strength. The first attacker had recovered and was closing in again. All three now moved as a coordinated unit, looking to overwhelm him with their numbers. Asher took a deep breath. Let it out slowly. The forest around him sharpened into crystal focus, every sound, scent, and movement magnified. The world seemed to slow around him as he centered himself. He wasn't just a wolf in human skin. He was both and neither. He'd spent a lifetime learning to use what others saw as weakness. When the attackers rushed him simultaneously, Asher was ready. He sidestepped the first, using the man's momentum to propel him into the second attacker. As they collided, Asher spun toward the third, catching his wrist mid-strike and twisting sharply. There was a clatter as the knife fell to the forest floor. In seconds, he had the third attacker pinned face down, one arm wrenched behind his back. Asher's knee pressed firmly between his shoulder blades. "Yield," Asher commanded, his voice deepening with the hint of a growl. The forest fell silent save for the ragged breathing of the four men. Asher could hear the rapid flutter of a nearby sparrow's heart, disturbed by their combat. Finally, the pinned attacker tapped the ground twice with his free hand. "I yield," came the muffled response. Asher released his hold and stood, turning to face the other two who had disentangled themselves. All three removed their masks, revealing the faces of packmates. Derek, the one Asher had just released, brushed dirt from his clothes with barely concealed irritation. Trent and Mason nodded respectfully, acknowledging Asher's victory despite their numerical advantage. "Not bad," Trent said, sheathing his training blade. "That recovery was impressive. Thought we had you cornered." "Should have had you when you hesitated," Derek muttered, eyeing Asher's bleeding forearm. "A real opponent wouldn't have given you time to think, would have ripped your throat out." "A real opponent wouldn't have telegraphed their attack pattern," Asher countered, catching the bitter scent of Derek's jealousy. "Next time, try approaching downwind. I could smell you coming before you even moved." "He's right," Mason admitted with a shrug. "We need to work on our stealth." Derek's eyes narrowed. Stealth won't matter against Darius. He's got pure bloodlines going back 8 generations. Your lineage isn't quite so clear, is it? Some say your grandmother had a thing for what, Derek? Asher stepped forward, close enough that Derek had to fight the instinct to back away. The air between them crackled with tension. "Finish that thought. I'm curious." Derek's pulse jumped. Asher could hear it, smell the sudden burst of fear pheromones. Mason shifted uncomfortably while Trent shot Derek a warning look. "I didn't mean anything by it," Derek muttered, not meeting Asher's eyes. Asher's hand shot out, grabbing Derek by the collar and yanking him close enough to feel his breath. A low growl rumbled in Asher's chest, the sound more animal than human. "Let me make something perfectly clear," Asher said, his voice dangerously soft. "You can question my fighting, my leadership, even my decisions. But mention my family again, even hint at them, and I'll show you exactly what my bloodline is capable of. Understand?" Derek's pulse hammered wildly against Asher's fingers. He nodded quickly. Asher released him with a small shove. He held Derek's gaze until the other man dropped his eyes, the submission reluctant but undeniable. "We'll see you at the lodge tonight," Trent said, breaking the tense silence. "Thanks for the practice round. You coming, Derek?" "Yeah, whatever," Derek mumbled, already turning away. The three packmates retreated into the forest, Derek's shoulders stiff with unspoken resentment. The sound of their footsteps faded gradually, pine needles crackling beneath their boots. Asher waited until they were well beyond earshot before examining the cut on his arm. It wasn't deep, already beginning to heal thanks to his shifter biology. "Well, that was mildly embarrassing," his wolf commented. "I particularly enjoyed the part where you nearly got stabbed because you were busy telling me to shut up. Very authoritative. The pack will definitely follow a leader with a death wish." "They caught me off guard," Asher said, prodding the cut. "No, you caught yourself off guard," the wolf pointed out. "Your left side is still open when you attack. It's been that way since that mountain lion incident in Idaho." "We don't talk about Idaho," Asher growled, wincing as he wiped blood from his arm. "Oh, right. How could I forget our sacred pact?" the wolf replied with mock sincerity. "Let's never mention the time you got your ass handed to you by an elderly cat and had to hide in a cave for 3 days. My mistake. It wasn't elderly, it was in its prime. And it was 2 days." "Sure, if that helps you sleep at night," the wolf said dismissively. "Speaking of sleep, when's the last time you got more than 4 hours? You look like something that crawled out of a grave." "Thanks for the vote of confidence," Asher said, starting the hike back to his cabin. The forest floor released waves of earthy scent with each step. "Any other helpful observations?" "Just one," his wolf said. "Derek may be an insecure jackass, but he's right about Darius. The elders are practically salivating over his pedigree. If you show up to the challenge without a mate—" "I know the rules," Asher cut him off. "The rules are designed to keep shifters like you out of power," his wolf snapped. "But sure, keep playing their game. It's working out so well for us." Asher picked up his pace, leaving the clearing behind. A pair of ravens watched from a high branch, their black eyes tracking his movement through the trees. Chapter 2. The scent hit Asher before he even reached his cabin, cedar and sage mixed with the subtle notes of expensive cologne. Someone was inside, someone who hadn't bothered to wait for an invitation. He slowed his approach, the fresh air carrying not just the intruder's scent, but also the unmistakable message. Authority. Pack authority. Fantastic, Asher muttered. "Oh, good. Another delightful social call," his wolf remarked. "Should we pretend we're not home and go fishing instead?" Asher pushed open the door to find Elder Marcus, standing by his bookshelf, examining a weathered volume of pack histories. The older man didn't turn immediately, taking his time to finish reading whatever passage had caught his interest. Marcus Blackwell, respected elder, traditionalist, and unfortunately, his father's oldest friend. "Letting yourself in is a bold move, even for an elder," Asher said, closing the door behind him. Marcus replaced the book with careful precision before turning. His silver hair was impeccably styled, his clothes understated but clearly expensive. Everything about him radiated old money and older power. "When you become alpha, you'll find doors open for you without asking," Marcus said, smiling thinly. "I thought I'd save you the trouble." "Bold of you to assume I'll win." "Oh, I don't assume, Asher. I plan, which is what I'm here to discuss." "Do you want tea?" Asher asked, more out of obligation than hospitality. "No, this won't take long." "Make it shorter," his wolf suggested. "Tell him you have fleas and need a bath." Marcus moved around the cabin, fingers trailing over surfaces as if checking for dust. He paused at Asher's desk, eyes lingering on a small carved wooden wolf. "Your father would be proud of how far you've come," Marcus said, "but he'd be concerned about certain choices." Asher remained standing, arms crossed. "Get to the point, Marcus." "The rumors about your bloodline have intensified," Marcus said, turning to face him directly. "I've tried to quell them, but Darius has been particularly persistent. He's demanding verification." A cold weight settled in Asher's stomach. "My father's lineage is well documented." "Your father's, yes. Your mother's side is where questions remain. Marcus's eyes narrowed. Rumors persist that your maternal grandmother wasn't pure shifter blood, that she may have had guardian ancestry. Guardian blood would be an instant disqualification, his wolf said. Convenient timing for these rumors to resurface, isn't it? Asher's jaw tightened. My grandmother was a full-blooded wolf shifter from the northern packs. The council verified that when my parents mated, records can be reinterpreted, particularly when leadership is at stake. Marcus picked up a small photograph from the mantel, Asher's parents on their wedding day. The simplest solution would be to secure a mate before the challenge. A mate with impeccable bloodlines would silence these questions. A mate with pure blood could produce pure blood pups, his wolf observed. Very convenient genetic verification. I wasn't aware I needed to breed my way to leadership, Asher said coldly. Marcus set the photograph down with exaggerated care. The Harrington girl is available, or perhaps Elise Winters from the coastal pack. Both come from lines going back 12 generations. Both would make suitable mates. The Harrington girl is 19, Asher said, disgust evident in his tone. Of mating age, Marcus countered, and she admires you greatly. Is picking my mate part of your plan, too? Marcus smiled. Consider it friendly advice from someone who wants to see you succeed. He moved toward the door. The pack needs stable leadership. Tradition provides that stability. And if I choose my own mate? Marcus paused, hand on the doorknob. Choose wisely, Asher. Some choices, once made, cannot be unmade. Some would bring consequences none of us could control. The door closed behind him with a soft click that somehow sounded more final than a slam. Well, that wasn't ominous at all, his wolf commented after a moment of silence. Just a friendly elder threatening you with complete destruction if you don't marry his hand-picked teenager. Totally normal Tuesday. Asher's fist slammed into the wall, the impact sending a framed map crashing to the floor. The glass cracked in a spiderweb pattern. Feeling better? His wolf asked. Because I'm pretty sure the wall didn't start these rumors, though it did look at you funny. Asher took a deep breath, forcing his heart rate to slow. He knows. About Sophia, not a chance, his wolf snorted. If he knew about our little guardian friend, we'd be facing the council right now, not getting creepy mate suggestions. Though I'm curious how the Harrington girl feels about being volunteered as tribute. He suspects enough. Asher paced the small room, and if Marcus suspects, others do too. So what's the grand plan? His wolf asked. Marry the Harrington child bride and produce a litter of pure-blooded puppies to prove your worth? Because that sounds completely healthy and not at all like something that will end in years of therapy. Asher stopped in front of the bookshelf where Marcus had been standing. Something felt off. The pack histories weren't aligned properly. He pulled out the leather-bound volume that stood slightly askew, flipping through its pages. A folded note fluttered to the floor. His heart lurched as he caught the faint scent of lavender and rain. Sophia. Sophia! His wolf practically purred. I'd recognize that delicious scent anywhere. Lavender, rain, and just a hint of, we're going to get ourselves killed. The blood in Asher's veins practically sizzled at just the scent of her. Whoa there, Romeo, his wolf remarked. Mind turning down the temperature in here? Your blood just went from simmer to full boil. I can feel it, you know. Shared headspace and all that. Very cozy when you're having a hormone tsunami. Asher unfolded the paper carefully, recognizing the hurried slant of her handwriting immediately. Asher, Guardian Archives revealed something critical about wolves with mixed bloodlines. The strength we feared might become weakness may actually be the opposite. Need to speak before the challenge. Meet at our place. Midnight. It's not safe anywhere else. Her handwriting trembled across the page, the pressure points showing her urgency. Well, that's not cryptic at all, his wolf remarked, reading along with him. Just your definitely not girlfriend leaving mysterious notes about dangerous discoveries right after an elder threatens you about your bloodline. Pure coincidence, I'm sure. Also, our place? How romantic. You two have a place now. Adorable. Asher traced a finger across the page, catching the faintest trace of her scent. Memories flooded him, her fingertips tracing the outline of his jaw, the way rain gathered in her dark eyelashes, how her eyes widened the first time she heard his wolf speak. The only human who had ever heard his wolf. "She's not my girlfriend," Asher said automatically. Right, his wolf said with theatrical patience. "Just the woman whose scent makes your blood do the cha-cha. The one who can actually hear me. Which, by the way, is the sexiest thing ever. The guardian you've been secretly meeting for months. The one whose name makes your pupils dilate. Totally not your girlfriend. My mistake. Clearly just good friends who stare longingly at each other." "We can't meet her. Can't or shouldn't," his wolf challenged, "because those are two very different problems. One is impossible, the other is just ill-advised. Like that time you tried to eat an entire moose by yourself. That was you who wanted to eat the moose." Details, his wolf dismissed. "Focus on the forbidden guardian situation." Asher folded the note carefully, sliding it into his pocket. "Marcus all but told me the elders are looking for any excuse to disqualify me. Meeting with a guardian would be the final nail in your alpha coffin," his wolf finished. "Especially one you're clearly in love with, and don't even try to deny it. I can feel your heart doing gymnastics at just the memory of her. It's like a cardiac Olympics in here. I'm not—" "Oh, please," his wolf interrupted with an exaggerated groan. "You can lie to yourself about following tradition, but not to me. I'm literally inside your head. I feel every spike in your heart rate when you think about her. I experience every flutter, every surge of whatever hormone cocktail your body mixes up when she's around. It's like living in a blender of teenage emotions. It's exhausting." Asher moved to the window, staring out at the darkening forest. Meeting Sophia would be reckless, dangerous, possibly even suicidal for his leadership ambitions. "We need to focus on the challenge," he said firmly. "Right, the challenge," his wolf drawled, "which, according to our uninvited guest, you're about to be disqualified from unless you can produce evidence of your pure bloodline, evidence that Sophia, coincidentally, might actually have discovered. But sure, let's ignore that and focus on how to win a contest we might not even be allowed to enter." "Brilliant strategy." Asher pressed his forehead against the cool glass. "When did my life become this complicated?" "Let's see," his wolf mused. "Was it when you decided to become alpha of a pack that still thinks bloodlines determine worth? Or when your grandmother maybe had a guardian fling? Ooh, or maybe it was when you fell for the one woman guaranteed to destroy your chances, but who also happens to be the only being besides me who understands you. Tough call. I didn't fall for her." "Keep telling yourself that, pup," his wolf said with a chuckle. "Your body temperature rises 2 degrees when you smell her note. You've got it worse than a teenage werewolf at his first full moon party. Meanwhile, midnight approaches and decisions need to be made, preferably before your pining makes me nauseous." Asher pushed away from the window. She wouldn't have contacted him unless it was truly important. Sophia understood the risks better than anyone. "We'll meet her," he decided. "But we take precautions. No one can know." "Finally, a decision," his wolf exclaimed. "I was worried I'd have to listen to you argue with yourself all night. Which, since I am yourself in a way, is doubly annoying." His wolf's tone softened slightly. "For what it's worth, I think it's the right call, even if it's the wrong one for becoming alpha. Some things matter more than fancy titles." Asher checked his watch. 3 hours to prepare for the woman who could either save him or destroy everything he'd worked for. "And Asher," his wolf added as he began gathering supplies, Just so we're clear, if we're choosing between the teenage pureblood and the guardian who can actually hear me, I vote for door number 2. Call me selfish, but I prefer a woman who knows I exist. Also, did I mention how much I like her voice? Because I really, really like her voice. And her scent and her... I get it, Asher interrupted, even as his pulse quickened traitorously. Oh, I know you do, his wolf replied, smugness radiating through every word. I can feel exactly how much you get it. Despite everything, Asher found himself smiling. Just help me get ready. Always do, pup. Always do. Chapter 3. The lodge glowed against the night sky, light spilling from every window. Music and laughter drifted across the clearing, the sounds of celebration, of tradition, of a pack ritual that had remained unchanged for centuries. Asher stood in the shadows, watching packmates stream through the ornately carved doors. His foul mood had only deepened since returning from the clearing where Sophia should have been waiting. Maybe she was delayed, his wolf said, breaking their sullen silence, or she realized meeting was too dangerous. Asher's jaw clenched as he remembered the empty clearing, devoid of even a trace of her scent. He'd waited for an hour, searching the surrounding forest with every enhanced sense at his disposal. Nothing. It was as if she'd never been there at all. She's never missed a meeting before, Asher replied, adjusting the collar of his ceremonial jacket. The formal attire felt stiff, restrictive. Never. Yes, well, she's never been in danger from pack politics before either, his wolf pointed out. Look, I'm disappointed too, more than you realize. But we need to focus. Every single person in that lodge is evaluating whether you deserve to lead them. Asher knew his wolf was right. The pre-challenge gathering was more than a party. It was the final assessment, the last chance for candidates to demonstrate their worthiness before the trials began. With a deep breath, he stepped from the shadows and strode toward the lodge. The moment he crossed the threshold, conversations faltered. Heads turned. Gazes assessed. "Showtime," his wolf muttered. "Try to look less like you're planning multiple homicides." Inside, the lodge was transformed. Ancient pack symbols decorated the walls, interwoven with fresh evergreen boughs. The scent of pine sap mixed with wood smoke from the massive central fireplace, creating the traditional aroma of pack celebrations. Elder Marcus stood conversing with a small group, his eyes immediately tracking Asher's entrance. Beside him stood Elise Winters, the coastal pack representative he'd suggested as a potential mate. She was attractive in the conventional way expected of alpha mates, tall, blonde, perfectly poised. Her bloodline was impeccable. "Isn't that convenient?" his wolf observed. He just happened to have his recommended breeding stock present. What a thoughtful matchmaker. "Not now," Asher muttered as he made his way to the refreshment table. "Asher! Finally decided to grace us with your presence." The voice belonged to Darius Moore, the frontrunner among the candidates. He approached with a confidence that bordered on swagger, flanked by two supporters. The fresh scar across his right cheek, earned in a recent territorial dispute, only enhanced his appearance of ferocity. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Darius," Asher said, pouring himself a drink. "I know how much you value my company." Darius smirked. "The elders were beginning to wonder if you'd changed your mind about competing. Cold feet, perhaps?" "Just ensuring I arrive fashionably late," Asher replied, taking a deliberately slow sip. "My mother taught me it's poor form to appear too eager." "Ah, yes, your mother." Darius's smile sharpened. "I've been meaning to ask about her family. Northern Pack, wasn't it? Strange. I have connections there, yet no one seems to remember her bloodline clearly." The muscles along Asher's spine tightened. "Easy," his wolf cautioned. "He's baiting you." "My mother's lineage is well documented," Asher said evenly, "though I understand why you're concerned. When your own qualifications are lacking, it helps to question others." Darius's eyes narrowed. "My qualifications? 8 generations of pure bloodlines. leadership positions in 3 territories, 2 successful defenses against rival packs. What exactly are you bringing to the table, Blackwood, besides a questionable heritage? Oh, that was poor form, his wolf commented. He shouldn't have gone there. The room seemed to shrink as Asher set his glass down with careful precision. Heritage? Asher repeated, his voice deceptively soft. Is that what matters to you, Darius? Not skill or courage or vision for the pack's future? Bloodlines matter, Darius insisted, his packmates nodding behind him. They always have. They ensure strength, stability. They ensure stagnation, Asher cut in. While other supernatural groups evolve, we cling to outdated notions that serve no purpose except to limit our potential. Careful, his wolf warned. You're starting to sound like a revolutionary. Darius stepped closer, invading Asher's space. Strong words from a man with no mate to stand beside him. Where is she, Blackwood? Or couldn't you find a female willing to overlook your deficiencies? Something inside Asher snapped. The frustration of Sophia's absence, Marcus's manipulations, the constant questioning of his bloodline, it all coalesced into a burning knot of rage. In one fluid motion, Asher grabbed Darius by the throat and slammed him against the nearest wall. The impact knocked a ceremonial mask to the floor with a resounding crash. Conversation ceased instantly. All eyes turned to them. You want to question my strength? Asher growled, his fingers tightening just enough to make Darius struggle for breath. Question my commitment? My bloodline? Fine. But remember this. I don't need 8 generations of carefully documented ancestry to prove my worth. Darius clawed at Asher's hand, his face reddening. Asher, his wolf said with unusual gravity, the elders are watching. But Asher wasn't finished. He leaned closer, speaking so only Darius could hear him. I've traveled beyond our territories, seen what other packs are facing. The old ways are failing. The vampires are organizing. The Fae are reclaiming lost territories. And here we are, fighting over whose great-grandmother had the purest blood. It's pathetic. He released Darius with a contemptuous shove, watching as the other man stumbled and caught himself against the wall, gasping for air. The silence in the lodge was absolute. Even the fire seemed to crackle more quietly. Anyone else want to discuss my lineage? Asher asked, his gaze sweeping the room. No one moved. No one spoke. I thought not. He straightened his jacket. Dramatic exit time, his wolf advised, before Marcus recovers from his shock. Asher strode toward the door, packmates parting before him like water. He could feel their eyes on his back, some fearful, others calculating, a few openly admiring. Outside, the night air felt clean after the lodge's smoky interior. Asher took a deep breath, letting the cool oxygen calm his heated blood. Well, that was subtle, his wolf finally said. Nothing says, vote for me as your leader, quite like public assault. He went too far. Agreed. But you just showed your hand. Asher leaned against a tree, suddenly exhausted. What do you mean? You scared most of them, his wolf explained. But you also showed others an opportunity. Some in that room have been waiting for someone to challenge the old ways. The young ones, especially. Did you see how Trent looked at you? Or Elena from the Eastern Territory? They weren't afraid, they were hopeful. Hopeful about what? About a leader who might actually bring the pack into the modern era instead of clinging to outdated traditions, his wolf said. You just became more than a candidate. You became a symbol. Asher rubbed his face. That wasn't my intention. The best symbols rarely intend to be symbols, his wolf replied. But here we are. Marcus will be furious. The traditionalists will close ranks against you. And now, more than ever, you need Sophia. The mention of her name brought a fresh wave of worry. Where was she? Why hadn't she come? You think she's in trouble, Asher said. It wasn't a question. I think a guardian with information about mixed bloodlines suddenly disappearing right when rumors about your heritage intensify is not a coincidence, his wolf answered grimly. But first we need to survive tomorrow's challenge, one impossible task at a time. Asher nodded, pushing himself away from the tree. In the distance, he could see figures moving inside the lodge, gesturing animatedly. News of his confrontation with Darius would spread quickly. No going back now, his wolf observed. No, Asher agreed. Only forward. Somewhere in the forest, an owl called. 3 haunting notes that echoed through the trees. It sounded like a warning. Chapter 4. The branch creaked again. Sophia held her breath and tightened her grip on the rough bark, willing the ancient oak to stop betraying her presence to the entire forest. 30 feet below, a carpet of foul-smelling weeds swayed in the evening breeze, their pungent odor strong enough to make her eyes water even from this distance. "This is ridiculous," Sophia whispered, trying to shift her weight without snapping more twigs. "You know that, right? Completely ridiculous." No response came from the patch of particularly offensive skunk cabbage directly beneath her perch. "Pax, I know you can hear me. Don't play dumb." The tallest weed trembled slightly, though no breeze disturbed the others. "I am not playing dumb, as you so inelegantly phrase it," Pax finally responded, his voice emanating from the plant. "I am simply allowing you time to appreciate the gravity of our current predicament." "The gravity?" Sophia's foot slipped, sending a shower of bark flakes cascading downward. "I'm literally hanging from a tree branch above a patch of weeds that smell like something died, then came back to life, just to die again from the smell. All because you materialized in my kitchen saying, and I quote, 'Urgent new info. Disaster if you see Asher now.'" "I maintain the accuracy of that assessment," Pax replied primly. A twig snapped beneath Sophia's boot, and her body dropped several inches before she caught herself. "Great, just great. If you had allowed me to finish explaining before you rushed off to cancel your rendezvous with the wolf, you might not be in this predicament." "I was trying to intercept him before he left his cabin," Sophia hissed, "which I could have done if you hadn't appeared at the last possible second, giving me no choice but to find the most awkward hiding spot in the entire forest." "The weeds were a sensible precaution," Pax observed. "Wolf senses are remarkably acute." "Yes, thank you for the reminder." Sophia blew a strand of hair from her face and assessed her options for descent. "Now, would you mind explaining exactly why I'm hanging from a tree instead of sharing critical information with Asher about the not so loud?" Pax's weed form shuddered violently. "Sound carries in these woods, especially when certain ears might be listening. Those certain ears are probably back at the challenge circle by now." Sophia sighed and began inching toward the trunk. "And I should be with him, not playing squirrel in a tree that's clearly not built for climbing." "Guardian abilities do not encompass arboreal expertise, it seems," Pax noted dryly. "Very helpful, thank you," Sophia muttered, stretching her leg toward a lower branch. "You know, for an ancient spirit guide sent by my great-great-grandmother to protect me, you could be a bit more, I don't know, protective?" "I am protecting you." The weeds swayed indignantly. "In ways you cannot possibly comprehend." Sophia's boot connected with something slippery. Before she could rebalance, her hands lost their grip on the branch above. The world tilted, spun, and then came rushing up to meet her with alarming speed. She landed with a spectacular crash directly in the middle of Pax's chosen weed patch. The smell hit her immediately, a noxious cocktail of skunk spray, rotten eggs, and something uniquely, horribly organic. "Graceful," Pax commented from somewhere near her left elbow. Sophia groaned and sat up, picking leaves and twigs from her hair. "I hate you right now." "A temporary condition, I'm sure. Your ancestors have expressed similar sentiments throughout the centuries." "My ancestors probably didn't have to hide in smelly weeds." Sophia plucked a sticky leaf from her cheek and flicked it away. Now, will you please tell me what's so urgent that I had to abort my meeting with Asher? I have information he needs about the mixed bloodlines that could help with his alpha challenge. Your information, while undoubtedly fascinating, must wait, Pax replied. There are complications. What complications? Sophia stood, brushing futilely at the stains covering her once clean jeans. And which weed are you right now? I need to know where to direct my annoyance. I am the skunk cabbage with the particularly elegant purple-veined leaves. Third from your right. Sophia turned to glare at the indicated plant. Fine. Now explain. The explanation requires delicacy. For the first time, Pax's typically composed voice sounded uncomfortable. Delicacy? From the spirit who once told me my aura looked like a unicorn vomited rainbows when I had a crush on Jason Whittaker in 10th grade? This is different. The skunk cabbage rustled nervously. Sophia crossed her arms. I'm waiting. Very well. The weed seemed to inflate slightly. The wolf pack has connections. They can sense one another over considerable distances. I'm aware of pack links. That's why I couldn't call Asher. Too risky to be overheard. Hence the need for an in-person meeting, which you just sabotaged. You are not pack, Pax continued, ignoring her interruption. Obviously, you are an outsider. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Sophia rolled her eyes. Is this the urgent information? Because I was already painfully aware of my outsider status. You misunderstand. The skunk cabbage trembled. I am attempting to establish context. Well, establish faster. I'm covered in weed juice and it's getting cold. Perhaps if you approach this discussion with more maturity, Pax, fine. The weed seemed to sigh. Your relationship with the wolf is problematic. He's not my boyfriend, if that's what you're implying. We're just friends. A rustling sound emanated from the skunk cabbage that sounded suspiciously like laughter. What? Sophia demanded. I am a spirit guide sent by your maternal ancestors, Pax replied, his voice tinged with amusement. I have observed your lineage for centuries. You cannot deceive me about matters of the heart. Heat crept up Sophia's neck. This isn't about my feelings for Asher. So you admit you have feelings. I admit nothing. She kicked at a nearby stone. And even if I did, which I'm not saying, you know it's forbidden, guardians and wolves don't mix. It's dangerous. Indeed. The plant bobbed in agreement. Which brings me to my point. Finally, the skunk cabbage went suspiciously still. The timing is unfortunate. What timing? More silence. Pax, I swear, if you don't tell me what's going on... When two beings share a certain affinity, Pax began awkwardly, nature sometimes takes its course in unexpected ways. Sophia stared at the plant. What are you talking about? The birds and the bees, as they say in modern parlance. The birds and the... Sophia stopped abruptly. Are you trying to give me a sex talk? Because I promise you, that ship sailed years ago. Not the act itself, but the consequences thereof, Pax muttered, his voice barely audible. The consequences of... Wait. Sophia's eyes widened. Are you saying... The skunk cabbage quivered like it wanted to sink into the ground. No. Sophia shook her head. That's impossible. We've only... She cut herself off, heat flooding her face. Anyway, I would know if I was. Pregnant? Pax supplied, his voice strangely high-pitched. Sophia sat down hard on a nearby rock. I can't be. That's not possible. My ancient wisdom grants me awareness of certain changes before they become apparent to even those experiencing them, Pax said delicately. The energy signature is unmistakable, but I'm not late or anything. I don't feel different. It is very early days, Pax replied, but a wolf, particularly an alpha candidate with heightened senses, would detect the changes immediately upon meeting you. Oh, God. Sophia buried her face in her hands. That would be Catastrophic, Pax finished, given the current political climate and his impending challenge. This can't be happening. Sophia looked up at the darkening sky through the tree branches. I need to think. A wise course of action. The skunk cabbage seemed to relax slightly. Much preferable to rushing into complications with a wolf pack already on edge about bloodlines. How can you be sure? Sophia asked suddenly. About the weed shifted uncomfortably. There is a certain glow to your aura. A distinctive pattern I have observed in pregnant females throughout the centuries. Can it be something else? Maybe I'm coming down with a cold. Ah, yes, the common cold, frequently mistaken for new life. Pax's sarcasm was palpable. Perhaps you've also developed a sudden fondness for pickles and ice cream. Very funny. Sophia stood and began pacing. You couldn't have realized this earlier, like before I climbed a tree to hide? The knowledge came to me suddenly, like a bolt from the ancestral plane, Pax replied. I came to you immediately. Great timing. Sophia ran her hands through her tangled hair. So now what? I just avoid Asher forever? He needs the information I found about mixed bloodlines. Perhaps a letter? Delivered through neutral channels? A letter? This isn't the 1800s, Pax. The Postal Service remains operational, I believe. That's not the point. Sophia kicked at a clump of weeds, carefully avoiding Pax's current form. The information is sensitive. It can't be written down. The telephone, then? And risk being overheard by pack members? No way. Smoke signals? Pax suggested. Morse code? Carrier pigeon? Despite herself, Sophia laughed. You're ridiculous. I am attempting to solve your dilemma with the resources available, Pax sniffed. The limitations are not of my making. Sophia sighed and leaned against the tree trunk. I need to tell him, just not yet, not until I've processed this myself. A responsible decision, Pax agreed. Dare I suggest finding a pregnancy test before making any definitive plans? Yes, obviously. Sophia pushed herself away from the tree. I'll go to the pharmacy 2 towns over. Nobody knows me there. An excellent precaution, Pax said, though I assure you my ancestral wisdom is rarely mistaken in these matters. Forgive me if I want scientific confirmation before I upend my entire life. Sophia began picking her way through the undergrowth toward the trail. Are you coming? Momentarily, Pax replied. This corporeal form has certain limitations regarding rapid movement. So shift into something more mobile. The process requires concentration. The skunk cabbage rustled importantly. I cannot simply jump from form to form at whim like some common shapeshifter. Sophia hid a smile. I'll wait, but hurry up. I need to get out of these clothes before the smell becomes permanent. As she waited, Sophia gazed through the trees toward where she knew Asher's cabin stood. The weight of her secrets, both the information she'd discovered and the bombshell Pax had just dropped, pressed down on her shoulders. Ready, Pax announced. Where the skunk cabbage had been, a small gray squirrel now sat, twitching its tail importantly. A squirrel? Really? It seemed thematically appropriate given your earlier arboreal adventures, Pax replied, his voice now emanating from the small rodent. Shall we depart? Yes. Sophia took one last look toward Asher's cabin. Let's go. The squirrel scampered ahead, pausing dramatically on a fallen log. I feel compelled to point out that this situation exemplifies why guardians and wolves have traditionally remained separate. Not helpful, Pax. History is filled with cautionary tales, still not helpful. The legendary guardian Alara and the wolf chief Thorn. I don't need a history lesson right now. Their tragic end came after... Pax, Sophia warned. The squirrel's whiskers twitched. Very well, but remember, those who ignore history are doomed to smell like skunk cabbage, Sophia suggested, picking up her pace. Your ancestors would be appalled at your flippancy in such serious circumstances, Pax muttered, scurrying to keep up. My ancestors sent you to guide me, so technically they're responsible for this conversation. Sophia stepped over a fallen branch. Now let's focus on getting home without anyone seeing me looking and smelling like I just wrestled with a swamp. A wise prioritization, Pax agreed, leaping onto a nearby stump. Though perhaps secondary to the rather significant matter of interspecies reproduction. One crisis at a time, Pax. Sophia quickened her stride. One crisis at a time. Chapter 5. Asher slammed the cabin door behind him, the wooden frame shuddering with the impact. The night's events churned inside him. Sophia's absence, the confrontation with Darius, the judgmental eyes of the elders. His options were narrowing by the hour. "You're not seriously considering it," his wolf said as Asher pulled a carved wooden box from beneath a loose floorboard. "Tell me you're not that desperate." Asher set the box on the table and opened it, revealing a small silver bell and a vial of clear liquid that seemed to shimmer despite the dim light. "She's the only one who might know where Sophia is," Asher replied, removing the cork from the vial. "The operative word being might," his wolf argued. "Need I remind you of our previous dealings with her? The Appalachian Territory dispute, the Northern Border incident, the time she had us running messages between feuding vampire covens for 6 weeks? She's always delivered what she promised. After extracting a pound of flesh," his wolf countered. "Sometimes literally. Remember Eric from the mountain pack? Still missing 3 toes after his favor for her." Asher paused, the vial hovering over the bell. "What choice do we have? Sophia is missing, possibly in danger. The challenge is creeping close and I'm without a mate. So your brilliant solution is to call upon the most manipulative goddess in the pantheon?" his wolf asked incredulously. "The one being who sees relationships as chess pieces and treats promises like they're written in disappearing ink? If you have a better idea, I'm listening." His wolf fell silent for a moment. "I don't," he finally admitted. "But for the record, this is a terrible idea. If we survive, I reserve the right to say, 'I told you so' repeatedly and at great length." "Noted." Asher tipped the vial, allowing a single drop of the iridescent liquid to fall onto the silver bell. The tiny chime it produced seemed impossibly loud in the small cabin, reverberating as though struck in a vast cathedral. The sound hung in the air, extending beyond what should have been physically possible. "Last chance to change your mind," his wolf said, an unusual note of apprehension in his voice. But it was already too late. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, frost crystallizing on the windows despite the summer night outside. The air thickened, charged with ancient power that made Asher's skin prickle and the hair on his arms stand on end. The scent hit him next, something primordial and otherworldly that defied categorization. Not floral or earthy or animal, but somehow all and none of these at once. The scent of ancient magic, of power that predated wolf kind. Asher tried to step back, to prepare himself, but found his muscles locked in place. His body refused to obey his commands, frozen as surely as if turned to stone. "Asher Blackwood," a melodic voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "How fascinating to be summoned by you. Again." Light coalesced in the center of the room, swirling and condensing into a humanoid shape. When it solidified, the goddess Elithra stood before him. She appeared as she always did, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly terrifying. Her skin glowed with an inner light that shifted between pearl and gold. Her hair, black as the space between stars, floated around her as though underwater. Her eyes changed color with each blink. Sapphire, emerald, amber, violet. "Goddess," Asher managed, the word barely making it past his frozen lips. "So formal," she smiled, revealing teeth too perfect, too white to be human. "After all our collaborations." "Cautious," Asher corrected. "Smart wolf," Elithra purred, moving around the cabin with liquid grace. Her flowing robes barely disturbed the air. "And where is your spirited other half? usually so vocal. Asher realized with a jolt of alarm that his wolf had gone completely silent. Not the silence of choice, but as though muzzled by some external force. He could feel his wolf's presence, the familiar weight of their shared consciousness, but no words came through. "What have you done to him?" Asher demanded. "Nothing permanent," Elithra assured him, examining the titles on his bookshelf with mild interest. "I simply find one conversation easier to manage than two, especially when one participant tends toward impertinence." Asher felt a muted wave of indignation from his wolf, but still no words. "I need your help," Asher said, deciding directness was his best approach. "You always do," she replied, turning to face him. Her smile widened. "What is it this time? Territory disputes, rival packs, or perhaps?" Her eyes gleamed knowingly. "A missing guardian?" The mention of Sophia sent a spike of alarm through Asher. "You know where she is?" "I know many things," Elithra said, examining her fingernails, which seemed to shift between flesh and crystal. "The question is, what are you willing to trade for such information?" "Whatever it takes," Asher said without hesitation. The goddess laughed, the sound like silver bells. "Dangerous words, Wolf. Whatever it takes has led many to ruin." Asher felt the invisible hold on his muscles loosen slightly. "Name your price." "A task," she said, circling him slowly. "A rather important one, actually. You recall our previous arrangement? My offer to find you a suitable mate in exchange for your services?" "I remember." "Well, now I need a matchmaker," she said, stopping directly in front of him. "Ironic, isn't it? The divine curator of relationships requires assistance with a particularly challenging pairing." "Who?" Asher asked. "Lysandra, princess of the Northern Fae Court," Elithra said, conjuring a small ball of light that expanded to show the image of an ethereally beautiful woman with pointed ears and frost-colored hair. "And Cain Silverback, enforcer for the Red Moon Pack." The light shifted to reveal a massive, grim-faced werewolf with a jagged scar dividing his face. "You want me to play Cupid for a Fae princess and a werewolf enforcer?" Asher asked incredulously. "Those species have been enemies for centuries." "Hence the challenge," Elithra nodded approvingly. "Their union is necessary, for reasons beyond your understanding." "Why me? Surely a goddess of your power can accomplish many things," she interrupted. "But certain cosmic rules restrict direct intervention in matters of the heart. I can influence, suggest, create opportunity, but I cannot force. You, however," her smile turned calculating, "you have a unique understanding of cross-species attraction, don't you?" The implication was clear. Sophia. "The lunar gathering takes place in 3 nights," Elithra continued. "Representatives from all supernatural communities will be present, including your princess and enforcer. You will ensure they meet, connect, and form a genuine bond." "The Alpha Challenge is still days away," Asher said, "but I can't just disappear when the elders are watching my every move. They're already looking for reasons to disqualify me. How fortunate, then, that the gathering coincides with your elders' evaluation period for Alpha candidates," Elithra said with a smile that suggested this was no coincidence at all. "The perfect opportunity to demonstrate your diplomatic skills and connections beyond the pack." Asher narrowed his eyes. "And Sophia? Where is she?" "In hiding," Elithra said, her expression softening fractionally. "She discovered something in the Guardian archives, something that put her in considerable danger. So she did what any intelligent being would do. She disappeared." "Why didn't she come to me?" Asher demanded, strain evident in his voice despite his attempt to remain composed. Elithra laughed softly. "And put you in the same danger. She's smarter than that, and far more capable than you give her credit for." "I need to find her." "And you will," Elithra assured him, "if you complete my task. But understand this, Wolf. Even if I reveal her location, she cannot truly be safe until you resolve the issues on your end. What she discovered about guardian magic and wolf bloodlines has complicated matters. Asher locked eyes with the goddess. What exactly did she find? That is her story to tell, Elithra replied. But I recognize your problem is no longer simply about finding a mate, but making your chosen mate work within your pack's rigid structure. She moved closer, her scent overwhelming his senses. Which is why I'm offering you a generous bargain. Succeed in this task, and not only will I reveal where your guardian is hiding, I will provide you with a powerful glamour, one capable of masking Sophia's guardian nature. Asher's breath caught. You would make her appear as a pure-blooded wolf shifter? To any who look, even the most discerning elders, Elithra confirmed, allowing you to present her as your mate without fear of discovery. Think of it, Asher. Everything you want within your reach. Your leadership secured, your bloodline unquestioned, your forbidden love legitimized. The offer was almost too perfect, which immediately raised Asher's suspicions. What's your real interest in this match? What happens when a Fey princess and werewolf enforcer unite? Asher demanded, unwilling to accept vague assurances from an entity known for her manipulations. Elithra's expression hardened slightly. Questions above your station, wolf. Her tone softened to something almost sincere. But I appreciate your directness. Let's just say their union serves a greater balance. I've stated my terms. Do we have an agreement? Asher felt his wolf stirring, pushing against whatever force muzzled him, a clear warning. But the prospect of finding Sophia, of having a solution to his mate dilemma all at once. Not so fast, Asher countered, surprising even himself with his boldness. I'll take your task, but I want something more than just Sophia's location and a glamour. Elithra's eyebrows rose, true surprise flickering across her perfect features. You dare to negotiate with me? I dare to ensure a fair exchange, Asher replied, holding her gaze despite the pressure of her divine presence. If I'm matching two individuals with centuries of ancestral hatred between them, I want your oath that neither Sophia nor I will face divine interference in our relationship once this task is complete. A slow smile spread across the goddess's face. Fascinating. Most mortals cower or accept blindly. You bargain. She studied him with renewed interest. Very well. Complete the match successfully, and I swear by the old laws that I will not interfere in your relationship with the Guardian. You will be. How do mortals put it? Off my books. We have an agreement, Asher said. Elithra's smile was radiant and chilling simultaneously. Excellent. She extended her hand, palm up, revealing a small crystal that pulsed with inner light. Your invitation to the lunar gathering. Present it at the entrance to the hidden court in 3 nights' time. Asher reached for it cautiously, half expecting some trick. One final thing, Elithra added as his fingers closed around the crystal. This match must occur organically, no coercion, no manipulation. They must choose each other freely, or the union is worthless. That makes it considerably more difficult, Asher pointed out. Indeed, Elithra agreed, already beginning to fade, her form dissolving into motes of light. That's why I need you, Asher Blackwood. A wolf who understands that some connections transcend ancient hatreds and traditions. As the last of her presence dissipated, the cabin returned to normal. The frost receded from the windows. The temperature rose. The supernatural weight in the air lifted. That, his wolf said immediately, voice returning with explosive force, was the stupidest thing you've ever done. And I've been witness to all of your stupid decisions. She knows where Sophia is, Asher replied, examining the crystal in his palm, and she's offering us a solution. At what cost? His wolf demanded. I don't trust her. Never have. There's something she's not telling us about this match. When is there not? Asher sighed, placing the crystal carefully in his pocket. But she's our only lead. And if there's even a chance she can help Sophia pass as pure-blooded, You realize she's manipulating us, right? His wolf interrupted. Not exactly the actions of a trustworthy ally. Of course she is, Asher muttered, rubbing his temples. But she's our only lead to Sophia. And if there's even a chance her glamour could help us through the mate requirement of the challenge, while simultaneously serving her mysterious agenda, his wolf pointed out. Just remember, gods don't offer generous deals without getting something far more valuable in return. Asher sank into a chair, weighing their limited options. The challenge is days away. The lunar gathering is in 3 nights. We need to find Sophia and secure my position before the elders can disqualify me on bloodline technicalities, where we'll somehow need to play matchmaker to a fey princess and werewolf enforcer who should by all accounts want to kill each other on sight, his wolf finished grimly, while simultaneously competing to become alpha. Wonderful. Asher closed his eyes, the weight of all his commitments pressing down on him. Find Sophia, win the challenge, unite ancient enemies, secure his future. Get some rest, his wolf advised, gentler now. We're going to need every advantage tomorrow. As Asher dragged himself toward his bed, a disturbing thought occurred to him. Everything Elithra had offered aligned perfectly with his needs, too perfectly. Chapter 6. Svalbard, Norway sat at the edge of the world, a frozen archipelago where the sun either never set or never rose depending on the season. The perfect place, Asher thought grimly, for a fey court that preferred isolation from the rest of the supernatural world. Remind me again why we couldn't match 2 beings who live somewhere tropical, his wolf complained as Asher trudged through knee-deep snow. A Hawaiian beach, perhaps. Maybe a nice resort in Thailand? Wind howled across the barren landscape, slicing through Asher's insulated jacket like it was made of tissue paper. Even with his enhanced shifter metabolism, the cold was brutal. Because the goddess of matchmaking apparently has a twisted sense of humor, Asher muttered, pulling his fur-lined hood tighter around his face. According to Elithra's instructions, the entrance to the northern Fey court lay somewhere along this glacial ridge, a literal crack between worlds hidden in the permanent ice. Finding it had already cost him a day of searching. I'm losing feeling in parts of my body I didn't know I had, his wolf grumbled, and I don't even have a body. That's how cold it is. You don't feel temperature, Asher pointed out, his breath forming crystalline clouds. You're literally a spirit sharing my consciousness. Yes, and spiritually, I'm freezing my metaphysical tail off. It's the principle of the thing. Asher paused to check the crystal Elithra had given him. It pulsed with a faint blue light, growing slightly brighter as he turned eastward. This way. Wonderful. More snow. Just what we needed. As they crested a ridge, the landscape below took Asher's breath away. A massive glacier stretched toward the gunmetal gray sea, its surface riddled with otherworldly blue fissures that glowed from within. The effect was both beautiful and alien. That, his wolf said with unusual reverence, is almost worth the frostbite. Asher followed the crystal's guidance down toward the largest of the glowing crevasses. As he drew closer, the air seemed to vibrate with strange harmonics, sounds just at the edge of perception. About our approach to this matchmaking disaster, his wolf began, I still think we should start with the enforcer, wolf to wolf, speaking the same language. We've been over this, Asher replied, carefully picking his way across the treacherous ice. Keen Silverback has a reputation for violence even among enforcers. Approaching him, cold. I see what you did there. Without understanding what's causing the rift between them would be foolish, Asher finished, ignoring the interruption. And approaching a Fey princess without invitation isn't foolish? Did you miss the part in the briefing about Fey royalty turning trespassers into decorative ice sculptures? I'm not trespassing, Asher searched for the right word. About to become a popsicle? His wolf offered helpfully. Reconnaissance, Asher decided. We're going to observe first. According to my research, Princess Lysandra visits the outer gardens at dusk to perform some kind of ritual. We just need to—" He broke off as the crystal in his hand suddenly flared with blinding intensity. The ice beneath his feet hummed, vibrations traveling up through his boots. "Found it," his wolf observed unnecessarily. Before them, a fissure in the glacier widened, revealing not the expected blue ice interior, but an impossible vista, a verdant corridor lined with luminescent trees whose branches were heavy with crystal fruit. Warm air carrying the scent of exotic flowers wafted out, creating an immediate fog where it met the Arctic chill. "How exactly are you planning to just observe in there?" his wolf asked. "It's not like you blend in with the Fey aesthetic." Asher reached into his pack and pulled out a small vial of shimmering liquid. "Is that what I think it is?" his wolf asked suspiciously. "Glamour potion," Asher confirmed, courtesy of a very expensive favor from a witch in Prague. The same witch who sold us that guaranteed authentic location spell that led us to a dump in New Jersey instead of a dragon's lair. "She gave me a discount after that misunderstanding." "Oh, well then, by all means, let's trust her invisible juice. What could possibly go wrong?" Asher uncorked the vial. "It won't make me invisible, just less noticeable. Enough to observe without immediately triggering whatever magical security they have. And if it turns you purple instead, or makes you irresistibly attractive to frost trolls, or, then I'll deal with it," Asher cut him off. "Unless you have a better suggestion?" His wolf sighed dramatically. "Fine, but when you're being chased by angry Fey guards, remember that I voted for talking to the enforcer first." "Noted." Asher downed the potion in one swallow. It tasted like electricity and old pennies. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a tingling sensation spread from his stomach outward, as though his skin was being gently carbonated. "Well?" Asher asked, examining his hands. They looked unchanged to him. "Hard to say," his wolf replied. "You still look like you to me, but I'm inside your head. Try stepping through the entrance. If they don't immediately turn you into a hedgehog, we'll assume it worked." Asher approached the glowing fissure cautiously. The contrast between the Arctic wasteland and the lush corridor beyond was disorienting, like looking through a window into another world entirely. "Remember the plan," Asher murmured. "We observe the princess, learn what we can about her side of the conflict, then formulate a strategy." "My plan was better," his wolf grumbled, more direct. "Less likely to end with us imprisoned in a Fey dungeon." "Your plan was to walk up to a werewolf enforcer with anger issues and say, 'Hey, have you considered dating your ancestral enemy?' I would have been more tactful." "You've never been tactful in your existence," Asher replied, gathering his courage as he prepared to step through the portal. "I resent that. I am the soul of tact, a paragon of diplomacy, a veritable—" "Remember when you suggested to Elder Margaret that her face would look better if she smiled less? She was showing too many teeth. It was threatening. She was 87 years old." "A very threatening 87, his wolf insisted. "Besides, your plan isn't exactly diplomatic genius either." "Hello, Your Highness. Don't mind me lurking in your private garden like a stalker." Asher took a deep breath. "Here goes nothing." He stepped through the portal and immediately felt the magic wash over him, ancient, powerful, and distinctly non-wolf. The sensation was like passing through an electrical field that assessed every molecule of his being. For a heart-stopping moment, he was certain the glamour had failed. Then, remarkably, the sensation passed. He found himself standing in the crystal tree corridor, warm, fragrant air replacing the bitter cold. "I think it worked," Asher whispered. "Congratulations on not being turned into a decorative fountain," his wolf replied. "Yet." Asher moved cautiously down the corridor, each step silent on the moss-covered floor. The trees around him seemed to whisper, their crystalline fruits tinkling softly like wind chimes. Now we just need to find the garden where the princess performs her ritual, without being spotted by guards, courtiers, servants, or any other fae who might take exception to a wolf in their midst, his wolf remarked. Simple. Your optimism is inspiring, Asher muttered. I like to think of it as pragmatic fatalism. When things inevitably go wrong, I get to say, I told you so. As they ventured deeper into the fae court, the architecture became increasingly organic, soaring crystalline spires that seemed to grow rather than having been built, walkways that curved impossibly without support, pools of water that flowed upward. Asher followed the sound of flowing water, which his research suggested would lead to the outer gardens. Each intersection required careful reconnaissance before proceeding, each new chamber or corridor presenting potential discovery. I still say the enforcer would have been easier, his wolf commented, as they flattened against a wall to avoid a passing group of diminutive fae servants. Less magic, more straightforward violence. We just need to find the garden, Asher whispered once the servants had passed. Observe the princess. Then we can approach the enforcer with actual information. Fine, his wolf conceded. But if we get turned into toads, I'm going to be an extremely unpleasant voice in your amphibian head for all eternity. Fair enough, Asher agreed, peering around a corner into what appeared to be the garden they'd been seeking. A vast open space stretched before them, filled with plants no human botanical text had ever catalogued. Flowers that glowed and shifted colors with each breeze, trees with silver bark and leaves like spun glass, and at the center, a pool of water so still it resembled a mirror, reflecting the Arctic sky visible through some magical means overhead. Now we wait, Asher said, finding a concealed position behind a cluster of luminous blue ferns. For how long? His wolf asked. My spiritual patience is even shorter than my spiritual tolerance for Arctic temperatures. Until dusk, Asher replied, settling in. According to the court gossip Elithra provided, that's when... A sudden hush fell over the garden. The glowing flowers dimmed, as if holding their light in reverence. Even the crystalline trees stilled their musical tinkling. Someone's coming, his wolf whispered unnecessarily. A side entrance to the garden opened, and a slender figure stepped through, regal, ethereal, and unmistakably the fae princess they sought. Well, his wolf remarked, uncharacteristically subdued. This should be interesting. Chapter 7. Sophia paced the length of her small kitchen for the 17th time, pausing to check the clock above the stove. He's been gone for 4 hours, she muttered, drumming her fingers against the worn countertop. How long does it take to spy on a pack meeting? The silence of her cabin stretched around her, broken only by the occasional creak of the old floorboards beneath her restless feet. Just as she turned to begin lap 18, a distinctive rhythmic tapping sounded from the window. Sophia whirled toward the noise. A vibrant red cardinal perched on the windowsill, peering inside with unnaturally intelligent eyes. The bird tilted its head to one side, then deliberately tapped its beak against the glass 3 more times. Finally! Sophia rushed to open the window. Where have you been? The cardinal fluttered inside and landed on the kitchen table with a dramatic flourish of wings. Reconnaissance missions require patience and meticulous timing, Pax announced, his voice oddly resonant coming from the small bird's body. Some forms are more conducive to espionage than others. A cardinal? Sophia raised an eyebrow. Not exactly inconspicuous. On the contrary, Pax replied, puffing his bright red feathers. The pack house has multiple bird feeders. Cardinals are common visitors. And I'm sure none of the other cardinals were pontificating about meticulous timing and reconnaissance. I maintained my cover perfectly, Pax said primly, though I must say, staying in character while those uncouth wolves discussed pack politics through mouthfuls of raw venison was challenging. Sophia cut to the chase. Did you see Asher? Is he all right? The cardinal hopped across the table, leaving tiny claw marks on its polished surface. Your wolf appeared quite perturbed by your absence last night. He returned to his cabin multiple times, presumably to check if you had arrived. A twinge of guilt pierced Sophia's chest. I need to contact him. The information I've found... yes, about that. Pax interrupted. There have been developments. What kind of developments? It seems your wolf has entered into an arrangement with the goddess Elithra. Sophia froze. Elithra? The one who... Yes, the very same meddlesome deity who has interfered with guardian-wolf relations for 12 generations. The cardinal's feathers bristled. She appeared to Asher after you failed to meet him. What kind of arrangement? Sophia demanded, leaning closer. A bargain. Pax's tone dripped with disapproval. In exchange for revealing your whereabouts, Asher has agreed to play matchmaker between a fey princess and a wolf enforcer. That's oddly specific. Sophia frowned. And completely ridiculous. Why would a goddess care about... Divine beings rarely explain their motivations, Pax said. But I assure you, her interest is not benevolent. Elithra has manipulated both guardians and wolves for centuries. She knows where I am? Not currently. You've been moving locations, which has frustrated her attempts to track you. But she claims she can find you. Sophia's hand instinctively went to her stomach. And Asher accepted this deal? He seemed desperate to find you. The cardinal cocked its head. Your absence has affected him deeply. The guilt intensified. I need to warn him about everything. The pack betrayal, the mixed bloodlines, and... She gestured vaguely toward her midsection. Without warning, Pax's cardinal form began to shimmer. The bright red feathers dissolved into a swirl of energy that expanded, stretched, and finally coalesced into a rubber duck. A bright yellow rubber duck with an exceptionally smug expression. Really? Sophia blinked. A rubber duck? I expended considerable energy maintaining the cardinal form for extended surveillance, the duck explained, its bill barely moving. This requires less concentration. Of all the possible low-energy forms, you chose a rubber duck. It's cheerful, Pax replied defensively. Studies indicate that bright colors stimulate positive emotional responses in humans. Given your current hormonal state, I thought it prudent. Sophia pressed her fingers to her temples. My hormonal state is the least of our problems right now. Asher is being manipulated by a goddess. There's a traitor in his pack working against him, and I have critical information that could help his alpha challenge. Yes, quite the predicament, the duck agreed. Perhaps you should sit down. Prolonged standing isn't advisable in your condition. If you don't stop with the pregnancy advice, I swear I will be sick all over you, Sophia threatened. The rubber duck scooted backward across the table. That particular intimidation tactic is ineffective against metaphysical entities, though I understand your anxiety is manifesting physically. Sophia sank into a chair. I'm worried sick about him, Pax. He has more rivals in that pack than he realizes. The evidence I found about Elder Marcus cannot be shared if you're both dead, Pax interrupted bluntly, which is the likely outcome if you reveal yourself now. Then what do I do? Send him a text? Hey, by the way, your trusted elder is plotting against you. Also, I'm carrying your wolf baby. Your communication options are indeed limited, the duck conceded. The pack's surveillance network extends farther than even Asher realizes. Sophia's eyes lit up suddenly. What if you told him? Impossible. The duck shook its head, an oddly mechanical movement. I cannot communicate directly with anyone except my assigned guardian, you. But there must be something. The constraints of my existence are not subject to negotiation. Sophia stood abruptly and resumed pacing. There has to be a way. Think. She stopped mid-stride. Wait, you can't talk to Asher. As I just explained, but can you talk to his wolf? Sophia turned, excitement building in her voice. The rubber duck went very still. The wolf spirit. Yes, you're a spirit guide. He's a spirit. Can you communicate spirit to spirit? A long silence followed as the duck appeared to contemplate this suggestion. It is not explicitly forbidden, Pax finally admitted, which means it's possible. Sophia clapped her hands. Perhaps, though highly unorthodox and potentially dangerous. More dangerous than keeping secrets that could get Asher killed? Sophia challenged. The duck sighed, a sound like air slowly escaping from a balloon. Your argument has merit. However, establishing such communication would require proximity to the wolf spirit. So we find Asher, which brings us back to our original problem, Pax pointed out. Your condition. We'll figure something out. Sophia began gathering items from around the cabin. Maybe I can mask my scent again, or stay downwind, or... A scraping sound from outside the cabin silenced her instantly. Sophia froze, then slowly turned toward the window. Pax's rubber duck form went completely still. Through the partially open window came the unmistakable sound of breathing, heavy, rhythmic breathing that belonged to something much larger than a cardinal. In one fluid motion, Sophia grabbed the cast iron skillet from the stove and moved silently toward the door. She held up 3 fingers, then 2, then 1. She yanked the door open and leapt outside, skillet raised. A lean gray wolf crouched on her porch, ears flattened against its skull in surprise. For a split second, Sophia hoped it might be Asher, but this wolf was smaller, with distinctive white markings on its muzzle. Pax spy, she hissed. The wolf snarled and turned to flee. Without thinking, Sophia felt the familiar tingle of guardian magic surge through her body. She thrust her free hand forward, and a shimmering web of golden energy shot from her fingertips, ensnaring the wolf mid-leap. The wolf yelped as it crashed to the ground, struggling against the glowing restraints. "How much did you hear?" Sophia demanded, advancing with the skillet still raised. The wolf thrashed harder, eyes wild with panic. "Transform," Sophia commanded, infusing her voice with guardian authority. "Now." The air around the wolf rippled, and the gray fur receded, limbs elongated, and soon a young man with the same distinctive white markings, now a streak in his dark hair, lay tangled in her energy web. Tyler Nash, Sophia identified him, recognizing one of the younger pack members. "Spying for Elder Marcus, I presume?" "I don't answer to guardians," Tyler spat, though fear flickered across his face. "Release me. This territory belongs to the Blackwood Pack." "And this cabin belongs to me," Sophia countered. "Now how much did you hear?" "Enough." A defiant smile spread across Tyler's face. "Pregnant with the mixed blood's cub? The elders will be very interested to hear that, not to mention how it will affect Asher's standing in the Alpha Challenge." Sophia's grip tightened on the skillet. "You won't be telling anyone anything." "What are you going to do?" Tyler taunted. "Kill me? My pack will track you down within hours." From the doorway, Pax's duck form waddled onto the porch. He makes a valid point. Dead wolves tend to create troublesome investigations. Tyler's eyes widened at the talking rubber duck, but he quickly recovered his composure. "Your little pet won't save you, Guardian." "He's not my pet," Sophia replied calmly, lowering the skillet. "He's my advisor, and he's right. Killing you would be messy." She knelt beside the trapped wolfman, her golden magic web pulsing with energy. "But there are alternatives to death." "The blood oath," Pax suggested, waddling closer. "Exactly." Sophia smiled at Tyler, who had gone very pale. "You wouldn't," Tyler whispered. "Blood oaths are ancient magic, forbidden. Only to those who don't know how to use them properly," Sophia corrected. She pressed her palm to the earth beside him, and the soil beneath her hand began to glow with the same golden light as her restraints. "As a guardian, I have certain privileges." "This is outrageous," Tyler struggled harder. Blood oaths can't be forced. They can when a guardian invokes them on Packland, Sophia explained. Did Elder Marcus forget to mention that when he sent you to spy on me? The glow intensified as Sophia began to chant in a language older than the pack itself. The earth beneath Tyler trembled. "Wait!" he cried, panic breaking through his defiance. "I'll swear, voluntarily." Sophia paused, keeping her hand on the glowing soil. "You'll swear to never reveal what you heard here today? About me? About Asher? About anything?" "Yes," Tyler nodded frantically. "Just stop the ritual." "Swear it properly," Sophia insisted. "With the old words." Tyler swallowed hard. "I, Tyler Nash of the Blackwood Pack, swear by blood and bone, by moon and earth, to keep silent about all I have witnessed and heard this day. May my life be forfeit should this oath be broken." The golden light flared once, then sank into the ground. A small red mark appeared on Tyler's wrist, the symbol of a binding oath. Sophia dissolved the energy web with a wave of her hand. "You may go." Tyler scrambled to his feet, rubbing his wrist where the oath mark burned. "The elders will know something's wrong when I don't report back." "Tell them you found nothing," Sophia suggested. "That the guardian cabin was empty." Tyler hesitated, then nodded curtly before shifting back into wolf form. He cast one last wary glance at Sophia and the duck before disappearing into the forest. Sophia exhaled slowly and sank onto the porch steps, the skillet finally slipping from her grasp. "You should have killed him," Pax commented, waddling to her side. "That would make me no different from the predators I'm trying to protect Asher from," Sophia replied wearily. "Besides, I don't want my child to witness that kind of violence." "The child has already witnessed you chasing down a wolf and binding him with guardian magic," Pax pointed out. "That was different. I didn't hurt him." The duck seemed unconvinced. "Speaking of your offspring, that was quite the exertion for someone in your condition. Perhaps we should check that everything is still." "Is the baby okay?" Sophia asked suddenly, concern replacing exhaustion. The rubber duck closed its eyes for a moment, as if concentrating. "The lad is fine," Pax announced. "Kicking hard, actually, quite the spirited one." Sophia's hand flew to her stomach. "The lad? A boy?" The duck's yellow form seemed to flush slightly orange. "I shouldn't have said that. It's too early to be certain." "But you sense it's a boy?" "Guardian wolf hybrid offspring have distinctive energy signatures," Pax explained reluctantly. "Male energies tend to be more assertive." "A boy," Sophia whispered, a smile spreading across her face despite everything. "Asher's son." "Yes." "Well." The duck waddled in an awkward circle. "Let's not get distracted from our somewhat dire circumstances. We still need a plan to communicate with Asher without you being in his presence." Sophia nodded, her resolve strengthening. "Right, and now we need to move quickly before Tyler finds a loophole in his oath." "Blood oaths don't have loopholes," Pax reminded her. "But yes, expedience would be wise." Sophia stood, gathering her scattered thoughts along with her fallen skillet. "If you can communicate with Asher's wolf, we need to find a way to get you close enough without me being detected." "A challenging proposition," Pax agreed, "though perhaps not impossible." "Nothing's impossible," Sophia replied, resting her hand gently on her stomach. "Not anymore." The rubber duck gave a sound suspiciously like a snort. "Pregnancy has made you alarmingly sentimental, and it's about to make me alarmingly resourceful," Sophia promised, heading back into the cabin. "Come on, we have work to do." Chapter 8. Princess Lysandra moved through the garden with ethereal grace, her pale silver hair cascading down her back in intricate braids, interwoven with tiny crystals that caught the fading light. Her gown, a shimmering creation the color of Arctic ice, seemed to float around her rather than simply being worn. "That's our princess?" his wolf whispered. "She looks like she'd shatter if you breathed on her too hard." Asher remained silent, watching as Lysandra approached the mirror-still pool. but his thoughts weren't fully on the mission. Images of Sophia's face kept flashing through his mind, her expression when she laughed, the determined set of her jaw when she was concentrating. "You're thinking about her again," his wolf observed with a sigh. "I can tell by that dopey look on our face." "I'm focused," Asher muttered under his breath, "and I don't have a dopey look." "If you're this distracted after not seeing her for a few days, what's it going to be like when you're actually together?" his wolf asked. "I'm already sharing headspace with you. It's going to get crowded and noisy when you start a family." Asher tensed. "I'm not having pups any time soon." His wolf's laughter echoed in his mind. "Right. Should I remind you how many times I've had to block my ears and close my eyes when you're boinking? I understand it's essential for wolf nature and all, but maybe keep it down a notch next time if you don't want babies." "Would you focus?" Asher hissed, feeling heat rise to his face. "I'm not the distracted one," his wolf countered. "Maybe use a condom next time." "That's an insult to her," Asher growled softly. "To who? Your precious guardian? An insult would be leaving her to raise wolf cubs alone while you're playing matchmaker for divine errands," his wolf shot back. Before Asher could respond, Lysandra's movement caught his attention. Her reflection was perfect against the water's surface as she knelt gracefully at its edge. She removed a small silver knife from her sleeve and without hesitation pricked her finger. A single drop of her blood, surprisingly red against her pale skin, fell into the pool. The moment it touched the water, ripples spread outward and the pool's surface shifted from reflecting the sky to showing something else. A forest scene, dark and unfamiliar. "What is she doing?" his wolf asked, momentarily distracted from teasing Asher. "Scrying," Asher replied under his breath, using blood magic to see something distant. Lysandra leaned forward, her expression intent as she studied whatever vision the pool revealed. Then, unexpectedly, her serene features crumpled. A single tear fell, causing another ripple in the pool that disturbed her vision. "She's crying," his wolf observed, surprise evident in his tone. "Something's wrong," Asher whispered, but his mind drifted again to Sophia. Was she in trouble too? Why hadn't she met him as planned? "Focus, lover boy," his wolf grumbled. "One damsel in distress at a time." Before Asher could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps reached them, heavy and deliberate, the tread of guards rather than servants. Lysandra's head snapped up, alarm replacing sorrow on her delicate features. She quickly passed her hand over the pool, dispelling the vision. "My lady," a deep voice called. "Princess Lysandra?" "Just a moment," she replied, her voice musical yet steady despite her previous distress. She hastily wiped away her tear and composed her expression into one of perfect royal serenity. Two guards appeared at the garden entrance, their armor a curious blend of crystalline plates that moved like liquid when they walked. Behind them stood a tall, austere fey male with sharp features and eyes cold as the landscape outside. "Uncle," Lysandra greeted him with a slight nod. "I wasn't expecting you until the evening council." "The council has been moved forward," he replied, his gaze sweeping the garden suspiciously. "Your father requires your presence." Asher pressed deeper into the shadow of the luminous ferns, grateful for the glamour potion. Something in the uncle's manner raised all his instinctive warnings. But again, Sophia's face flashed in his mind, distracting him from the scene playing out before him. "Doesn't look like a loving family reunion," his wolf commented, then added, "And for the moon's sake, can you stop thinking about her for 5 minutes? Your anxiety is making my fur itch." "She could be in danger," Asher thought back. "So could we if you don't pay attention," his wolf replied. "I'll be there shortly," Lysandra was saying to her uncle. "I haven't completed my evening ritual." "The ritual can wait," her uncle replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. "There are important matters to discuss regarding your future arrangements." Lysandra's spine stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Of course. I simply need to gather my implements." "The guards will assist you," her uncle said, gesturing to the armored fae. "They'll escort you directly to the council chamber." "That's not necessary," she began. "I insist," her uncle cut her off, smiling thinly. "These are dangerous times, niece. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you." The threat beneath his words was barely veiled. "Very well," Lysandra conceded, though Asher noticed her fingers curl into a tight fist at her side. Her uncle nodded, satisfied, and departed. The guards remained, taking up positions at the garden entrance. "We're watching a power play," his wolf observed, "and our potential matchmaking target looks like she's on the losing side." Suddenly, his wolf's voice sounded different, almost doubled, with an echo Asher had never heard before. "Danger, Marcus, plotting." "What did you say about Elder Marcus?" Asher asked, momentarily confused. "I didn't say anything about Marcus," his wolf replied, sounding equally confused. "Are you hallucinating now? Great, lovesick and hearing things. But I just heard... I think someone's trying to..." his wolf began, then stopped abruptly. "That was strange, like another spirit brushing against mine. Did you feel that?" "No," Asher whispered, watching as Lysandra moved to a small stone bench where several crystal vials and silver implements rested. "What was it?" "Not sure," his wolf answered slowly. "For a second I saw a rubber duck and a woman who looked like Sophia. Something about Elder Marcus plotting against us." "A rubber duck?" Asher repeated incredulously. "Now who's hallucinating?" "I know what I saw," his wolf insisted. It felt like a message, but it cut off too quickly. "Elder Marcus has always supported me," Asher said, but doubt crept into his voice. "Maybe it's worth considering when we get back," his wolf suggested. "But right now, Princess problems take priority." Asher nodded, forcing himself to focus on Lysandra, who was gathering her implements with deliberate slowness. Her gaze darted around the garden, resting momentarily on the high wall that separated the cultivated space from the wild forest beyond. "She's looking for an escape route," Asher realized, "which means our observe-only plan just got a lot more complicated," his wolf replied. "Assuming you can keep your mind on this mission instead of your guardian girlfriend." "She's not my girlfriend," Asher thought automatically. "Right. Just the woman you can't stop thinking about, who your wolf accepts, and who might or might not be in trouble. Totally not significant." Lysandra approached the guards, her implements now packed in a small embroidered bag. "I'm ready," she announced. One guard stepped forward to escort her, while the other remained at the entrance. As they turned to leave, Lysandra stumbled slightly, dropping her bag. Crystal vials rolled across the mossy ground, one heading directly toward Asher's hiding place. "Clumsy of me," she murmured, bending to gather them. She moved with deceptive quickness, reaching Asher's cluster of ferns before the guard could react. Her eyes widened as she spotted him, the glamour apparently not completely effective against Fey perception. Before Asher could retreat, she pressed something cold and metallic into his palm. "West Wall. Sunset," she whispered, so quietly that only his enhanced hearing could catch it. Then louder, "Found it!" She straightened, returning to the guards with an apologetic smile. "Shall we?" After they departed, Asher uncurled his fingers to reveal a small silver key. "Well," his wolf said after a long moment, "that wasn't part of the plan." "Plans change," Asher replied, examining the key. Its handle was shaped like a snarling fox, intricate and beautiful. "She needs help." "She needs something," his wolf agreed. "Question is, does it align with our mission or complicate it? Only one way to find out." Asher pocketed the key, but his thoughts returned to that strange moment when his wolf had seemed to hear something about Elder Marcus, and to Sophia, who still hadn't contacted him. "If we survive this Fey court intrigue," his wolf muttered, "we really need to have a talk about your ability to compartmentalize, or lack thereof," says the voice in my head that won't shut up, Asher replied with a half-smile. Someone has to keep you on track, his wolf sniffed. Though at this rate, when you finally have pups, it's going to be absolute chaos in here. Would you drop the pup talk? Asher hissed, moving silently toward the west wall. Fine, fine, his wolf conceded. But that strange message, I can't shake the feeling that Sophia was trying to warn us about something. For once, they were in complete agreement. Asher's instincts were screaming that both women in his life were in danger, and he was caught in the middle, unable to help either of them properly. West Wall at sunset, he reminded himself, pushing everything else aside. One problem at a time. For now, his wolf added, and Asher had no response to that uncomfortable truth. Chapter 9. Dusk deepened the shadows in the garden as Asher waited near the western wall. The last rays of the Arctic sun cast long fingers of golden light across the crystalline foliage. Rainbow prisms danced across the moss-covered ground. Instinct kept him to the shadows, avoiding even the faintest illumination. The sounds of the Fey court filtered through the stillness. If this is a trap, it's a very pretty one, his wolf commented. If it were a trap, guards would already surround us, Asher replied. Every sound, every shift in the air currents heightened his awareness. Something different tonight. His senses razor-sharp, capturing details normally missed. The subtle electrical charge of Fey magic permeating the garden walls, the metallic tang of enchanted steel from distant guards. A strange heat burned in his chest, a restlessness without explanation. Always protective of his pack, but this feeling cut sharper, more urgent, almost primal, a slight rustling from the other side of the garden. Princess Lysandra slipped through a side entrance, now wearing a simpler dress of deep blue and a hooded cloak. She moved with purpose, checking briefly for observers before hurrying toward the western wall. When she spotted Asher emerging from his hiding place, she faltered momentarily, hand going to her throat. "You're still here," she said, surprise coloring her voice. "I wasn't certain you'd wait." "You gave me a key," Asher replied, holding up the silver fox. Something about the totem made his skin prickle uncomfortably. "Seemed important." "It is." She glanced over her shoulder nervously. "We have little time. That key opens a passage in this wall. Few know of it. A secret my mother showed me before she." She trailed off, then continued with renewed urgency. "If we're caught, the consequences would be severe, especially for you." Asher's thoughts flashed to Sophia, her smile when she'd discovered something new in her research, the fierce determination in her eyes when she spoke of justice. Every moment here was a moment away from finding her, protecting her. The urgency clawed at his chest like a physical thing. "Why risk it then?" Asher asked, forcing himself to focus on the princess before him. "Because I must," she said simply. "The pool showed me something I need to investigate, and my uncle's guards watch my every move." She studied him more carefully. "You're not Fey. What are you? The glamour confuses my sight." "Does it matter?" The question came out sharper than he intended, a lifetime of wariness surfacing. She considered this, then shook her head. "Not if you help me. I need to reach the boundary stones in the forest beyond this wall. I can't do it alone, not with my uncle's spies everywhere." "And what do I get in return?" Asher asked, playing his role carefully, though every moment spent negotiating was a moment Sophia remained in potential danger. Lysandra's eyes, the pale blue of glacier ice, flashed with a moment of hurt before hardening. "Information. About the court. About the enforcer packs at the southern border. Isn't that what you're here for? Information?" "Smart princess," his wolf remarked. "You knew I was watching you," Asher realized. "Not immediately," she admitted, "but during my scrying. The water shows truths, including reflections that shouldn't exist." A small smile touched her lips. "Your glamour is strong, but blood magic is stronger." The sound of distant voices reached them, guards changing shifts. The scent of metal and magic grew stronger, carried on the night air. "We need to go." Now, Lysandra urged, gesturing to a section of wall nearly hidden by hanging vines. Will you help me? Decision time. Asher could walk away, find another approach to his matchmaking mission, or he could follow this unexpected thread and see where it led. The burning in his chest intensified, becoming almost painful. Something about this mission felt personal in a way he couldn't articulate. Completing this task meant finding Sophia, and failing her wasn't an option. Not now, not when the very thought of her in danger made his hands tremble with a need to act that went beyond anything he'd experienced before. What is happening to us? His wolf wondered. You're practically vibrating with something. It's like you've drunk 10 cups of that bitter brew humans call coffee. I'm fine, Asher replied silently. Just focused. This isn't focus, his wolf argued. This is obsession. You're practically ready to tear through these walls with your bare hands. The key, Asher said aloud, extending his hand with the silver fox, ignoring his wolf's concerns. Relief washed over Lysandra's features as she took it, quickly locating a hidden keyhole among the vines. The wall swung inward silently, revealing a narrow tunnel. Stay close, she whispered, ducking inside. The passage was barely wide enough for Asher's shoulders, its ceiling so low he had to hunch over. Luminous moss provided faint, greenish light, just enough to navigate by. The sweet, earthy scent of the moss mingled with the princess's floral perfume and the older, mustier smell of the passage itself. If she leads us into a trap, I reserve the right to say, I told you so, for all eternity, his wolf muttered. And if this gets us closer to Sophia, Asher thought back, then your strange new intensity might actually serve a purpose, his wolf replied. But seriously, have you noticed how you're practically burning up? Are we coming down with something? Asher had noticed. The heat under his skin wasn't like a fever. It was more like an energy he couldn't contain, making him hyper-aware of every detail around him, every potential threat. They emerged on the other side of the wall into wild forest, unlike anything Asher had seen before. Trees with bark like polished silver rose hundreds of feet into the air, their canopy blocking out what remained of the daylight. Phosphorescent fungi clustered around their roots, casting an otherworldly blue glow over the forest floor. We need to hurry, Lysandra said, already moving deeper into the trees. It's not safe after full dark. What exactly are we looking for? Asher asked, keeping pace easily. His thoughts kept circling back to Sophia. Was she safe? Was she wondering where he was? The sensation of being pulled in two directions was almost physical. Boundary stones, she replied. Ancient markers that separate Fey territory from other realms. Including werewolf territory? Asher ventured. Lysandra's step faltered slightly. You know more than you should. I make it my business to know things, Asher replied, like the fact that your uncle seems very interested in your future arrangements. Her expression tightened. My uncle believes I should fulfill my duty to the court through a political marriage, preferably to his son, my cousin, which would strengthen his claim to the throne since my father has no male heir. And you disagree? I disagree with being used as a pawn, she said sharply. Then, more quietly, and I disagree with his plans for the werewolf territories. Which are? Before she could answer, a cracking sound echoed through the forest. Lysandra froze, eyes wide. Guards, she whispered. They've discovered I'm missing. Asher listened carefully, mapping the sounds. His hearing caught nuances that surprised even him. The number of guards, their positions, even their agitation levels from the cadence of their movements. 3 of them, coming from the north. We can circle around to the east. Your senses have been dialed to 11 all night, his wolf observed. I've never seen you this heightened before. It's unsettling. Lysandra shot Asher a curious look. Your hearing is exceptional. One of my many qualities, Asher replied with a hint of a smile. Come on! They moved swiftly through the underbrush, Asher leading the way. The princess followed with surprising agility, her movements nearly silent despite their haste. Something in her grace reminded him of Sophia, not in appearance, but in that quiet competence that drew him. "The stones are just ahead," she said as they reached a small clearing. "There, do you see them?" 3 tall monoliths stood in a triangle formation, each carved with spiraling symbols that seemed to move in the corner of one's vision. They hummed with power that Asher could feel in his bones, and in something deeper, a part of himself he rarely acknowledged. Lysandra approached the nearest stone reverently, placing her palm against its rough surface. The symbols glowed brighter at her touch. "What do they show you?" Asher asked. "The truth," she murmured, eyes unfocused. "About the attacks." "Attacks?" "On the werewolf patrols at the border," she explained, her voice distant as she communed with the stone. "My uncle claims they've been encroaching on Fae territory, attacking our sentries. He's been pushing my father to authorize a preemptive strike against the Red Moon Pack." "And you don't believe him?" Asher guessed, his heart quickening. The Red Moon Pack bordered his own. War between them and the Fae would inevitably drag his people in, putting Sophia in even more danger. "You're getting worked up again," his wolf noted with concern. "Your heart's racing like you've run 100 miles. What is going on with you? This isn't just about Sophia anymore. It's like something inside you has been dialed up to dangerous levels." Lysandra turned to face Asher, her expression troubled. "I believe someone is attacking both sides, making it appear as though we're raiding each other. The pool showed me. Silver wounds on Fae bodies. Wounds that could only be made by werewolf weapons. But the stones." She gestured to the monoliths. "They record all crossings between realms. No werewolves have breached our borders." "Someone's trying to start a war," Asher realized, the pieces clicking into place. She nodded grimly. "A war that would devastate both sides and leave only one winner." "Your uncle." "The pool showed me one more thing," Lysandra said quietly. "The face of the werewolf enforcer they've blamed for the attacks. Cain Silverback." Asher's pulse quickened. "You've seen him?" "Only in visions. They say he's brutal, merciless." She hesitated. "My uncle wants me to believe he's a monster." "And do you believe he's a monster?" Lysandra's eyes met his, surprisingly fierce despite her delicate appearance. "I believe in judging for myself. The stones record truth, not propaganda. And they tell me Cain Silverback is being framed, just as our Fae sentries are." The sound of voices grew closer, guards systematically searching the forest. The scent of metal and magic grew stronger, and with it, Asher's sense of urgency. "We need to go," Asher urged, the protective instinct flaring again, disproportionate to the situation, almost overwhelming in its intensity. An image of Sophia flashed in his mind, her hands cradling ancient books as she searched for answers about bloodlines, the determined set of her jaw when she told him he was stronger than he knew. She was the only one who had ever truly seen him and found value where others saw flaws. If he failed here, if he couldn't complete the goddess's task, he might never find Sophia. The thought sent a physical pain through his chest. Chapter 10. "Just a moment more," Lysandra insisted, returning to the stone. She pressed both hands against it now, closing her eyes in concentration. After several seconds, she removed a small crystal that seemed to emerge directly from the monolith. "Evidence," she explained, tucking it into a hidden pocket. "For my father." As they turned to leave, a shout rang out from the trees to their left. "There! The princess!" 3 guards burst into the clearing, weapons drawn. Crystalline blades that gleamed with deadly enchantment. Their scent hit Asher's nostrils, cold and metallic, with the underlying signature of Fae magic. "Run!" Asher grabbed Lysandra's hand, pulling her toward the denser part of the forest. The burning sensation in his chest exploded outward, heightening every sense, flooding him with a strength that felt almost foreign. "They'll catch us before we reach the wall," she gasped as they ran. "Then we don't go back to the wall," Asher decided, the taste of adrenaline sharp on his tongue. "Is there another way out of the forest?" "The far boundary," she replied, "where Fey territory meets the mortal world, but it's miles from here. Then we better move quickly." Asher glanced over his shoulder at their pursuers. "Do you trust me?" Lysandra met his gaze, something shifting in her expression. "Strangely, yes." "Good." Without warning, Asher swept her into his arms. "Hold on tight!" "What are you—" Before she could finish, Asher accelerated to a speed no human could match, his wolf strength and agility propelling them through the forest at a breathtaking pace. But there was something more. A precision to his movements, an ability to anticipate obstacles in the darkness that went beyond normal wolf abilities. He wove through the trees with uncanny grace, each step landing precisely where it needed to. "This isn't normal even for us," his wolf observed, both awed and concerned. "Your movements, your reactions, it's like you've tapped into something we usually keep locked away. What are you doing?" "Whatever it takes," Asher replied silently, pushing himself harder. Lysandra gasped, arms tightening around his neck, her silver hair streaming behind them like a banner. "You're not just a spy," she realized, voice breathless against his ear. "You're a werewolf." "I prefer wolf shifter," Asher replied, vaulting over a fallen tree without breaking stride. "Less dramatic." To his surprise, Lysandra laughed, a genuine sound of delight that seemed to brighten the gloomy forest. "My uncle would have a stroke if he knew I was being carried through the ancient woods by a wolf." "Is that why you're not screaming or trying to turn me into a toad?" Her laughter faded to a more thoughtful expression. "My father taught me to judge individuals by their actions, not their species. Right now, you're helping me when you have no obligation to do so." What she couldn't know was how much obligation drove him, not to her, but to Sophia. Every step carrying the princess closer to safety was a step closer to finding the woman who had heard his wolf's voice, who had looked past his defenses and seen him. "Maybe I have my own agenda," Asher suggested, changing direction to throw off their pursuers. "Undoubtedly," she agreed, "but it doesn't seem to involve handing me over to my uncle, which makes you an ally of convenience at worst." "She's smart," his wolf commented, "and not at all what I expected from Fey royalty." "She's not afraid to look beyond appearances," Asher thought back, "like Sophia." "Different, though," his wolf replied. "Sophia sees things in us that even we don't see." The guards' voices faded as Asher put more distance between them. Eventually, he slowed to a stop in a small hollow surrounded by phosphorescent mushrooms the size of dinner plates. The burning sensation in his chest had subsided to a steady warmth, but his senses remained unnaturally sharp. "We can rest here briefly," he said, carefully setting Lysandra down. "They won't find us immediately." She straightened her cloak, studying him with new interest. "Why are you really here, Wolf, in the Fey court?" "Would you believe I'm playing matchmaker?" Asher replied with a half-smile. To his surprise, understanding dawned in her eyes. "Elithra sent you." It was Asher's turn to be startled. "You know the goddess?" "She's been persistent about certain opportunities she thinks I should consider." Lysandra's expression grew troubled. "Including a potential match with a certain werewolf enforcer." "Cain Silverback," Asher confirmed, the pieces falling into place. "The very one my uncle is trying to frame for attacks on our people." She shook her head. "The goddess has curious timing." "Or perfect timing," Asher suggested. "If someone's trying to start a war between your people and the wolf packs, what better counter than an alliance?" "An alliance through marriage, you mean?" Lysandra sighed, sitting gracefully on a fallen log. "Trading one political arrangement for another. You sound like you've given it some thought." "Of course I have. I'm a princess without brothers in a court that values male succession. My entire existence has been defined by how I can be useful to the kingdom through marriage." A note of bitterness crept into her voice. "My uncle sees me as a burden to my father, a daughter who cannot inherit, yet whose marriage could determine the future of the court." "A heavy weight to carry," Asher said quietly, thoughts turning to his own burden, the expectations of pack leadership when so many questioned his right to challenge for alpha. Lysandra looked up at him, surprise softening her features. "Most would say it's my duty, my privilege even." "Duty and burden aren't mutually exclusive," Asher replied. "I understand something about living with expectations you didn't choose." She studied him with those perceptive ice-blue eyes. "Yes," she said finally, "I believe you do." For a moment they sat in companionable silence, the glow of the mushrooms casting shifting patterns across their faces. The resemblance to his conversations with Sophia struck Asher again, that understanding that went beyond words. "The enforcer," Lysandra said eventually. "Kane, what is he like? Not the stories or rumors, the truth." Asher hesitated, unsure how to answer about someone he hadn't yet met himself. But something in her tone caught his attention, a softness when she said the enforcer's name. "The truth is," he said carefully, "I don't know him personally. But I know he's respected among the packs for his integrity. He's fierce in battle, but fair in judgment. And he's been investigating the border attacks from the wolf side, unwilling to blame the Fae without evidence. So we have that in common at least," she mused. Skepticism about convenient enemies. The distant sound of horns echoed through the trees, more guards joining the search. "We need to move," Asher said, rising. "They're widening the search pattern." Lysandra stood as well, brushing off her cloak. "The mortal boundary is still our best option. Once we cross over, their tracking spells won't work as effectively." "Lead the way, princess," she smiled faintly. "Lysandra, if we're fleeing through an enchanted forest together, I think formality is somewhat redundant." "Asher," he offered in return, a smile tugging at his lips despite the danger. "Well, Asher," she said, gesturing toward a faint path, "shall we continue our unconventional diplomatic mission?" As they moved deeper into the forest, Asher found himself revising every preconception he'd had about the Fae princess. Far from the cold, haughty royal he'd expected, Lysandra was intelligent, principled, and trapped in circumstances not entirely of her own making, something he understood all too well. "I think our matchmaking odds just improved," his wolf commented. "She's already asking about him." "She's curious," Asher corrected. "That's a long way from romantic interest." "It's a start," his wolf insisted. "And she didn't even flinch when she found out what we are. That's rare for Fae nobility." "She doesn't know all of what we are," Asher thought silently, careful to keep the thought guarded even from his wolf. Some secrets were too dangerous to acknowledge, even internally. His wolf seemed to sense his reservation. "You're different tonight. More intense. More. Everything. There's something driving you beyond just finding Sophia. It's like your entire body is preparing for something bigger." "Maybe it is," Asher admitted. "But right now, we focus on the mission." The strange need to protect surged again, stronger than before. Not just for Sophia now, but extending to some nebulous future he couldn't fully imagine, but somehow felt in his bones. Family, safety, home. "Hurry up, matchmaker," his wolf urged. "The sooner we complete this task, the sooner we find our guardian." Our guardian. The possessive urges made Asher's heart skip a beat. There had been a time when his wolf had resisted the idea of a non-wolf mate. Now she was simply theirs, as natural and necessary as breathing. Asher had to admit his wolf had a point about Lysandra. If nothing else, the princess seemed open-minded about wolves, a quality that would be essential if any match with Kane Silverback were to succeed. Now they just had to evade capture, cross the boundary into the mortal world, and somehow arrange a meeting between a fey princess and a werewolf enforcer, who were both being manipulated into a war with each other. And then, finally, he could find Sophia. The thought of her pushed him forward, each step through the enchanted forest, bringing him closer to completing his task and returning to her. For the first time, he wondered if his instincts were trying to tell him something his conscious mind didn't know, if there was more waiting for him than just a reunion. The protective drive was too strong, too primal, to be just about Sophia herself. "Simple," he muttered, pushing the thought aside for now, focusing on the path ahead. "Nothing is ever simple with us," his wolf replied. And on that point, Asher couldn't argue. Chapter 11. Frozen branches cracked beneath Asher's boots as he hauled Lysandra through the dense forest. Her breathing came in short, ragged gasps, each exhale creating clouds of vapor in the frigid air. The princess stumbled, her ceremonial gown catching on a thorny bush with a distinct ripping sound. "I can't," she panted, doubling over. "Need to. Catch my breath." The scent of the pursuing guards wafted on the night breeze, metallic armor, the strange floral oil they used on their weapons, and beneath it all, the cold determination of hunters on a trail. 7 distinct scents, 7 heartbeats pounding in rhythm with their footfalls. "6 guards," his wolf said. "No, wait, 7. The 7th is circling around to our left. This is going splendidly. Perhaps next time we could just mail the princess a polite invitation to her own execution. Might save us the cardio." Asher pulled Lysandra behind a massive oak, its bark rough beneath his fingers. A shaft of moonlight pierced the canopy, illuminating her face, silver hair disheveled, normally perfect features flushed with exertion, ice-blue eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. "This isn't working," Asher whispered, the taste of adrenaline metallic on his tongue. "The pace is too slow." Heat pulsed beneath his skin, not the familiar pressure of his wolf wanting release, but something fiercer, a burning need to protect that seemed to override all rational thought. It had been building since they left the boundary stones, growing with each passing minute, pushing him toward action when caution might serve better. Lysandra straightened, her chin lifting. "I can stop them." She raised her hands, and the air between her palms crackled with energy that smelled like ozone before a storm. Pale blue light danced across her fingertips, casting eerie shadows across her face. "My magic can end this." "Kill them, you mean?" The words hung in the frigid air between them. The blue light wavered, reflecting uncertainty in her eyes. "If necessary," she said, but the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her. "Have you ever killed before, Princess?" The magic flickered, dimming like a candle in a draft. Her silence answered more eloquently than words could have. "That's what I thought." Asher touched her wrist gently, feeling her pulse racing beneath his fingers. "Let's try to keep your soul intact, shall we?" "Oh, that's rich coming from us," his wolf snickered. Mr. Moral High Ground with blood on his own paws. "When did we become the ethics professor? Last full moon you were contemplating ripping Derek's throat out for making that comment about your mother." The princess yanked her arm away, the magical light intensifying with her irritation. "I'm not some delicate flower that needs protection. My magic is powerful." "I don't doubt it," Asher agreed, catching the scent of the guards growing stronger. Pine needles crunching under boots, the whisper of metal against leather as weapons were drawn. But there's another problem. Magic leaves traces, signatures that can be tracked and identified. Understanding dawned in her eyes. "Your uncle would love that kind of evidence," Asher continued. "Princess slaughters royal guards in cold blood. That's quite the leverage." "He'd use it to prove I'm unstable," she murmured, the magical light fading from her hands. "Dangerous. Exactly." Asher nodded toward a hollow beneath a nearby spruce's gnarled roots. "Hide there, I'll handle this. "I'll handle this," his wolf mimicked. "Very heroic, very alpha, very stupid. What is with you lately? You're acting like some testosterone-fueled teenager with something to prove. Is this about Sophia? Because you're not helping her by getting yourself killed in a fey forest where no one will find your body except the really fancy mushrooms." A powerful surge of protectiveness swept through Asher, nearly buckling his knees with its intensity. Startled by its force, he pressed a hand against the tree to steady himself. The feeling wasn't just about Sophia anymore. It extended to Lysandra, to his pack back home, to something deeper he couldn't name. The need to eliminate threats felt overwhelming, almost primal. "And what will you do?" Lysandra demanded, even as she moved toward the hiding place. The familiar pressure built beneath Asher's skin, muscles coiling, senses sharpening, the wolf pushing against the boundaries of human form. "What I do best," he replied, rolling his shoulders as the change began to stir beneath his skin. "Questionable life choices?" his wolf suggested. Lysandra crouched beside the hollow frost crystals clinging to the hem of her torn gown. "I can't let you face them alone. Trust me, princess." The first hints of the change tingled across Asher's skin, vision sharpening as amber began to bleed into his irises. "I won't be alone." He waited until she was safely hidden before stepping into a small clearing. With deliberate carelessness, he crushed a twig beneath his boot. The sound cracked through the silence like a gunshot. The forest held its breath for one heartbeat, two, then the undergrowth parted as 6 fey guards materialized from the shadows, their armor gleaming with unearthly blue light. The scent of magic rolled off them in waves, prickling across Asher's skin like static electricity. 7 guards, his wolf corrected. "There's one circling behind. Your counting skills need work. Maybe focus on that instead of your apparent death wish." The lead guard stepped forward, frost crunching beneath his boots. His ears tapered to elegant points, face beautiful but cold as winter. The smell of hatred rolled off him, sharp and acidic. "Where is the princess, Shifter?" The guard's breath fogged in the frigid air. "Princess?" Asher tilted his head, catching the nearly silent footfalls of the 7th guard circling behind him. "Was that who I was with? I thought she was just an unusually well-dressed deer." The guard's expression darkened, the temperature around him seeming to drop several degrees. "Your insolence will cost you your hide, wolf. We'll use it to warm the dungeon floors." "Charming," his wolf commented. "We should invite him to our next dinner party. He could bring that winning personality, and we could bring literally anyone else." "Look," Asher said, raising his hands in a placating gesture, the cold air biting at his exposed skin. "I'm sure we can discuss this like civilized—" He moved with blinding speed, ducking under the lead guard's blade, feeling the air whistle as it passed inches from his face, and driving his fist into the Fae's solar plexus. The impact sent a jolt up his arm as the guard doubled over with a satisfying whoosh of expelled air. "Or maybe not," Asher finished. The remaining guards attacked as one, moonlight glinting off their blades. Chapter 12. Asher dodged the first swing, the blade so close he felt its chill against his cheek, caught the second on his forearm, enchanted metal slicing through his jacket with a sound like tearing silk, the burn of the cut a sharp contrast to the night's chill, and deflected the third with a well-placed kick that sent the weapon spinning into the shadows. The burning sense of protectiveness morphed into something darker, a need to eliminate threats that threatened to override his usual restraint. These guards weren't just after him. They would hurt Lysandra, prevent him from finding Sophia, endanger everything that mattered. The thought sent a surge of ferocity through him that felt almost foreign. "Something's different about how you're fighting," his wolf observed, a note of concern creeping into his usually sarcastic tone. "You're not just defending, you're hunting. I'm usually the bloodthirsty one in this relationship." Asher spun away from a downward slash, grabbed the guard's extended arm, and wrenched it backward until bone cracked. The guard's scream pierced the night air, sending birds fluttering from nearby branches. Frost crunched beneath Asher's boots as he pivoted toward his next opponent. But he was outnumbered, and these weren't ordinary opponents. A blade caught him across the shoulder, the enchanted metal searing through flesh like a brand. Another sliced his thigh, warm blood immediately soaking through his pants and cooling rapidly in the night air. Pain only fueled the fire burning inside him. Each injury, instead of slowing him down, seemed to feed the strange energy coursing through his veins. He fought with a viciousness that surprised even himself, each blow calculated for maximum damage. "Anytime you want to stop showing off and actually shift," his wolf growled, "would be splendid. Not that watching you bleed out in the snow isn't a delightful way to spend an evening." The seventh guard's scent grew stronger behind him, lichen and cold steel, and Asher sensed the blade arcing toward his spine. Time seemed to slow, each heartbeat thundering in his ears. "Fine," he muttered, frost forming on his eyelashes. "You drive a hard bargain." He surrendered to the change, letting it tear through him with agonizing precision. Bones cracked and reformed, each snap echoing through his body like a gunshot, muscles elongated and twisted, his skin giving way to thick, dark fur that rippled out from his core. The forest sharpened around him, colors fading but scents exploding into overwhelming detail. The guard's fear hit his nostrils like a physical blow, sour and sweet simultaneously. Where a man had stood, a massive black wolf now crouched, muscles bunched beneath midnight fur. The guards faltered, the scent of their fear intensifying. "Finally!" his wolf exulted, as their consciousnesses merged more completely. "Let's show these pointy-eared bastards what we're made of." Asher as wolf launched himself at the nearest guard, jaws closing around the Fae's forearm. Bones snapped beneath his teeth with a satisfying crunch, the taste of copper flooding his mouth as the guard's scream pierced the night. The sword fell from useless fingers, landing in the snow with a muffled thud. The wolf form amplified the protective rage that had been building. Each guard wasn't just an opponent, but an existential threat to all he cared about. A snarl ripped from his throat, a sound of pure predatory intent that echoed through the trees. Rather than his usual calculated fighting style, he found himself tearing through the guards with brutal efficiency. He whirled to the next opponent, a blur of midnight fur and flashing teeth. 2 more guards fell in quick succession, their enchanted armor proving no match for wolf jaws finding vulnerable points. Their blood steamed in the cold air, melting small patches in the frost-covered ground. "You're not holding back at all," his wolf observed, his mental voice caught between approval and concern. "This isn't our usual style. We generally prefer incapacitate over eviscerate." A third guard managed to drive his blade into Asher's flank, the enchanted metal burning like acid through fur and flesh, before Asher's claws raked across his face. The scent of the guard's terror spiked sharply an instant before his features disappeared in a spray of crimson. The fourth fell with a broken neck, bones giving way beneath powerful jaws with a sound like branches snapping in winter. Blood matted Asher's fur, the metallic tang filling his nostrils, mingling with the pine and frost scent of the forest. But the wolf form dulled the pain to a distant throb. He rounded on the remaining guards, a growl rumbling from deep in his chest that sent birds fleeing from nearby trees. Through the haze of battle rage, Asher felt a moment of clarity, a realization of just how far he'd gone. He'd killed at least 4 guards already, with a ferocity that went beyond necessity. Something about this protective instinct had pushed him past his usual boundaries into something darker and more primitive. "This isn't like you," his wolf said quietly, the usual sarcasm absent. "I'm the one who's supposed to push for blood. You're the one who reins me in. What's happening to us?" The lead guard had recovered, his face twisted with hatred and fear, the scent of his terror almost overpowering. "Monster!" he spat, backing away, boots sliding on blood-slick frost. A sudden flare of blue light from the left caught everyone by surprise, so bright it momentarily overwhelmed even wolf senses, the tang of magic sharp and electric on the air. "No," said Lysandra, stepping from her hiding place, her hands glowing with cold blue fire that cast long, distorted shadows across the clearing. "He's not the monster here." Before Asher could react, she thrust both palms forward. Twin jets of cobalt flame shot toward the last two guards, the heat so intense that nearby snowflakes vaporized instantly. The magic engulfed them in eerie blue fire that smelled of lightning and strange spices. Their screams lasted only seconds before they collapsed to the forest floor, bodies smoldering, the scent of charred flesh and metal mingling grotesquely with the clean winter air. The clearing fell silent except for Asher's heavy breathing and the soft crackle of dying magical flames. Lysandra stood motionless, staring at her hands, then at the charred remains of the guards. The smell of magic still clung to her, but now mixed with the sharp tang of shock. She whispered, her voice small and lost against the vastness of the forest. "I killed them." Asher forced himself to shift back, the reverse transformation sending spasms of agony through his limbs as bones reformed and muscles contracted. He stumbled as he regained human form, pressing a hand to the wound in his side. The enchanted blade had left a gash that refused to close, blood seeping between his fingers and steaming slightly in the cold air. The rage that had consumed him gradually subsided, leaving in its wake a disturbing clarity. He lost control in a way he rarely did, driven by an instinct to protect that seemed to bypass all his usual restraint. "What the hell was that?" his wolf demanded. "Even I draw the line at dismemberment as a first resort." "I don't know," Asher replied silently, genuinely shaken by his own actions. "I couldn't. Stop." He moved to Lysandra's side, the snow crunching beneath his boots. "You saved me." Her eyes remained fixed on the bodies, the smell of burning still heavy in the air. "I've never taken a life before." "Maybe don't mention that technically she took two," his wolf suggested, his mental voice unusually subdued. "And maybe let's not bring up our body count either." "I know." Asher gently placed his hand on her shoulder, feeling a slight tremor running through her. "I'm sorry you had to." She finally looked up at him, tears making silent tracks down her pale cheeks, catching the moonlight like silver threads. "Is this what it feels like? This hollow ache?" "Yes." There was no point in lying. "The first kill changes you." "Does it get easier?" "It shouldn't," he answered honestly, thinking of his own savagery moments before. "And if it does, that's when you need to worry." "Very philosophical," his wolf commented. "Meanwhile, we're bleeding from about 6 different places, and I think that last guard's enchanted blade might have nicked something important, given how the world is starting to spin." Lysandra noticed his wounds then, her eyes widening as she took in the extent of the damage. "You're injured." She reached toward the gash in his side, then hesitated, her fingers hovering inches from torn flesh. "Fey blades are enchanted against shifter healing." "So I've noticed," Asher replied dryly, the wound throbbing in time with his heartbeat, each pulse sending fresh warmth down his side. He pressed his torn shirt against it, the fabric immediately soaking through. "But we need to keep moving. More will come." The princess tore a strip from her underskirt, a shimmering fabric that seemed woven from moonlight itself. The sound of tearing silk echoed in the quiet clearing. "Here." She pressed it against his deepest wound. This might help. As the fabric touched his skin, a cooling sensation spread outward like water rippling from a dropped stone. The burning pain subsided, replaced by a numbness that smelled faintly of alpine flowers. "Thank you," Asher said, studying her face. Not just a pretty princess anymore, but someone who had crossed a threshold there was no returning from. The scent of her had changed subtly, the innocence replaced by something sharper, more defined. "Are you all right to continue?" She squared her shoulders, frost glinting in her silver hair as she moved. A new hardness entered her gaze. "I'm not the same person who left the court." Her eyes moved to the carnage around them, then back to Asher. "Neither are you, I think. There was something in how you fought, something beyond just skill or strength." Asher looked away, unable to meet her gaze. "We should go." "You were protecting me," she said quietly, "but it seemed like more than that. Like you were fighting for something beyond just this moment." "Perceptive princess," his wolf muttered. "I was," Asher admitted, but offered no further explanation. How could he explain an instinct he didn't understand himself? The overwhelming need to eliminate threats to secure safety for... what? Sophia. Yes, but there was something more. Something that made his blood burn and his control slip. He took a step and swayed slightly, the world tilting beneath his feet. "You've lost too much blood," Lysandra said, moving quickly to his side. "The magic in my fabric can numb the pain, but it can't replace what you've lost." "I'm fine," Asher insisted, even as darkness edged his vision. "We need to reach the boundary." "Not if you bleed out first," she countered, supporting some of his weight. "There's a shelter nearby, a waypoint for Fae travelers. We can rest there until you're stronger." Asher wanted to argue, but the combination of blood loss and post-fight exhaustion was making it difficult to form coherent thoughts. The strange fire that had driven him had burned out, leaving him hollow and weak. "Fine," he conceded. "Lead the way." As they moved carefully through the forest, Asher leaned on Lysandra more heavily than he wanted to admit. His thoughts turned to Sophia. What would she think of his actions tonight? The viciousness, the loss of control? She had always seen the best in him, believed there was more to him than others saw. Would she still believe that if she had witnessed the savagery of his fight? "She'd understand," his wolf said, surprisingly gentle. "She sees all of us, even the parts we try to hide." But this was different, Asher thought back. This wasn't me. Wasn't it? His wolf questioned. Or was it just a part of you responding to something we don't yet understand? Asher had no answer for that. All he knew was that the need to complete his mission, to find Sophia, had never felt more urgent, nor more complicated by his own nature. Chapter 13. The Waypoint Shelter, little more than a stone hut nestled between towering silver-bark trees, offered minimal protection against the biting cold. The stone ceiling swam above Asher, fading in and out like clouds across the moon. Cold seeped through the dried moss beneath him, yet his skin burned as though touched by fire. Sweat trickled down his temples, his clothes clinging to his body like a second, unwelcome skin. In the moments of clarity between fever waves, he glimpsed Lysandra kneeling at the hearth. Her silver hair caught the firelight, transforming into a halo of amber and gold. The flames she tended crackled and spat, but their warmth refused to reach him, as though some invisible barrier stood between them. The wound in his side pulsed with his heartbeat. Each throb sent blue lightning through his veins, a cold fire that devoured from within. His body should be healing. He could feel the familiar mechanisms trying to engage, cells struggling to regenerate, but the enchanted metal had poisoned the process. Instead of the usual itch of knitting flesh, there was only a creeping numbness spreading outward from the gash, deadening everything it touched. "This isn't working," his wolf growled, the voice echoing inside Asher's skull. Never before had he heard fear in that ancient voice, but it was there now, undisguised. "The poison is spreading. I can feel it burning through every vessel." Something cold pressed against the wound, the sudden contact sending shards of pain radiating outward. Asher hissed through clenched teeth, his back arching involuntarily against the dried moss. "The poultice should draw out some of the enchantment," Lysandra said, her voice warping strangely, stretching and compressing like he was hearing her underwater. The princess leaned closer, the scent of her skin, alpine flowers and fresh snow, momentarily cutting through the sharp medicinal odor of the poultice. "But I'm not a healer. This is beyond my skills." The rough stone ceiling above him shifted, the cracks between stones widening. Stars appeared in those cracks, and suddenly he wasn't in a shelter at all but lying on his back on Northern Ridge. The night sky sprawled above him, impossibly vast and brilliant with stars. A familiar scent washed over him. Sage after rainfall, old books, honey, Sophia's scent. She stood above him, hand extended, moonlight catching in her dark hair. Her smile was just as he remembered, warm and knowing, her eyes reflecting starlight. If he could just reach her, just touch her hand, this pain would end. He knew it with absolute certainty. "Sophia," he whispered, his arm feeling impossibly heavy as he lifted it toward her. "He's hallucinating," came Lysandra's voice, slicing through the vision like a knife. Her cool palm pressed against his forehead, and Northern Ridge dissolved, returning him to the cold stone shelter. "Who is Sophia?" "Someone who might be our only hope right now," his wolf thought, and Asher felt the wolf's desperation coiling around his fading consciousness. If only she knew. His heart stuttered in his chest, a dangerous, uneven rhythm that sent fresh panic through him. The blue poison had reached too far, spreading through tissue that even his shifter's body couldn't reclaim. Death had never frightened him. All wolves faced it eventually, but leaving things unfinished, leaving Sophia unprotected. That terror cut deeper than any blade. Through the next wave of agony, he clung to her image, her scent, the memory of her voice. If these were to be his last thoughts, let them be of her. Miles away, in a small cabin hidden deep within Guardian territory, Sophia bolted upright from her reading chair. The ancient tome she'd been studying tumbled to the floor, pages fluttering open to reveal diagrams of mixed bloodlines and prophecies. "What's wrong?" Pax asked, currently in the form of a small gray owl perched on the windowsill. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Sophia pressed a hand to her chest where a sudden, searing pain had bloomed, pain that wasn't her own. "It's Asher," she gasped, the certainty absolute despite having no logical explanation. "He's hurt, badly." The owl's feathers ruffled with concern. "How could you possibly know that?" "I just do." Sophia closed her eyes, leaning into the sensation instead of fighting it. The pain intensified, but with it came flashes of imagery. Snow-covered forest, silver trees, blue-tinged wound, a silver-haired woman applying something to the injury. "I can see him." "Guardian sight," Pax murmured, hopping down from the windowsill to the table. "But it shouldn't be this strong without ritual preparation. Unless—" "Unless what?" Sophia demanded, eyes still closed as she focused on the connection. "Unless the child is amplifying your abilities," Pax said quietly. "Offspring of guardians and wolves have been known to enhance their parents' natural gifts even before birth." Sophia's hand moved instinctively to her stomach. The small life within her, barely more than a possibility, was already changing her. The thought sent a rush of fierce protectiveness through her, but not just for the child, for Asher too, for the family they might become. She stood abruptly, sending her chair scraping across the wooden floor. "I need to help him." "That would be extremely ill-advised," Pax cautioned, feathers bristling. "Your condition already makes you vulnerable. Attempting to project guardian energy across such distance could harm both you and the child." "And doing nothing could kill Asher," Sophia countered, moving to a cabinet filled with small bottles and dried herbs. "The child needs a father, yes," Pax agreed, "but sacrificing yourself and possibly the child in a futile rescue attempt helps no one." Sophia paused, hand hovering over a bottle of shimmering blue liquid. The rational part of her mind acknowledged Pax's logic, but something deeper, something primal and fierce, rejected any course of action that didn't involve helping Asher. "I won't sacrifice anyone," she said, her voice taking on a hardness Pax had rarely heard. "But I won't abandon him either." She uncorked the bottle, the scent of storm clouds and ozone filling the small cabin. Without hesitation, she drank the contents in one swallow. The liquid burned down her throat, spreading tingling warmth through her limbs. "Sophia!" Pax's owl form shimmered with agitation. "Enhanced clairvoyance tincture is dangerous even for experienced guardians. In your condition, my condition is precisely why this will work," Sophia interrupted, clearing the center of the room and drawing a circle with chalk from her pocket. "The baby is strengthening my abilities. I can feel it." As if in response to her words, a gentle flutter pulsed deep within her. Too early for an actual kick, but unmistakable nonetheless. A presence making itself known. "The child agrees with me," she said with grim satisfaction. "The child doesn't know any better," Pax retorted, agitation causing his owl form to flicker briefly. "And neither do you, apparently." Sophia ignored him, completing the chalk circle with symbols of connection and healing. The tincture was already taking effect, her vision occasionally splitting between the cabin and flashes of the stone shelter where Asher lay. His condition was deteriorating rapidly. She could feel his life force ebbing like a tide, pulling away from shore. "I need something of his," she muttered, scanning the cabin frantically. "Something with a connection." Her eyes fell on a small wooden box on her bedside table. Inside lay a single black wolf hair, one she'd collected from Asher's jacket the last time they'd met, saving it as a small token of him during their separation. She'd felt foolish at the time, sentimental in a way guardians weren't supposed to be. Now, that sentiment might save his life. She placed the hair in the center of the chalk circle. "Pax, I need your help." The owl mantled his wings in refusal. "I will not facilitate potentially fatal guardian magic." "Then stay out of my way," Sophia snapped, lowering herself carefully to the floor beside the circle. "But know that if he dies because you wouldn't help, I'll never forgive you. Neither would my ancestors who sent you to protect our line." Pax's feathers drooped slightly. "It's precisely because I'm trying to protect your line that I object. The child is half wolf," Sophia finished, "and wolves protect their own. I suspect that's what got Asher into this mess to begin with, that protective instinct. I feel it too now." She pressed her hand against her abdomen. "It's like fire in my blood. I can't ignore it, Pax. I won't." The owl studied her for a long moment, his golden eyes unblinking. Finally he sighed, a strange sound coming from an avian throat. "Very well," he conceded, "but we do this properly, with safeguards." Relief washed through Sophia. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," Pax grumbled, hopping into the circle opposite her. This could still go catastrophically wrong in about 17 different ways. Together they prepared additional protective measures, smaller circles within the main one, charms of stabilization hung from the rafters, a tether of silver thread tied gently around Sophia's wrist and anchored to the bedpost. "Physical anchor," Pax explained, "so your spirit remembers where home is." Once everything was in place, Sophia settled cross-legged before the circle, placing her palms flat on the floor on either side. The wolf hair seemed to shimmer slightly in the center, responding to the gathering energy in the room. "Remember," Pax warned, "your goal is to send healing energy, not to fully project yourself. The latter could strain your connection to your physical form, a strain the child would share." Sophia nodded, taking deep, even breaths. The tincture had fully taken hold now, her awareness expanding beyond the confines of the cabin. She could feel the forest around them, the creatures within it, the slow pulse of ancient trees drawing nutrients from frozen soil, and beyond that, a tether stretching away toward the north, toward Asher. She closed her eyes and followed that tether. The sensation was like diving into icy water, a shocking cold that stole her breath, followed by a disorienting tumble through space. Colors and sounds whirled past, too fast to comprehend. She forced herself to focus on the connection, on the invisible cord linking her to Asher. Gradually, the chaos settled. A new space coalesced around her, the stone shelter. She wasn't physically present, but her awareness had reached it, hovering like a ghost just above the scene. Asher lay pale and still on the moss pallet, his skin waxy and slick with sweat. The princess, for that's who the silver-haired woman must be, was speaking urgently to him, trying to keep him conscious. On his wounded side, a ghastly blue glow had spread across his torso, tendrils of enchantment working their way toward his heart. Fey poison, designed specifically to kill shifters. Chapter 14. Horror and rage surged through Sophia in equal measure. This wasn't just an injury, it was a targeted execution method. The magic would keep spreading until it reached his heart, preventing any natural healing. Asher, she called, though she knew her physical voice remained back in the cabin. I'm here. I'm with you. At the sound of her voice, or perhaps the spiritual impression of it, his eyes fluttered open. Sophia, he whispered, gaze unfocused. The silver-haired woman looked around, startled. Who's there? She demanded, hands raising defensively, blue magic gathering at her fingertips. She can sense you, Pax's voice warned in Sophia's mind. Fae are sensitive to spiritual energies. Be careful. Sophia hesitated, then made a decision. She gathered her energy, concentrating it into a visible form, not her full body, but a luminous approximation of her face and upper body, hovering above Asher. I'm Sophia, she said to the princess, a guardian, and I'm here to help him. The Fae woman's eyes widened. A guardian projection? That's impossible across such distance. And yet here I am, Sophia replied. Look, we can discuss magical limitations later. Right now, he's dying. The princess studied her for a moment, then nodded. The enchantment is spreading too quickly. I've tried everything I know. Not everything, Sophia said. Not guardian magic. Back in the cabin, Sophia felt the strain of maintaining the projection. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and a dull ache spread through her abdomen, warning signs she couldn't ignore. Hurry, Pax urged. Your body is showing stress. Sophia refocused on the shelter. Princess, what's your name? Lysandra. Lysandra, I need your help. Fey magic and guardian magic together might be enough to neutralize the enchantment. Understanding dawned in Lysandra's eyes. A combination? Yes, that could work, but how? You're not physically here. Channel through him, Sophia explained, her gaze dropping to Asher. His breathing had grown more labored, the blue tendrils advancing visibly across his chest. He's connected to both of us. You with your physical presence, me with another kind of bond. Something in her tone made Lysandra look at her more closely. You're more than his friend. Much more, Sophia confirmed, and there's more at stake than just his life. Her essence hand drifted instinctively toward where her stomach would be in physical form. Lysandra's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, she breathed. That explains his ferocity, his protectiveness. Wolf shifters become intense when offspring are involved. He doesn't know, Sophia said quickly, and now isn't the time to tell him. But yes, that's likely what you've been seeing. A new sense of urgency filled the princess's movements as she positioned herself beside Asher. Tell me what to do. Place your hands over the wound, Sophia instructed. Focus your healing magic there, but don't push against the enchantment directly. It will just fight back harder. As Lysandra followed her instructions, Sophia concentrated on forming a countercurrent of guardian energy. She visualized it flowing from her essence form down into Asher, meeting Lysandra's Fey magic at the wound site. Now, Sophia continued, We need to work together. Your magic needs to encapsulate the poison, while mine will draw it out, like a shell around it, with my energy pulling from within. Lysandra nodded, her face set in determined concentration. Blue light flowed from her hands, but instead of fighting the enchantment directly, it began to form a containment field around the spreading tendrils. Sophia poured her own energy into Asher, golden light that sank beneath his skin, seeking out the poison. The combination created a stunning visual effect, blue fey magic forming a dome over the wound, while golden guardian energy pulled the toxin toward the center, like a magnet drawing metal filings. The strain was immense. In the cabin, Sophia's physical body trembled with effort, the silver tether around her wrist growing taut as her spirit stretched to its limit. A sharp cramp seized her abdomen, causing her projection to flicker momentarily. "Sophia," Pax warned, "you need to pull back. The child—" "Almost done," she gasped, redoubling her efforts. In the shelter, the blue poison began to coalesce into a concentrated sphere, drawn together by the combined magics. Asher's body arched in pain as the toxin was forcibly extracted from his tissues. "Hold him steady," Sophia instructed Lysandra, who pressed down on his shoulders. With a final surge of effort, Sophia pulled the last of the poison into the sphere. "Now contain it and extract it." Lysandra's hands moved in a fluid, circular motion. The blue sphere rose from Asher's body, encased in her magical shell. With a flick of her wrists, she sent it flying into the hearth fire, where it exploded in a shower of sapphire sparks. The reaction was immediate. Asher gasped, drawing a deep, clear breath. Color flooded back into his face, and the wound, while still open, no longer glowed with deadly enchantment. "It worked," Lysandra breathed, looking up at Sophia's projection with newfound respect. But Sophia couldn't answer. The effort had drained her completely. Her projection flickered violently, and in the cabin a sharp pain lanced through her abdomen. "Sophia!" Pax shouted, his voice seeming to come from a great distance. "Return now." With the last of her strength, Sophia focused on the silver thread around her wrist, using it to pull her consciousness back along the connection. The shelter blurred and vanished, replaced by a disorienting rush through darkness. She slammed back into her body with painful force, gasping as awareness returned. The chalk circle had scorched into the wooden floor, and the single wolf hair had burned away completely. "Pax!" she choked out, curling instinctively around her midsection as another cramp seized her. The owl was already shifting, taking the form of an elderly woman with wise, ancient eyes, the form he adopted only in the direst emergencies. "Lie still," he commanded, pressing cool hands to her forehead. "You've overextended dangerously. The baby is fighting," Pax assured her, though worry creased his borrowed face. "Strong, like both its parents. But you cannot take such risks again, Sophia. The connection between you and Asher may be powerful, but it nearly pulled you apart." Sophia closed her eyes, focusing on the flutter within her that had grown fainter, but was still present. "I had to save him." "I know," Pax sighed, easing her onto the bed. "But who will save you both if you burn yourself out with guardian magic you're not ready to wield?" Before she could answer, another sensation washed over her, weaker than before but unmistakable. Asher's consciousness, brushing against hers. Not a full connection like her projection had been, but something simpler, more primal. An awareness, Sophia. His voice wasn't audible, more an impression in her mind. "I'm here," she thought back, uncertain if he could even receive the message. "We're here." Whether he heard her or not, she felt his presence strengthen briefly, like a hand squeezing hers, before fading back as distance and reality reasserted themselves. "He knows," she whispered, a tear sliding down her cheek. "On some level, he knows I helped him." "And now you need to help yourself," Pax insisted, administering a tincture of stabilizing herbs. "Rest, heal. The wolf will survive to find you, but only if you ensure you're here to be found." Sophia nodded, allowing herself to sink into the pillows. The connection with Asher had shown her more than just his condition. It had given her a glimpse of the Fae princess, of their situation. The goddess's matchmaking task was progressing, which meant Asher would return to her soon. "We're going to need stronger protections," she murmured, sleep beginning to claim her. "When he comes back, he'll be even more determined to find us, and so will our enemies." "One crisis at a time," Pax replied, his borrowed form shimmering as he returned to owl shape. "For now, just rest." As Sophia drifted into exhausted sleep, her hand remained protectively over her stomach, where the small life within had weathered its first magical storm. In her dreams, she saw Asher running through moonlit forests, seeking her while behind him shadows gathered, threats neither of them fully understood yet, but they would face them together. Soon. In the stone shelter, Asher's eyes opened suddenly, clear and alert for the first time in hours. "Sophia," he said, his voice stronger than it had any right to be. Lysandra, who had been preparing more healing herbs by the fire, turned in surprise. "You're awake!" "She was here," Asher insisted, struggling to sit up. The wound in his side, while still present, had begun to heal naturally, the deadly enchantment gone. "I felt her. I heard her." "Yes," Lysandra confirmed, coming to his side. "A guardian projection. Quite remarkable, actually. I've never seen one maintained across such distance." Asher's wolf stirred within him, equally awed and concerned. She shouldn't have been able to do that. The energy required. He trailed off, uncertain how to express the magnitude of what she'd risked. "She saved your life," Lysandra said simply. "The poison would have reached your heart within the hour." "But how did she know?" Asher wondered aloud. "How did she find me?" Lysandra hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "She said you share a bond, a powerful one." Something in her tone made Asher look up sharply. "What else did she say?" "That's a conversation for when you find her," Lysandra replied diplomatically, "which means you need to heal quickly so we can complete our journey to the mortal realm." Asher nodded slowly, still processing the reality of Sophia's intervention. The strange protectiveness that had driven him to such violence earlier now made a kind of sense. If their bond was strong enough for her to project her essence across realms, perhaps it was affecting him in ways he didn't understand. "Thank you," he said to Lysandra, "for helping her save me." The princess smiled, a surprising warmth in her glacial blue eyes. "You risked everything to help me escape. Consider us even." As she returned to the herbs, Asher closed his eyes, reaching for the fading impression of Sophia's presence. There had been something else there, something just beyond his perception, a sense of additional presence, of something precious and vulnerable. "What are you hiding, Guardian?" his wolf wondered. "And what lengths will you go to in order to protect it?" Questions for another time. For now, he needed to heal, to complete his mission, to find her. Everything else would have to wait. But as he drifted back to sleep, the certainty grew within him. Whatever secret Sophia kept, it had changed everything. And nothing, not Fae enchantments, not pack politics, not even the goddess herself would keep him from discovering the truth. Chapter 15. Dawn broke over the mortal realm, painting the snow-laden forest in hues of amber and rose. Asher's boots crunched through the frozen underbrush as he led the way, each step more confident than the last. His wounds had healed remarkably quickly after Sophia's intervention, though occasional twinges reminded him of how close he'd come to death. "We're being followed," his wolf noted, mental voice unusually terse. 3 miles back, moving parallel to our path." "I know," Asher replied silently. "They've been there since we crossed the boundary." Lysandra moved with surprising grace beside him, her silver hair now tucked beneath a plain woolen hood. The princess had insisted on abandoning her court finery in favor of practical clothing they'd acquired from a farmhouse at the forest's edge, garments left as offerings to the fae. She looked almost ordinary now, though her ethereal beauty and regal posture would never allow her to truly blend in with mortals. "Your senses are sharp again today," she observed, following his gaze toward the distant tree line. "Your recovery is remarkable." "Guardian magic," Asher said simply. The memory of Sophia's presence, her essence touching his, sent a jolt of renewed determination through him. Something had changed between them, something profound that he couldn't quite grasp. Remarkable indeed. Lysandra's tone carried a subtle note that Asher couldn't quite identify. "Your guardian friend must care for you deeply to risk such a projection." Before Asher could respond, his wolf's attention sharpened. "Scent markers ahead. We've reached pack territory, Red Moon Pack." The forest around them subtly changed. Territorial markers carved into trees, scent glands rubbed strategically on rocks and fallen logs. Warnings to casual intruders, welcoming signposts to allies. "Kane's territory," Asher confirmed aloud. "We need to approach carefully. Border conflicts have made security tight." Lysandra nodded, squaring her shoulders. "How should we proceed?" "Directly," Asher decided. "No point in sneaking when they already know we're here." As if summoned by his words, shadows detached from the trees ahead. 4 wolf shifters materialized from the forest, powerful frames radiating lethal competence. They wore practical leather armor reinforced at vital points, professional soldiers, not casual guards. The leader stepped forward, a woman with close-cropped black hair and hard eyes. "You've crossed into Red Moon territory, Wolf," she stated flatly. "Identify yourself and your companion. I'm Asher Blackwood, here to speak with Kane Silverback on urgent business." He stood his ground, neither aggressive nor submissive. "This is Lady Lysandra of the Northern Fae Court." The mention of Lysandra's identity sent a visible shock through the patrol. The leader's eyes narrowed, hand dropping to her weapon. "The Fae Princess? The one who reportedly ordered attacks on our outposts?" Lysandra stepped forward, chin raised. "The one who has been framed, along with your enforcer. I carry evidence of who is truly responsible." The patrol leader's gaze flicked between them, calculation evident in her expression. "Interesting timing. Our enforcer has been pursuing evidence of such a frame-up for weeks." Her posture shifted subtly. "You will be escorted to the main encampment. Any hostile move will be met with lethal force." "Understood," Asher replied. "Charming hospitality," his wolf commented dryly. "Remind me to recommend this vacation spot to all our friends." The walk to the encampment took nearly an hour, during which none of the escorts spoke a word. Asher used the time to observe their surroundings. The Red Moon Pack's territory showed signs of recent fortification. Fresh watchtowers, reinforced barriers, increased patrols. Preparations for war. "Your pack expects conflict," he noted to their escort. The leader's mouth tightened. "We expect to survive. Whether that involves conflict depends on others." Eventually, they crested a ridge overlooking a valley where the Red Moon encampment spread out before them. Unlike Asher's pack, which maintained permanent structures and integrated somewhat with nearby human settlements, the Red Moon operated almost entirely independently. Sturdy wooden buildings formed concentric circles around a central meeting area, with training grounds and guard posts strategically positioned throughout. "Impressive," Lysandra murmured. "Defensible," Asher corrected. "They've built for siege, not comfort." They were led through the encampment, drawing curious stares from pack members who immediately caught Lysandra's fae scent. Children were quickly ushered indoors, and several warriors moved casually to positions where they could intercept if trouble broke out. The patrol brought them to a large structure near the center of the encampment. Unlike the utilitarian buildings surrounding it, this one bore intricate carvings along its wooden posts, pack history depicted in flowing lines and symbolic patterns. "Wait here," the patrol leader ordered, disappearing inside. "Are all wolf settlements this intense?" Lysandra asked quietly. "No," Asher replied. "Something's got them spooked, and I don't think it's just the border incidents." Before he could elaborate, the door swung open. The patrol leader reappeared. "Enforcer Silverback will see you now." The interior was warmer than expected, illuminated by a large central fire pit that cast dancing shadows across the walls. Maps covered one entire section, marked with notations and colored pins. A large table dominated the space, scattered with reports and what appeared to be evidence samples. And behind that table stood Kane Silverback. The Red Moon Enforcer was not what Asher had expected. He'd heard tales of a battle-hardened warrior with countless kills to his name. Instead, Kane possessed a scholar's lean build with a warrior's alertness. His dark hair showed premature threads of silver at the temples, and a jagged scar bisected his left eyebrow. But it was his eyes that commanded attention. Amber with flecks of gold, sharp with intelligence, and currently fixed on Lysandra with naked surprise. "Princess Lysandra," he said, his voice surprisingly soft for a man of his reputation. "I had not expected to meet you under these circumstances." Lysandra stepped forward, her diplomatic training evident in her poised approach. "Enforcer Silverback, I come bearing evidence that may clear both our names from false accusations." Kane's eyebrow rose slightly. "Indeed, that would be a welcome change from the diplomatic messages I've received from your court accusing me of leading raids on your people." His gaze shifted to Asher. "And you bring a Blackwood wolf as your escort. Interesting choices all around, Princess." "Actually," Asher interjected, "I brought her to you, on instructions from a mutual acquaintance." "Alethra," Kane guessed immediately, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. The goddess has been persistent in her communications lately. "Got the same speech, did you?" Asher asked. "Something about cosmic harmonies and advantageous unions?" The corner of Kane's mouth twitched, along with several pointed references to my suitable bachelor status and the diplomatic advantages of certain alliances. The goddess lacks subtlety. Lysandra's composure cracked slightly, a flush coloring her cheeks. She was equally unsubtle with me, though she neglected to mention the accusations of warfare between us. "Convenient omission," Kane noted dryly. He gestured to the chairs around the table. "Please sit. I believe we have much to discuss." As they settled, Kane ordered food and drink brought for his guests, a traditional sign of pack hospitality that visibly relaxed the atmosphere. His wolf noticed how the enforcer's gaze continually returned to Lysandra, studying her with barely concealed interest. "He's not just being polite," his wolf observed. "He's genuinely intrigued by her." "The goddess may have read this situation better than we thought," Asher replied silently. Once refreshments arrived and the attendants departed, Kane leaned forward. "Now tell me what you know. Everything." His amber eyes flashed with intensity. "We've been baited into the brink of war, and I want to know who profits from it." Lysandra withdrew the crystal she'd taken from the boundary stone. "This contains recordings of all crossings between our realms. According to this, no wolf shifters have breached our borders on the dates of the attacks on our sentries." She placed it carefully on the table. "Yet our victims bore wounds from silver weapons, clearly meant to implicate wolves." Kane took the crystal, examining it carefully. "Interesting. We've experienced something similar. Fey magic signatures at attack sites, but inconsistencies in the pattern." He reached for a folder, extracting several documents. "These attacks have been too convenient, too perfectly timed to inflame tensions." Asher leaned forward. "Who benefits from conflict between your people?" "That's the question I've been asking for weeks," Kane replied, frustration evident in his tone. "My investigators have found traces of a third party involved, but identifying them has proven challenging." "My uncle," Lysandra said firmly, "Lord Kalen, He's been pushing for war, manipulating my father with tales of wolf aggression while positioning his son, my cousin, as the only suitable choice for my hand. And with it, a stronger claim to the throne, Asher added. Kane nodded slowly. That explains the Fae side of the equation. But what does your uncle gain from involving wolf packs in this conflict? Our territories are of little interest to the Fae courts traditionally. Lysandra frowned. That has puzzled me as well. Unless he's not working alone, Kane finished, eyes narrowing. Someone among the wolf packs would need to benefit equally from this conflict. The three fell silent as the implications settled over them. Asher's mind raced through possibilities. Rival packs seeking to weaken the Red Moon, power-hungry wolves looking to change the established order. My pack has been unusually interested in bloodline purity lately, Asher said slowly. Elder Marcus has been particularly vocal about maintaining traditional bloodlines and alliances. Marcus? Kane's head snapped up, sudden intensity in his gaze. Tall, graying temples scar across his jaw, always quoting pack law? You know him? Asher arched an eyebrow. He approached me 6 months ago, Kane revealed, rising to retrieve another file from a locked cabinet, ostensibly to discuss boundary adjustments between our territories. But the conversation kept steering toward Fae affairs in ways that seemed forced. He extracted a sketch from the file, a remarkably accurate rendering of Elder Marcus. I had him investigated afterward. Something felt wrong about the meeting. And, Asher prompted, Chapter 16. And we found nothing, Kane said, frustration evident, which itself was suspicious. Everyone leaves traces, especially a pack elder who should have decades of history. His background felt constructed. Asher's wolf stirred uneasily. Marcus has been pressing for you to find a pure-blooded mate before the Alpha Challenge. He's also been one of the loudest voices against mixed bloodlines, which would conveniently exclude you from leadership, Kane noted shrewdly, despite your obvious qualifications. How do you know about my challenge? Asher asked, suddenly wary. Kane smiled thinly. I make it my business to know potential allies and threats in neighboring packs. Your situation has been noteworthy. What exactly is your situation? Lysandra asked, turning to Asher with genuine curiosity. Asher hesitated, then decided transparency served him best. I'm challenging for alpha position in my pack. My mixed bloodline makes me controversial despite having the strongest claim through skill and lineage. Mixed with what? She inquired. That's complicated, Asher deflected, and not relevant to our current situation. Perhaps not, Kane interjected, but it may explain why someone would target both our groups simultaneously. If there are those who wish to maintain blood purity among both Fae and wolves, a connection between us would be threatening. Lysandra tilted her head thoughtfully. A Fae-wolf alliance would indeed threaten traditionalists on both sides. My uncle represents those forces in our court. And Marcus may represent similar forces in wolf society, Asher concluded. But to what end? War between Fae and wolves weakens both sides. Making them vulnerable to a third party? Kane suggested, then shook his head. Speculation without evidence does us little good. What we need is proof of their collaboration. Lysandra touched the crystal on the table. This proves wolves didn't attack Fae. Similarly, do you have evidence that Fae didn't attack your people? Kane nodded, retrieving a small vial containing shimmering blue liquid. Residue from attack sites. It mimics Fae magic signatures, but the molecular structure is synthetic, a clever forgery, but detectable under proper analysis. So we have proof of the deception, but not the deceivers, Asher summarized. Not quite. Kane's expression sharpened. We've traced the synthetic magic to a supplier who deals with both humans and supernatural beings. My scouts tracked a recent purchase to the borders of your territory, Blackwood. The implication hung heavy in the air. If Marcus is involved, Asher said slowly, that means my pack leadership has been compromised. Sophia mentioned discoveries about mixed bloodlines before she disappeared. This could be connected. Sophia? Lysandra asked. Your guardian friend who saved you. She's a researcher, Asher explained, careful not to reveal too much. She was investigating historical precedents for mixed bloodlines, strengthening packs rather than weakening them. Research that would threaten those advocating for blood purity, Kane noted. Convenient timing for her to disappear. A protective growl rumbled deep in Asher's chest before he could stop it. Finding her is my priority, once our business is concluded. Kane studied him for a moment, understanding dawning in his eyes. I see. The Guardian is more than just a researcher to you. Much more, Asher confirmed curtly. That complicates matters, Kane said, though without judgment. Cross-species relationships bring their own challenges, particularly in traditional packs. I'm aware, Asher replied, a edge entering his tone. The tension was broken by Lysandra's gentle laugh. Says the wolf shifter to the Fey princess while discussing a plot involving both their peoples. We're hardly in positions to judge unconventional alliances. Kane's expression softened as he looked at her, a genuine smile transforming his serious face. A fair point, Princess. Our conventional approaches haven't exactly prevented this situation. Lysandra, please, she corrected. After fleeing through an enchanted forest and tending grave wounds together, I believe we've moved beyond titles. Lysandra, Kane repeated, her name almost a caress in his mouth. And I'm simply Kane to friends and allies. Asher watched the exchange with growing amusement. The goddess might be insufferable after this, he commented to his wolf. Self-satisfied deities are the worst, his wolf agreed. She'll be unbearable at the next full moon ritual. An attendant knocked, entering with fresh refreshments and a sealed message for Kane. The enforcer broke the seal, scanning the contents quickly. His expression hardened. Attack on our southern outpost, he announced grimly. 2 scouts killed, magic traces consistent with previous incidents, but this time they left something behind. He held up the note. A Fey court seal, specifically the princess's personal seal. That's impossible, Lysandra protested. My seal is... She checked a hidden pocket in her clothing, face paling. Gone. It must have been taken during my escape. Or before, Asher suggested. Someone anticipated you might flee. This accelerates our timeline, Kane said, already moving toward a weapons rack. With your seal used in an attack, your uncle can claim you've gone rogue. He'll use this to push for immediate action against us. And your pack will demand retaliation for your dead scouts, Asher added. Exactly the conflict they've been orchestrating. Kane nodded grimly. I need to secure our borders and send messages to allied packs. He paused, then made a decision. Lysandra, you should remain here for now. The encampment is defensible, and I can guarantee your safety. I should return to court, she countered. Confront my uncle with the evidence. Too dangerous, both men said simultaneously. With your seal used in the attack, you'd be walking into a trap, Kane explained, his tone gentler than before. Your uncle could claim you aided wolf raiders, painting you as a traitor. He's right, Asher agreed. We need a different approach. Lysandra looked between them, frustration evident in her posture. I refuse to hide while my uncle uses my name to start a war. Not hiding, Kane corrected. Strategic positioning. From here, you can communicate with loyal Fey courtiers who might help expose the truth. She considered this, then nodded reluctantly. Very well, but I won't remain passive. If we're declaring alliances, then the Red Moon Pack has the support of those loyal to me in the Fey court. Kane's expression showed surprise, followed by something warmer. A significant offer, Lysandra. One I accept gladly. He turned to Asher. And where do you stand in this, Blackwood? Your pack's territory borders both ours and the Fey realm. Your position is precarious. My position was precarious before I walked in here, Asher replied with a wry smile. But I'm not interested in blood purity crusades or manufactured conflicts. I need to find Sophia and secure my pack's future. If Marcus is involved in this conspiracy, he's a threat to both. So we have common cause, Kane concluded. For now, Asher agreed, though our packs haven't always been friendly. Diplomatic understatement of the year, his wolf snorted. The territorial dispute 3 summers ago nearly led to open warfare. Kane's mouth quirked. Let's call it a fresh start, then. When you return to your territory, be careful. If Marcus realizes you've met with me and brought the princess here, he'll consider you a threat to whatever he's planning. I'm counting on it, Asher replied. I want him watching me, not looking for Sophia. Bold strategy, Kane observed, though it puts a target on your back. I can handle Marcus, Asher said confidently. Overconfidence befits neither wolves nor leaders, Kane cautioned. If Marcus is working with Lysandra's uncle, he has resources and allies we don't yet understand. Tread carefully. Sound advice, Lysandra added, genuine concern in her eyes. My uncle has spent decades building his network of influence. His partners will be equally calculating. I appreciate the concern, Asher said, somewhat surprised by their investment in his safety. But finding Sophia remains my priority. Once the goddess's matchmaking task is complete, I'll be on my way. Kane exchanged a glance with Lysandra, some unspoken communication passing between them. About that, he said carefully, I believe we can consider Elithra's request fulfilled. The princess and I have matters to discuss that don't require a chaperone. Subtle, his wolf commented sarcastically. I've seen bull moose in rut with more finesse. Lysandra's cheeks colored slightly, but she nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've fulfilled your obligation, Asher. The goddess should reveal Sophia's location as promised. Good, Asher said, rising. Then I'll take my leave. The sooner I find her, the better. Before you go, Kane said, moving to a chest near the wall. He extracted a small bundle wrapped in leather. Take this. If you find yourself outmaneuvered in your pack, break the seal. It contains evidence we've gathered about unusual activities near your territory, information that might give you leverage. Thank you, Asher said, genuinely surprised by the gesture. And this, Kane continued, handing him a carved wooden token bearing the Red Moon Pack's symbol. A guarantee of safe passage through our territory. If worst comes to worst and you need allies, this will grant you sanctuary with us. Asher accepted the token, the weight of it significant beyond its physical presence. I didn't expect this level of support from the Red Moon Pack. Consider it an investment in future relations, Kane replied. Your approach to leadership, valuing strength regardless of bloodline, aligns more closely with our philosophy than your current pack structure. We'd prefer an allied neighbor to a hostile one. Political, after all, his wolf noted, though not necessarily in a bad way. I'll keep that in mind, Asher said, pocketing the token, and I'll report anything I discover about this conspiracy. Lysandra approached, placing a hand lightly on his arm. Be careful, Asher, and when you find your guardian... She hesitated, something knowing in her gaze. Take good care of her. Her projection required remarkable strength, the kind that comes from protecting something precious, a small precious thing sharing between you two. His wolf went suddenly, completely still. Did she just... What exactly are you suggesting? Asher asked. Lysandra smiled enigmatically. Only that guardian magic is tied to life forces. Projecting across realms would normally be impossible unless... She trailed off delicately. Well, let's just say some connections transcend conventional magical limitations. Something like a real life force. Connections like a child, a real and new force sharing between you two. His wolf whispered in horror. A child would amplify guardian abilities. She's saying Sophia is pregnant. Asher felt as though the ground had dropped away beneath him. Words failed him as pieces fell into place. Sophia's disappearance, her enhanced abilities, the strange protective instincts that had been driving him beyond reason. Cain, observing his reaction, raised an eyebrow. I take it this is news to you. Speculation, Asher managed, regaining his composure with effort. Nothing more. Of course, Lysandra agreed smoothly, though her knowing expression remained. Merely an observation about guardian magic. I should go, Asher said abruptly, needing space to process this possibility. The goddess is waiting, and so is Sophia. Cain nodded, extending his hand in the traditional wolf greeting, forearm to forearm. Safe hunting, Blackwood. Remember what I said about your pack. All may not be as it seems. I'll remember, Asher promised, returning the grip firmly. As he prepared to depart, Lysandra came forward once more. When this is over and peace is restored, perhaps our paths will cross again. I would like to meet this guardian who commands such devotion. I'll extend the invitation, Asher replied, finding his equilibrium again, though I suspect you two will have your hands full with diplomatic relations. Cain's mouth quirked in the ghost of a smile. Indeed, forging new alliances between wolves and fae will require dedicated attention. Diplomatic relations. Is that what they're calling it now? His wolf snickered, temporarily distracted from the bombshell about Sophia. With final farewells exchanged, Asher left the building, mind whirling with new information. 2 guards escorted him to the edge of Red Moon territory, where he paused to get his bearings. The scent of snow and pine filled his nostrils as he oriented himself toward the meeting point Elithra had specified. The goddess had better keep her word. If Sophia truly was carrying his child, every moment of separation was more painful than he could articulate. A child, his wolf said, still processing the concept. Our child with Sophia. If Lysandra is right, Asher cautioned, though his heart raced at the possibility. She is, his wolf replied with uncharacteristic certainty. It explains everything. Your heightened protectiveness, Sophia's enhanced magic, her disappearance. She's carrying our heir, and she's in hiding to protect it. The implications cascaded through Asher's mind as he began his journey north. If true, this changed everything. His approach to the Alpha Challenge, his strategy with Marcus, his entire future. A child with mixed wolf and guardian heritage would be unprecedented in recent pack history. For the first time, his wolf was completely, utterly serious. We need to find her. Now! Asher increased his pace, the forest blurring around him as he ran. Whatever secrets Sophia kept, whatever dangers threatened his pack, one thing was clear. Nothing would stop him from reaching her side. Not Marcus, not blood purity fanatics, not even the goddess herself. Behind him, the Red Moon encampment receded into the distance. A new alliance formed amidst growing conflict. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and perhaps the beginning of a family he'd never dared imagine possible. Chapter 17. Asher tore through the forest, branches whipping past his face, leaving thin red welts that healed almost instantly. His heart hammered against his ribs with each stride, thoughts racing faster than his feet. A child. Our child. Sophia is carrying our child. Slow down before you run face first into a tree, his wolf grumbled. Healing or not, that would still hurt. I can't slow down, Asher replied mentally. She's out there, alone, pregnant, and in danger. And you charging in blindly helps how exactly? Asher skidded to a halt, leaves and dirt spraying beneath his boots. His wolf had a point. He had no idea where Sophia was hiding. The Northern Guardian territories spanned hundreds of miles of remote wilderness. Fine. Asher muttered, dropping to one knee and pulling a small leather pouch from his jacket. I was hoping to avoid this, but we need help. His wolf growled. Oh, great, we're summoning her again. Asher sprinkled a circle of crushed herbs and placed a silver coin in the center. Unless you've suddenly developed tracking abilities beyond our territory, we don't have much choice. Just remember how well trusting a goddess worked out last time, his wolf said. Nearly getting us killed by enchanted fey blades was a real highlight. Asher ignored the sarcasm and sliced his palm with a small blade, letting 3 drops of blood fall onto the coin. Elithra, goddess of bonds, I seek your guidance. Show yourself. Nothing happened. Elithra! Asher called louder, frustration building in his chest. I know you can hear me, his wolf snorted. Maybe she's busy with other poor suckers on matchmaking quests. The air shimmered, and the scent of jasmine and night-blooming flowers filled the small clearing. Moonlight bent and twisted until it formed the silhouette of a woman. Elithra appeared, her silver hair floating around her as though underwater, her gown seeming to be made of starlight itself. You're quite impatient for a wolf who's lived multiple centuries, Elithra said, her voice like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. I was in the middle of something rather important. More important than the mother of my child being in danger? Asher asked, his fingers digging into his palms. The goddess's eyebrows rose. Ah, so you've learned about the little spark. You knew? Asher took a step forward, heat rising to his face. You knew Sophia was pregnant and didn't tell me. Would you have stayed focused on your matchmaking task if you'd known? Elithra countered, casually examining her fingernails, which seemed to change color with each movement. I think not. She's right about that, his wolf interjected. We'd have abandoned Lysandra in a heartbeat. Elithra's eyes widened. How interesting. Your wolf speaks quite freely with me present. He speaks freely all the time, Asher said through gritted teeth. That's part of my burden. I prefer the term blessing in disguise, the wolf replied. Elithra laughed, the sound like ice crystals tinkling. Oh, I do like him. So much more direct than you, Asher. Stop avoiding the topic, Asher said. I need to find Sophia, now. The goddess's smile faded. That would be unwise at present? Unwise. Asher's voice dropped dangerously low. She's carrying my child and hiding from enemies. How is finding her unwise? Elithra glided in a slow circle around Asher, her feet never quite touching the ground. The situation is delicate. What's delicate is my patience, Asher said. Either help me find her or get out of my way. Oh, I love it when he gets commanding, his wolf said. Makes me feel all tingly inside. Not helping, Asher muttered. Elithra stopped her circling. Seeking her now would endanger everything we've worked for. Everything we've worked for? Asher repeated, the words feeling like thorns in his mouth. There is no we here, Elithra. I'm fulfilling your matchmaking task, so you'll help me find Sophia. That's our arrangement. Nothing more. The goddess studied him, her iridescent eyes unblinking. Are you certain about that, wolf? A chill ran down Asher's spine. What are you implying? Ask her what she means by we, his wolf urged. I don't like this. For once, we agree, Asher said. He fixed his gaze on Elithra. Explain yourself. What did you mean by we? The goddess sighed, and for a moment she looked almost human in her weariness. The matchmaking task I gave you was, let's call it a test. A test? Asher's hands clenched into fists. Of what? Of your compatibility with Sophia, of course, Elithra said, as if this should be obvious. Did you think it mere coincidence that you two found each other? A wolf shifter whose ancient spirit can be heard by a guardian? The pieces clicked together in Asher's mind. You matched us. You orchestrated our meeting. Give the wolf a treat, his wolf said dryly. He figured it out. Elithra smiled. Indeed, though I prefer the term guided your paths to intersect, So we're just an experiment to you? Asher's voice rose, the edges of his vision darkening with rage. Some divine project you're tinkering with? I think celestial long-term investment has a better ring to it, the goddess offered. Oh, great, his wolf groaned. We're lab rats with fancy collars. Elithra frowned. That's rather crude. I prefer to think of you as pioneers. Pioneers, Asher repeated flatly. Yes. Elithra brightened. You're forging a new path. A guardian and a wolf shifter, bound not just by fate but by choice. Do you have any idea how rare that is? She's avoiding the question, his wolf noted. Why can't we see Sophia now? Asher nodded. Answer the question, Elithra. Why can't I see Sophia? The goddess's luminescence dimmed slightly. Because you haven't completed your task yet, and because the rules of fated mates are inflexible. Rules? What rules? Asher demanded. Wolf shifters are meant to bond with other shifters, Elithra explained, her tone becoming that of a teacher with a stubborn student. Guardians bond with other magical beings. These boundaries exist for a reason. Then why match us at all? Asher asked, confusion replacing some of his anger. Elithra's eyes glittered. Because the most interesting discoveries happen when rules are broken. Carefully, of course. So you are experimenting on us, his wolf exclaimed. I knew it. I prefer to think of it as. Creating opportunities for evolutionary advancement, Elithra said primly. Asher took a deep breath, trying to rein in his temper. Let me get this straight. You match Sophia and me, knowing it goes against the natural order. You're using us to see what happens when a guardian and wolf shifter bond. And now you won't let me find her until... What? Your experiment reaches the next phase? Elithra clapped her hands together. You do understand. Excellent. This is madness, Asher growled. This is progress, Elithra corrected. And it's already producing fascinating results. Your child, for instance, a guardian-shifter hybrid. The possibilities are endless. Our child is not a science project, Asher snarled, his canines lengthening with his rising anger. Ask her what happens if we don't play along, his wolf suggested. What's her backup plan? Asher narrowed his eyes. What happens if I refuse to continue this charade? If I find Sophia on my own and tell her everything? For the first time, Elithra looked uncomfortable. That would be unfortunate. Unfortunate how? Asher pressed. The bond between you two is still forming, Elithra said carefully. It requires certain milestones to solidify properly. Rushing the process could destabilize everything. She's lying, his wolf said immediately. Not completely, but there's something she's not telling us. Asher stepped closer to the goddess, close enough to feel the chill emanating from her ethereal form. The whole truth, Elithra, now. The goddess's expression hardened. Very well. Your matchmaking task with Lysandra and Cain is directly tied to your bond with Sophia. The four of you form a quaternary balance, two unlikely pairs whose connections strengthen each other. That makes no sense, Asher said. It makes perfect sense, Elithra insisted. When Lysandra and Cain's bond forms, it creates an energy resonance that will stabilize your bond with Sophia. Without that resonance, your relationship with a guardian remains forbidden by cosmic law. And if I ignore this cosmic law? Asher asked. Elithra's voice dropped to a whisper. Then the universe itself will work to separate you. Obstacles will multiply, dangers will increase, and eventually, one of you will be taken from the other. A heavy silence fell over the clearing. She's telling the truth this time, his wolf said quietly. I can feel it. Asher ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. So I have to complete this matchmaking task not just to find Sophia, but to ensure our relationship can even exist? Precisely. Elithra nodded. Complete your task, and I will not only reveal Sophia's location, but also grant you the divine blessing needed to legitimize your bond." "And our child?" Asher asked. "Will be protected under the same blessing," Elithra assured him. "A child of both worlds, recognized by both." His wolf huffed. "I don't like being manipulated, but I like the alternative even less." "We're in agreement again," Asher said. "Twice in one day. The world must be ending." Elithra smiled. "So you'll continue your task." Asher straightened his shoulders. "I'll complete it. But from now on, no more secrets. I want full disclosure about everything that affects Sophia, our child, or me." "That's not how goddesses typically operate," Elithra said with a small pout. "Then consider it an evolutionary advancement in deity-mortal relations," Asher replied dryly. His wolf barked with laughter. "He's got you there, Star Lady." Elithra's lips twitched. "Very well, I agree to your terms. More transparency moving forward." "And one more thing," Asher said. "I want confirmation that Sophia and the baby are safe right now." The goddess waved her hand, and a small orb of light appeared. Within it, Asher could see Sophia sleeping peacefully in a small cabin, her hand resting protectively over her stomach. A figure, Pax in his human form, stood guard by the window. "She is well protected," Elithra said. "The guardian territories are warded against those who would harm her." Asher's chest tightened at the sight of Sophia. "How far along is she?" "Nearly 3 months," Elithra replied. "The pregnancy is strengthening her guardian abilities already, as you witnessed during your healing." The orb faded, and Asher swallowed the lump in his throat. "How much longer until I can see her?" "Complete your task with Lysandra and Cain, and you can go to her immediately after," Elithra promised. 2 more days if you work quickly." Asher nodded. "Then I'd better get back to it." "One last thing," Elithra said, her form already beginning to dissolve into moonlight. "Your bond with Sophia isn't just rare. It's unprecedented. The child you've created together may be more significant than either of you realize." "Great," his wolf muttered. "No pressure there." "What does that mean?" Asher asked, but the goddess was already fading. "It means watch over them carefully." Elithra's voice lingered in the air. "And remember, some rules are worth breaking, but only if you're prepared for the consequences." With that, she vanished completely, leaving only the scent of jasmine and the soft echo of her laughter. Asher stood alone in the clearing, the weight of her words settling over him like a heavy cloak. "Well," his wolf said after a moment, "I guess we're still on matchmaking duty. But now we're also cosmic rule breakers and expectant parents of a potentially world-changing baby." "Just another day in the life," Asher sighed, turning back toward Red Moon territory. "Let's go play Cupid for a Fey princess and a wolf enforcer so we can get back to our, what did she call it? Our celestial long-term investment?" "I still prefer lab rats with fancy collars," his wolf replied. "It's more honest." Despite everything, Asher felt the corner of his mouth twitch. "For once, old friend, I can't argue with you." As he made his way back through the forest, a new determination fueled his steps. 2 more days. 2 more days until he could hold Sophia in his arms, feel their child's presence, and begin building whatever unprecedented future lay before them, even if it meant breaking a few cosmic rules along the way. Chapter 18. Silver moonlight streamed through the cabin's small window, illuminating Sophia's hands as she channeled energy through her fingertips. The familiar blue-white glow pulsed weakly, fading before reaching even half its usual brilliance. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the chill mountain air. "You're pushing too hard," Pax said, his current form, a small obsidian raven, perched on the wooden table beside her. "The baby is drawing energy that would normally fuel your abilities." Sophia released the gathered power with a frustrated sigh. "I can't afford to be weak right now, Pax. Not when Asher could be—" "He's fine," the raven interrupted, head tilting with that uncanny bird-like precision. You sensed it yourself when you healed him, but you won't be fine if you don't rest. Her hand drifted unconsciously to her stomach, still flat but carrying the most precious secret she'd ever kept. A guardian shifter child, unprecedented, impossible, and yet undeniably real. 2 months of hiding, she muttered. 2 months of wondering if... The cabin's wooden floor creaked. Not beneath her feet, not beneath Pax's light form. Somewhere outside, near the west wall. Sophia froze, senses instantly alert. Even with depleted energy, her guardian instincts razored to a fine edge. Another creak followed, then the unmistakable snap of a twig. "Company," Pax whispered, obsidian feathers rustling as he hopped closer. "Not friendly." "How many?" Sophia slid silently from her chair, bare feet soundless on the rough wooden planks. The raven's head cocked, listening. 5, no, 6, surrounding the cabin. She evaluated her options with cold precision. The cabin's single door faced east, 1 window on the south wall, a small bathroom window on the north, too small for escape but perfect for misdirection. "Mercenaries," Pax concluded, his voice hardening. "I can smell the silver weapons." Sophia's heart hammered against her ribs. Silver meant they knew what she was, or at least had strong suspicions. Guardians were rare enough that few humans knew of their existence, but those who did understood their vulnerabilities all too well. "They're waiting for something," Sophia whispered, pressing her back against the wall beside the window. As if in answer, a metallic object crashed through the window, glass exploding inward. The small canister hit the floor with a hollow clang, immediately spewing thick, noxious smoke. "Gas!" Pax squawked. "Silver nitrate! Don't breathe!" Sophia's lungs seized as the acrid smoke reached her. Silver nitrate, toxic to guardians and shifters alike. They weren't here to capture. They were here to kill. Energy surged through her body, not the calm, controlled power she'd been practicing, but raw survival instinct. Blue light erupted from her palms as she thrust her hands forward. The smoke swirled, caught in a sudden vortex of her creation, funneling back toward the broken window. "Door breach in 3 seconds!" Pax warned, transforming from raven to a gleaming obsidian sword that clattered to the floor at her feet. "Pick me up, you ridiculous pregnant woman!" Sophia grabbed the sword just as the cabin door exploded inward. 2 black-clad figures rushed through, faces concealed behind tactical masks. Silver-tipped weapons glinted in the moonlight. Her body moved on instinct. The obsidian sword in her hand hummed with ancient power as she channeled energy through it. Blue fire erupted along the blade's edge as she swept it in a wide arc. The attackers jumped back, not expecting a guardian with an enchanted weapon. "Pregnant," Pax's voice resonated through the sword. "Baby, fragile, remember?" "Shut up," Sophia hissed through clenched teeth, pivoting to face the next threat. A third attacker crashed through the window, rolling into a fighting stance. Sophia whirled, her free hand thrust forward, releasing a concussive blast of guardian energy that sent him flying back through the opening he'd created. "Behind you!" Pax shouted. Sophia dropped to one knee as something whistled over her head, a silver chain net that would have trapped and burned her on contact. The move saved her from the net, but put her directly in the path of a 4th attacker, lunging from the doorway. She channeled energy into her legs and leapt, higher than humanly possible, clearing the attacker's head and landing on the cabin's small table. It cracked beneath her weight as she immediately pushed off again, driving the obsidian sword down into the shoulder of the nearest mercenary. Not a killing blow, but enough to incapacitate. "Nice move," Pax congratulated, "except for the part where you're carrying a child." "Would you prefer I let them kill us both?" Sophia retorted, spinning to face the remaining attackers. Her hair whipped around her face, now glowing with the same blue-white energy that coursed through her veins. 2 more figures appeared at the doorway, more cautious now that they'd seen what she could do. One raised what looked like a modified shotgun. "Silver fragments," Pax warned. "Barrier, now!" Sophia thrust her free hand forward, creating a shimmering blue shield of energy between them and the attackers. The shotgun fired, silver fragments sparking against her barrier like fireworks. Each impact sent painful reverberations through her body, the shield weakening with each hit. "Can't hold this long," she gasped, sweat now streaming down her face. "Then don't," Pax replied. "Drop it on my mark and hit the floor. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Down." Sophia collapsed the barrier and dropped flat as a second shotgun blast passed over her head. In the same motion, she slammed her palm against the wooden floor, sending a pulse of energy through the cabin's foundation. The entire structure shuddered. Floorboards buckled, throwing the attackers off balance. She sprang up, sword flashing, slicing through the second attacker's weapon before kicking him squarely in the chest. He flew backward into his companion, both tumbling out the doorway. "Window!" Pax shouted. "Sixth attacker! Coming around!" Sophia whirled just as the final mercenary appeared at the broken window, something metallic and cylindrical in his hand. Not another gas canister, but something far worse. A containment device. The kind designed to trap and neutralize Guardian energy permanently. "Oh, no you don't," she snarled, drawing on her deepest reserves. Energy surged from her core, down her arm, through the obsidian sword as she hurled it like a javelin. The blade struck true, pinning the attacker's sleeve to the window frame. He dropped the device with a cry of pain. "Was that necessary?" Pax complained, his voice still emanating from the embedded sword. "I am not a throwing weapon. I am an ancient spiritual guide with dignity and a big mouth," Sophia finished, stalking toward the trapped attacker. Energy crackled around her like blue lightning, illuminating the small cabin with ghostly light. "Who sent you?" The man struggled against the sword, pinning him in place. "Go to hell, Guardian Witch!" Sophia leaned closer, her eyes now glowing with the same unearthly blue fire that surrounded her. "Wrong answer." She placed her palm against his forehead. "Let's try again. Who sent you?" Energy pulsed from her hand into his mind, not enough to kill, but enough to cause excruciating pain. The mercenary screamed, body convulsing. "Oh, sure, torture the bad guy," Pax muttered from his sword form. "Very maternal. The baby's first memories will be mommy performing mind extractions." "Lovely. The baby can't form memories yet," Sophia retorted, not breaking concentration. "And I'm not—" She gasped suddenly, doubling over as a sharp pain lanced through her abdomen. The blue energy surrounding her flickered, dimmed, then vanished altogether. The abrupt power drain left her dizzy, spots dancing before her eyes. "Sophia!" Pax's voice sharpened with genuine concern. She stumbled backward, one hand pressed to her stomach. The mercenary, sensing her weakness, yanked himself free of the sword and lunged. In a flash of obsidian, Pax transformed again, this time into a massive raven, larger than any natural bird. He flew directly at the attacker's face, obsidian wings and claws slashing. The man screamed, arms flailing wildly as he tried to protect his eyes. "Get out!" Pax screeched at Sophia. "East path now!" She didn't argue, didn't hesitate. Survival instinct took over once more as she staggered toward the door, gathering what little energy remained to her. Outside, the other attackers were regrouping, their shadowy forms converging on the cabin. "Distraction," she murmured, focusing the last reserves of her power. With a grunt of effort, she sent a pulse of energy into the cabin's small wood stove. The iron creaked, glowed red-hot, then exploded in a shower of sparks and flame. Fire caught the dry wooden walls instantly. Mercenaries scattered as Sophia darted through the doorway, slipping into the shadows of the surrounding forest. Behind her, Pax's massive raven form shot from the burning cabin, circling once before diving into the trees after her. "That was your distraction," he demanded as he caught up, transforming back into his smaller raven form and landing on her shoulder. "Burn down our safe house." "It worked, didn't it?" Sophia panted, pressing a hand to her side as she ran. The cramping pain had subsided, but exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. "Yes, brilliant strategy. Now we're homeless and being hunted." Pax's feathers puffed in agitation. "Next time, maybe consider our situation before setting everything on fire." "Next time," Sophia gasped as they plunged deeper into the protective darkness of the forest, "maybe transform into something that can actually fight instead of just complaining at me? I am a spiritual guide, not a battle axe." Pax's indignation was almost comical. "My purpose is to provide wisdom and counsel, not to counsel me on how to find shelter before dawn," Sophia interrupted, her pace slowing as fatigue set in. "We need somewhere safe. The baby." The mention of the child sobered them both. Pax's obsidian eyes gleamed in the darkness as he surveyed their surroundings. 3 miles northeast," he finally said, his voice gentler now. "There's an old Guardian way station. Might be provisions left." Sophia nodded, summoning her remaining strength. Her hand returned to her stomach, a silent promise to the tiny life within. "Stay safe, little one," she whispered. "Your father is coming for us. We just need to survive until he does." "How romantic," Pax muttered, but there was no real bite to his words. The father is coming. Meanwhile, Mother burns down houses and throws spiritual guides at mercenaries. Despite everything, the pain, the danger, the uncertainty, Sophia found herself smiling. Just another day in the life of a guardian, right? "Guardian, yes," Pax agreed. "Guardian mother? That's a first, and judging by tonight's performance, possibly a last if you don't start being more careful." Sophia's smile faded as the reality of their situation settled over her once more. Someone had found her, someone with resources, knowledge, and a clear intent to either capture or kill. And whoever they were, they knew exactly what she was. The question was, did they also know what she carried? Chapter 19. Morning light filtered weakly through the dense canopy as Sophia stumbled over a fallen log. 3 hours of flight through unfamiliar territory had drained what little energy remained after the fight. Each step sent dull pain radiating through her overexerted muscles. "The way station should be just ahead," Pax said from his perch on a nearby branch. His obsidian feathers appeared almost blue in the early dawn light. "Though I haven't visited in 50 years, possibly 70. "Wonderful," Sophia muttered, pushing sweat-dampened hair from her face. "So it might just be a pile of rotting wood by now." "Guardian way stations are built to last," Pax sniffed, clearly offended. "Unlike that tinderbox you so enthusiastically converted into a bonfire." Sophia chose not to dignify that with a response. Her senses were stretched to their limits, scanning for any hint of pursuit. The forest remained eerily quiet. No birds, no small animals scurrying through underbrush. Even the insects seemed to have fallen silent. "Something's wrong," she whispered, stopping mid-stride. "It's too quiet." Pax tilted his head, obsidian eyes gleaming. "You're right. We need to—" The arrow whistled through the space between them, missing Pax by inches and embedding itself in the tree trunk with a solid thunk. "Silver tip! Hunter's fletching! Professional!" "Run!" Pax screeched, launching himself from the branch as Sophia dove behind the massive trunk. Another arrow struck the ground where she'd stood moments before. These weren't the same mercenaries from the cabin. They couldn't have tracked her this quickly, this precisely. This was someone else, someone who'd been waiting. "Trap," Sophia hissed, pressing her back against the rough bark. "They knew we'd head for the way station." "Guardian Sophia." A deep voice echoed through the trees, close enough to raise goosebumps along her arms. "Your reputation precedes you." Something cold twisted in her stomach. Not just her name, her title. Very few outside the Guardian Order knew of such designations. "Whoever you are," she called out, "you've made a serious mistake." Low laughter answered her. "I've made many in my long life. Hunting you isn't one of them." The voice came from a different direction now, circling, positioning. Sophia's hand drifted to her stomach, a protective gesture that had become instinctive these past weeks. Her power reserves were nearly depleted, her body still recovering from overexertion. "He's alone," Pax whispered, now a tiny obsidian mouse at her feet. But different. Not human, not shifter either. Sophia closed her eyes, focusing what little energy remained into her senses. The forest shimmered in her guardian's sight, living energy flowing through trees, earth, air, and moving through it, a cold void of nothingness, an absence where life should be. "Vampire," she breathed, eyes snapping open. "Clever girl." The voice was directly behind her now. Sophia whirled, hands thrusting forward on instinct. Blue energy sparked from her fingertips, weak, faltering, but enough to force the dark figure back a step. Now she could see him clearly, tall, elegantly dressed despite the wilderness setting, with aristocratic features frozen in timeless perfection. His eyes burned crimson in the shadows. "The famous Guardian Fire," he mused, studying her with cold curiosity. "Though considerably diminished, I see. They said you were formidable. This is disappointing." "Sorry to underwhelm," Sophia retorted, trying to gather more energy. Nothing came. Her reserves were bone dry. The vampire smiled, revealing the tips of lethal fangs. "No matter. The child you carry is my primary interest." Ice flooded Sophia's veins. He knew. Somehow he knew about the baby. "You're not touching my child," she snarled, dropping into a defensive stance despite her exhaustion. Admirable maternal instinct. The vampire moved with preternatural speed, circling her so quickly he seemed to blur. "But ultimately futile. Sophia, run!" Pax squeaked, transforming into a cobra and lunging at the vampire's ankles. The undead creature laughed, easily sidestepping the attack. "A spirit guide? How quaint!" His hand shot out, faster than mortal eyes could track, catching Pax mid-strike. With casual strength, he hurled the obsidian serpent against a distant tree. Pax hit the trunk with a sickening crack, transforming back into a small raven before crumpling to the forest floor, wings splayed at unnatural angles. "Pax!" Sophia cried, heart lurching at the sight of her fallen companion. "Now then," the vampire said, turning his full attention to her, "shall we dispense with the theatrics?" He moved like liquid shadow, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Sophia tried to dodge, tried to summon energy for even the smallest defensive blast. Nothing came. Her body betrayed her, sluggish with fatigue and the drain of protecting the growing life within her. His hand closed around her throat, lifting her effortlessly until her feet dangled above the ground. Panic clawed at her chest as her airway constricted beneath his icy grip. "So this is the guardian who captured a wolf spirit's heart," the vampire mused, studying her with detached curiosity. "The mother of the impossible child. I expected more fight in you." Sophia clawed at his wrist, struggling for breath. Black spots danced at the edges of her vision. The baby. She had to protect the baby. Desperation gave her strength as she kicked wildly, striking his chest, his face, to no effect. He might as well have been carved from marble. "Don't worry," he continued conversationally, as if they were discussing the weather. "I won't kill you. Not immediately. First, I need to extract the hybrid energy signature from your womb. The procedure is unpleasant, I'm afraid, but necessary." Cold horror washed through her as his meaning became clear. He wanted the baby's energy, the unique fusion of guardian and wolf shifter power that had never existed before. "No," she gasped, the word barely audible through her crushed windpipe. The vampire leaned closer, his breath like a winter grave against her face. "You have no say in the matter." Darkness crept inward from the edges of her vision. Her struggles weakened, limbs growing heavy as oxygen deprivation took its toll. This couldn't be happening. Not like this. Not when she'd finally found Asher, when they'd created something miraculous together. A tiny spark flickered deep within her. Not her guardian power, but something deeper, more primal. The baby. Somehow, impossibly, the tiny life responded to her desperation, lending her a thread of energy. Not much, not enough to fight, but perhaps enough for one last attempt. With the last of her strength, Sophia pressed her palm against the vampire's chest and pushed, not with physical force, but with raw intent. The spark traveled through her hand into the creature's cold body. He flinched, momentarily startled. His grip loosened just enough for her to drag in a painful breath. "Interesting," he murmured, recovering almost instantly. "The child has power already. All the more reason to proceed with extraction. No hope, no escape." The darkness returned, rushing in faster now as her consciousness began to slip away. Chapter 20. In her fading awareness, Sophia reached for her connection to Asher, that tenuous bond that had formed between them, guardian and wolf. A silent farewell. A warning. "I'm sorry. He knows about the baby. Run." The vampire's grip suddenly disappeared. Sophia collapsed to the ground, lungs heaving desperately for air. Through blurred vision, she saw movement, a massive dark shape colliding with the vampire, sending both figures crashing through underbrush. Snarls, primal, ferocious, filled the clearing. Not just any wolf's rage. She would know that sound anywhere in any state of consciousness. Asher. Rolling onto her side, Sophia fought to focus her vision. 20 feet away, a massive black wolf with silver-tipped fur had the vampire pinned to the ground, jaws locked around his throat. Blood, dark and viscous, spurted from the wound as the wolf's teeth tore deeper. The vampire thrashed with supernatural strength, landing blows that would kill an ordinary wolf. Asher absorbed each hit, never releasing his death grip on the creature's throat. His eyes blazed yellow fire in the dim forest light, filled with a fury beyond rational thought. With a sickening tear, the wolf ripped the vampire's throat completely free. Still not enough. Vampires could heal from almost anything except complete destruction. Asher knew this. Even as the creature tried to scramble away, the wolf pounced again, claws and teeth working in a frenzy of protective rage. Sophia watched through the haze of semi-consciousness as Asher systematically dismembered the vampire, ensuring there could be no regeneration. It was primal, vicious, necessary, and the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. When it was done, when nothing remained of their attacker but scattered pieces, the wolf stood panting, sides heaving with exertion. Blood matted his fur, some his own, most the vampire's. Slowly, he turned toward her, eyes shifting from feral yellow to a more human awareness. In a shimmer of energy that prickled against her skin, the wolf transformed. Bones shifted, fur receded, until Asher knelt on the forest floor in human form, naked and blood-streaked. His eyes, now human eyes, dark with emotion, locked on hers. For a heartbeat, neither moved. The forest held its breath around them. Then he was beside her, strong arms gathering her broken body against his chest. His warmth enveloped her, achingly familiar after months of separation. His scent, pine, musk, home, filled her lungs as she pressed her face against his neck. "Sophia," he whispered, voice ragged with emotion. His hands moved over her, checking for injuries before one palm came to rest on her stomach. "The baby?" She nodded weakly, throat too bruised for speech. Her hand covered his, pressing it more firmly against her abdomen where their child grew. I felt you, Asher said, forehead touching hers. Your call, your fear. His voice broke. I thought I'd lost you both. Sophia struggled to find her voice, each word painful through her damaged throat. You found us. I'll always find you. The fierceness in his tone left no room for doubt. Both of you. He gathered her closer, and Sophia felt the fine tremors running through his powerful body. Aftershocks of rage, of terror, of relief. His lips pressed against her temple, her cheek finally finding her mouth in a kiss that tasted of blood and desperation and homecoming. When they broke apart, Sophia managed a weak smile. Your timing could use work. A choked sound escaped him. Half laugh, half sob. I'll make a note for next time. Excuse me, came a disgruntled voice from nearby. Pax recovered enough to transform into his preferred raven form, hobbled toward them on one good leg. If you two are quite finished with the romantic reunion, perhaps we could move somewhere less. Dismembered? Asher's eyes widened. The spirit guide can talk to me? Unfortunately, the spirit guide talks to everyone, Sophia whispered, her smile growing despite the pain. Constantly. I heard that, Pax huffed, settling onto a low branch. And after I so valiantly attempted to save you from a creature 10 times my size. You were very brave, Sophia assured him, voice fading as exhaustion pulled at her again. Asher rose smoothly to his feet, cradling her against his chest as if she weighed nothing. His eyes scanned the forest, calculating routes, threats, possibilities. The way station? He asked. Pax bobbed his head in confirmation. Half-mile northeast, though I'm still not convinced it's standing after 70 years. It is, Asher said with certainty. I passed it tracking Sophia's scent. As he carried her through the forest, Sophia rested her head against his shoulder, allowing herself to truly relax for the first time in months. Can you hear me now? Hello? Testing, 1, 2. Finally. That silencing spell was completely unnecessary, by the way. The wolf's voice suddenly announced, clear to both of them. Asher groaned, and here I was, enjoying the peace. Sophia smiled weakly. Welcome back, Wolf. I was wondering when you'd break through. I let Asher use the spell on me to make him feel better, the wolf declared proudly. I silenced him when I sensed you were in danger, Asher explained, adjusting his hold on Sophia. He gets excitable during fights. Excitable? The wolf objected. I get strategic. There's a difference. And by the way, he added critically, that vampire would have gone down a lot faster if you'd gone for the heart first instead of the throat. Just saying. Pax, who had been flying ahead, circled back and landed on a branch at eye level. His obsidian feathers glistened in a shaft of sunlight breaking through the trees. Ah, the spirit guide said, eyeing Asher with new interest. So this is the infamous wolf I've been hearing about. The one who never stops talking. Wait, you can hear him too? Asher asked. Of course he can hear me, the wolf replied before Pax could answer. He's Pax the Illuminator, guardian of the seventh veil. Though I must say, the wolf added critically, the raven form doesn't do your reputation justice. Weren't you a phoenix during the second convergence? Pax's feathers ruffled with unmistakable pleasure. You remember that? He responded, clearly flattered. The phoenix was a bit much for everyday guidance, though. Too many forest fires. Wait, Asher interrupted, looking between Sophia and Pax. You two know each other? Not personally, his wolf clarified, but Pax here is practically supernatural royalty. His guidance helped establish the first guardian sanctuaries after the Great Divide. Look who's suddenly a supernatural history buff, Asher muttered. I've always been cultured, the wolf sniffed. Not my fault you only pay attention when I'm talking about fighting techniques or food. Sophia laughed, then winced as the motion aggravated her bruised throat. The wolf and I have had some interesting conversations about ancient history, she told Asher. He has unique perspectives. That's one word for it, Asher replied dryly. Colorful? I'm the life of the party, the wolf objected. Without me, this one would just brood silently in the forest for the next century. The wolf's tone suddenly shifted, becoming almost reverent. Now, more importantly, where's our little cub? Cub? Sophia echoed, her hand instinctively moving to her stomach. The baby, the wolf clarified, his voice gentling further. Our little miracle. Can't see the tyke yet, but I can sense something. Extraordinary. The child is barely formed, Pax pointed out, hopping to a lower branch to keep pace. Hardly more than an energy signature at this stage. Energy signature? The wolf scoffed. That's our future alpha in there. Or alpha guardian hybrid, whatever the proper term is. I'm putting dibs on spirit godfather, by the way. That's not a thing, Pax said definitively. It is now, the wolf insisted. I just made it a thing. Sophia felt Asher's chest vibrate with silent laughter. I apologize in advance, he told her. He's going to be insufferable about this. Insufferable? I'm going to be the best spirit godfather ever, the wolf declared. I'll teach the little one all about tracking and hunting and the proper way to howl at the moon. Which you don't even do, Asher interrupted. I could, if I wanted to, the wolf replied with dignity. It's just beneath my sophisticated sensibilities. Pax made a noise suspiciously like a snort. Sophisticated? The spirit who once convinced his host to chase his own tail for an hour? That was a training exercise, the wolf defended, and it was 45 minutes max. Sophia couldn't contain her laughter despite the pain. You two are going to be terrible influences on this child, she said, looking between where she sensed the wolf's presence and Pax. Correction. Terribly wonderful influences, the wolf said. Between my wisdom, Pax's knowledge, and Asher's. Well, Asher's good looks, I suppose. This kid is going to rule the supernatural world. Heaven help us all, Asher muttered, but Sophia caught the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You know, Pax observed, tilting his raven head, in all my centuries guiding guardians, I've never encountered a wolf spirit with such an independent personality. That's because I'm one of a kind, the wolf preened. Ancient, powerful, charming, modest, Asher added sarcastically, and exceptionally good-looking in wolf form, the wolf continued, without missing a beat. You should see my coat. Luxurious. The silver tips are particularly distinguished. And yet somehow you're still a sucker for supernatural power rankings, Asher said, shaking his head. The wolf made an indignant sound. I am not a sucker for power rankings, he objected forcefully. I simply appreciate the proper respect for established supernatural hierarchies. There's a difference. Oh, there definitely is, Pax agreed, his obsidian eyes twinkling with mischief. One that I'm sure you'll explain at length over the next several days. Finally, someone who understands the importance of proper supernatural etiquette, the wolf said triumphantly. Don't encourage him, Asher warned Pax. Too late, Sophia whispered, pressing her lips to Asher's jaw. I think they're bonding. Ahead, the trees thinned to reveal a small clearing where a modest wooden structure stood, the Guardian Way Station, weathered but intact. As they approached, the wolf's voice softened again. Hey, little cub, he crooned, his attention clearly focused on Sophia's stomach. It's your spirit godfather here. Don't you worry about a thing. Between your dad's strength, your mom's magic, my wisdom, and Raven royalty over there, nothing's gonna hurt you. We've got you covered from all sides of the veil. A tear rolled down Sophia's face as her hand found Asher's where it supported her shoulders. They intertwined their fingers. He's been waiting to meet you both, Asher said softly, his eyes on Sophia's face. Even if he won't admit how worried he was. I heard that, the wolf grumbled, but without his usual sharpness. And I wasn't worried. I was strategically concerned. Chapter 21. You're not going. Asher stuffed the last of their meager supplies into his pack, the worn leather creaking under the pressure of his forceful movements. Outside the way station's single window, dawn painted the forest in hues of amber and gold, dew glistening on spider webs strung between branches. Sophia crossed her arms, her stance wide despite her evident exhaustion. "We've had this conversation 3 times already, and we'll have it a 4th if necessary." The scent of her fatigue, sweat mixed with the faintest metallic tang of depleted guardian energy, made his jaw clench. Kane's territory is safer. The Red Moon Pack has no stake in this fight. "I'm not hiding while you face this alone." Sophia's voice remained steady, though the purple shadows beneath her eyes betrayed her weariness. She pressed a hand absently to her lower abdomen, a gesture that sent a jolt through Asher's chest every time he witnessed it. "Beautiful sentiment," his wolf interjected. "Very touching. Terrible strategy." Asher shot a mental glare at his wolf before turning back to Sophia. "The Alpha Challenge isn't just a fight. It's politics, posturing, ancient traditions. Bringing a pregnant guardian into the heart of it is exactly the statement we need to make." She stepped closer, the scent of her, sage and rainfall and something new, something distinctly maternal, flooding his senses. "Your pack needs to see that their future alpha honors bonds beyond bloodlines, that he stands by his choices." "My choices could get you both killed," Asher growled, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. Pax fluttered his obsidian wings from his perch in the corner. "Much as I hate to admit it, the Guardian has a point. Hiding her away implies shame." "Thank you, Pax," Sophia said without breaking eye contact with Asher, "though bringing her into hostile territory suggests questionable judgment," Pax continued, "which I've noted repeatedly since joining this little adventure." "Thank you, Pax," Asher echoed dryly. Sophia stepped forward, placing her palm against Asher's chest. Even through his shirt, her touch burned like a brand. "We face this together or not at all." The wolf sighed dramatically. She's got that stubborn look again. You know the one, where her left eyebrow does that little twitch and her jaw sets like concrete. Might as well surrender now. Asher captured her hand in his, thumb tracing the delicate bones of her wrist where her pulse beat steady and strong. "The pack will smell the pregnancy immediately." His gaze dropped to her midsection. Though still almost flat, he could detect the slightest curve now, a subtle rounding that housed their miracle. "They'll know what we are to each other." "Good." Her fingers tightened around his. "I want them to know." Morning light streamed through the window, catching in her dark hair and illuminating the determination in her eyes. The sight made his chest ache with a mixture of pride and fear. "Your tenacity is both your most endearing and most infuriating quality," Asher muttered, already knowing he'd lost this battle. "I believe the word you're looking for is strength," Sophia countered with a hint of a smile. "Actually, the word is stubborn," his wolf offered helpfully. "But he's afraid to say it because you might set him on fire with your guardian mojo." Asher sighed, securing the pack closed with more force than necessary. "Fine, we go together. But you stay close to me at all times. No wandering, no exploring. And if the situation turns—" "I promise to use appropriate caution," Sophia interrupted, her smile softening. "I'm carrying precious cargo, remember? Self-preservation has suddenly become a much higher priority." Asher couldn't stop himself from reaching out, his palm covering the slight swell of her stomach. Through the thin fabric of her borrowed shirt, he imagined he could feel the warmth of the tiny life within, wolf and guardian, impossible and perfect. "Our cub is going to be just like her," his wolf predicted glumly. "Brave to the point of insanity with an absolute disregard for reasonable precautions." "Her?" Asher thought back, momentarily distracted. "Just a feeling," his wolf replied mysteriously. "We'll see who's right in about 6 months." Pax hopped down from his perch, transforming mid-flight from raven to a small silver fox, a form better suited for traveling unnoticed through the forest. If we intend to reach Blackwood territory before nightfall, we should depart now. Asher nodded, reluctantly breaking contact with Sophia. Stay close, he murmured again, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Please. Always, she promised, leaning briefly into his touch before straightening her shoulders with renewed resolve. The journey through the Northern Territories tested Asher's restraint at every turn. Each time Sophia stumbled over uneven ground, each time her breath came faster than normal from exertion, his muscles coiled with the urge to sweep her into his arms and carry her the rest of the way. Only her pointed glare when he hovered too closely kept him from acting on the impulse. By midday, they paused at a small stream. Sophia sank gratefully onto a moss-covered rock, splashing cool water on her face while Pax scouted ahead in his fox form. "You're doing that thing again," Sophia observed without looking up. "What thing?" Asher asked, scanning the trees for any sign of threat. "That hovering, overprotective alpha male thing." She stretched her legs out before her, wincing slightly. "I may be pregnant, but I'm not made of glass." His wolf snickered. "Busted." "I'm not hovering," Asher insisted, though he consciously took a step back. "I'm being vigilant." Sophia's non-committal hum made it clear she wasn't fooled. She placed a hand on her lower back, massaging a spot that clearly ached. The simple gesture sent a rush of tenderness through him, so powerful it nearly knocked him back a step. Their child, a mixture of their bloodlines, their powers, their love, was already changing her body, already making its presence known. "Here," Asher said, moving behind her. Carefully, he placed his hands on her lower back, fingers pressing gently against the muscles that carried new strain. Her soft sigh of relief was more rewarding than anything he'd experienced in decades. "That feels amazing," Sophia murmured, leaning back into his touch. "I never knew pregnancy would make everything ache quite so much." "Your center of gravity is changing," Asher explained, focusing his attention on easing her discomfort. "Even if it's barely visible yet, your body is already compensating." "Fascinating pregnancy knowledge from the wolf who's never been pregnant," his wolf commented. "Have you been reading maternal health books when I wasn't paying attention?" "My mother was a midwife before she met my father," Asher responded silently. "She used to talk about the early signs, how a woman's body begins changing long before the pregnancy shows." "Sentimental and useful," his wolf acknowledged. "A rare combination." Sophia tilted her head back to look up at him. "You're going to be an extraordinary father, you know that?" The word struck Asher like a physical blow. Father. He was going to be a father. The concept had been abstract until this moment, a fact known but not yet fully realized. Now, with her leaning against him, with his hands on the body that sheltered their child, the reality crashed over him in a wave. "I hope so," he managed, his voice rougher than intended. "I know so," Sophia replied with quiet certainty. She covered his hand with hers, guiding it around to rest on the slight curve of her belly. "This little one is already loved beyond measure. What more could a child need?" The moment stretched between them, peaceful and perfect, until Pax's return shattered the tranquility. "Pack scouts," the fox announced, materializing from the underbrush in a silver blur. 3 miles ahead, patrolling the outer boundary. "We're approaching Blackwood territory." Asher straightened, instantly alert. "Did they catch your scent?" "Please," Pax sniffed indignantly, tail swishing. "I've been evading detection since before your grandfather's grandfather was born." Sophia rose to her feet, squaring her shoulders. "So, this is it." "Last chance to reconsider," Asher offered, though he already knew her answer. Her hand found his, fingers intertwining with quiet determination. "We go together. Into the lion's den," his wolf added cheerfully. Or would it be the wolf's den? Either way, expect lots of teeth and territorial posturing. Not helping, Asher muttered. Together, they moved forward, following the narrow game trail that would lead them to the edge of Blackwood Packlands. With each step, Asher felt the weight of what lay ahead pressing down on his shoulders. Not just the alpha challenge, but the declaration they were about to make simply by crossing that boundary together. Guardian and wolf. An impossible bond. A forbidden child. You know, his wolf mused as they walked, for a guy who spent centuries avoiding commitments, you've really gone all in this time. Girlfriend, baby, leadership challenge, cosmic rule breaking. It's like you're making up for lost time. Sometimes, Asher thought back, watching Sophia move ahead of him with fierce grace despite her exhaustion, you find something worth fighting for. Something? His wolf echoed. Or someone? Both, Asher answered, his gaze lingering on the spot where his child grew within the woman he loved. Definitely both. The exact moment they crossed into Blackwood territory, Asher felt it like a physical shift in the air. These were the lands he'd roamed for generations, the forests and mountains that sang to his blood. Home, both welcoming and perilous now. They know we're here, he murmured to Sophia, who walked close by his side. Pack sentries will have caught our scent. She nodded, her hand slipping into his with quiet resolve. Then let's not keep them waiting. They moved deeper into the territory, following the main path that would lead directly to the pack settlement. No subterfuge, no sneaking, an open declaration of their return, of their unity. The first wolf appeared silently at the edge of the tree line to their right, a young female with tawny fur who made no attempt to hide herself. Her nostrils flared as she caught their scent, head tilting in obvious confusion. That's Leah, Asher explained quietly to Sophia. She's barely 20, new to sentry duty. Sophia lifted her chin slightly, meeting the wolf's curious gaze without flinching. She seemed surprised. You're probably the first guardian she's ever encountered, Asher said, and definitely the first pregnant one accompanied by a pack member. As if responding to his words, Leah's form shimmered and shifted, fur receding until a young woman with the same tawny-colored hair stood watching them. She wore the leather guard uniform of the Blackwood Pack, a silver crescent moon emblazoned on the shoulder. "Asher Blackwood," she called, her voice carrying the formal tone of sentry duty. "You return, with company." "I return with my mate," Asher replied, the words sending a ripple of possessive satisfaction through his chest. "Sophia, guardian of the Northern Territories." Leah's eyes widened, flickering between them before dropping momentarily to Sophia's midsection. The young wolf's nostrils flared again, confirming what her eyes suggested. I should report this to the elders." "You should," Asher agreed calmly. "Tell them I've returned to claim my rightful place as alpha, with my mate at my side." The young wolf hesitated, clearly unsure of protocol for this unprecedented situation. Finally, she nodded sharply and shifted back to wolf form, disappearing into the trees with impressive speed. "Well, that cat's out of the bag," his wolf commented. "Or should I say wolf? Either way, the entire pack will know about the pregnant guardian situation in about, I'd say 10 minutes, tops." "That was the point," Asher replied silently. Aloud, he said to Sophia, "Are you ready for this?" Her fingers tightened around his. "As I'll ever be." They continued forward, and with each step, Asher felt more eyes on them. Wolves appeared at the edges of the path, some in human form, others as wolves, all watching with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. The scent of their collective unease hung heavy in the air. "Your reception committee grows by the minute," Pax observed, trotting alongside them in his fox form. "Not exactly rolling out the welcome mat, are they?" "They're afraid," Sophia murmured, her guardian senses clearly picking up on the emotional undercurrents. Not just angry or disapproving, genuinely afraid. "Fear and change go hand in hand," Asher replied, even as he catalogued each face, each reaction, mental notes on where loyalties might lie in the coming confrontation. Chapter 22. The trees thinned as they approached the central clearing where the main pack buildings clustered. The settlement came into view, wooden structures built to last generations, smoke rising from stone chimneys, the training grounds to the west where young wolves learned to fight and hunt. Activity in the clearing halted as they emerged from the tree line. Conversations died mid-sentence. Children were hurriedly ushered indoors. The scent of tension thickened until it felt like walking through syrup. "Dramatic entrance. Achieved," his wolf remarked. "Though I was hoping for a bit more gasping and fainting, maybe one or two wolves howling in dismay." "Give them time," Asher thought back dryly. A familiar figure detached from a group near the main lodge. Derek, the wolf who had challenged Asher during their training session months ago. His posture radiated aggression as he strode toward them, several other young wolves following in his wake. "Well," Derek called, loud enough for everyone in the clearing to hear, "look who's returned, and with such interesting company." Asher felt Sophia tense beside him, but kept his own expression neutral. "Derek, I see you're still fond of making scenes." Derek's nostrils flared as he drew closer, his gaze fixed on Sophia with unconcealed hostility. "A guardian, in our territory." His eyes dropped to her midsection and his lip curled. "And breeding, no less. How progressive of you, Blackwood." "Careful," Asher warned, his voice dropping to a register that made several nearby wolves take instinctive steps back. "That's my mate and child you're referring to." "Mate?" Derek let out a harsh laugh, though Asher noted the slight tremor in it. For all his posturing, Derek was afraid. "A guardian can't be a wolf's true mate. It's against our most sacred laws." "Yet here we stand," Sophia replied before Asher could, her tone measured but firm. "Perhaps your laws need updating." Derek's companions murmured amongst themselves, the scent of their unease growing stronger. One of them, Mason, Asher recognized, stepped forward with more restraint than his friend. "The elders will want to speak with you immediately," Mason said, his gaze moving between Asher and Sophia with cautious curiosity rather than outright rejection. "This is unprecedented." "Tell him we'll be happy to meet with the elders," Asher instructed, deliberately ignoring Derek now. "After we've settled in, my mate needs rest after our journey." The dismissal was clear, and Derek's face flushed with anger. "You can't just—" "I can," Asher cut him off, stepping forward until they were chest to chest. "And I am. Stand aside, Derek." For a moment, tension crackled between them, primal and electric. Then, with visible reluctance, Derek stepped back. Not submission, not yet, but a tactical retreat. "The elders won't allow this," Derek said, his voice pitched to carry to the growing crowd. "A mixed blood heir? A guardian living among wolves? It goes against everything we stand for." "Perhaps," Asher acknowledged, placing a protective hand at the small of Sophia's back as they moved past the antagonistic group. "Or perhaps it's exactly what this pack needs to survive the coming changes." They continued across the clearing, heads held high despite the weight of dozens of stairs. Asher guided them toward his cabin at the settlement's edge, the home he'd maintained for generations, passed down through his father's line. The weathered wooden structure sat apart from the others, backing against the forest with a clear view of the mountains beyond. "That went well," his wolf commented as they approached the cabin. "No bloodshed, minimal death threats. I call that a win." "It's only beginning," Asher replied silently. Inside, the cabin smelled of disuse and stillness, dust motes dancing in the shafts of afternoon light streaming through the windows. Asher moved quickly to open the shutters, letting fresh air circulate through the space. Sophia stood in the center of the main room, taking in the simple furnishings, the bookshelves lined with volumes collected over centuries, the hearthstone worn smooth from generations of fires. "So this is home," she said softly. The word sent a wave of emotion through Asher's chest. Home. It had been just a place for so long, somewhere to return to between journeys, between responsibilities. Now, with Sophia standing in its center, with their child growing within her, the concept transformed into something deeper. More vital. It is now, he replied, crossing to her side. His hand found hers, fingers intertwining with familiar ease. Though, I should apologize for the dust. Her laugh, soft but genuine, eased some of the tension from his shoulders. I think I can overlook a little dust, considering everything else we're facing. Quite generous of you, Pax remarked, having shifted to his preferred raven form now that they were indoors. He hopped along the mantelpiece, inspecting the space with critical eyes. Though I notice a distinct lack of suitable perches for spiritual advisors. I'll add it to my list of renovations, Asher replied dryly. He turned back to Sophia, noting the shadows beneath her eyes, the slight droop of her shoulders. You should rest. The bed's through there. He cut off as a new scent reached him, familiar, unwelcome, approaching the cabin at a measured pace. His body tensed automatically. What is it? Sophia asked, instantly alert to his change in demeanor. Elder Marcus, Asher replied, moving to position himself between her and the door. Sooner than expected. Ah, the plot thickens, his wolf commented. Elder Cryptic makes his entrance. A firm knock sounded on the cabin door. 3 precise raps. Formal, official. Shall I make myself scarce? Pax asked, already edging toward the rafters. No, Sophia replied, straightening her spine and smoothing her shirt over the slight curve of her belly. We have nothing to hide. Asher nodded agreement, though his instincts screamed at him to shield her from what was coming. With deliberate calm, he crossed to the door and opened it. Elder Marcus stood on the threshold, impeccably dressed as always in garments that blended traditional pack designs with modern tailoring. His silver hair was neatly combed back from his lined face, his expression a careful mask of neutrality that didn't quite reach his eyes. Asher, he greeted, voice smoothly cordial. Word of your return has spread quickly through the pack. I imagine it has, Asher replied, making no move to invite him in. Marcus's gaze shifted past him to where Sophia stood. His nostrils flared slightly, the only outward sign of his reaction to her scent, to the pregnancy it revealed. And this must be the guardian I've heard so much about. Sophia, she supplied, moving forward to stand beside Asher. Guardian of the Northern Territories. I've heard much about you as well, Elder Marcus. All favorable, I hope, Marcus replied with a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. Actually, no, Sophia said, her tone pleasant but unflinching. But I try to form my own opinions. A tense silence followed her words. Marcus's expression remained fixed in its mask of cordiality, but something cold flickered in his eyes. She's got spirit, his wolf observed. I'll give her that. Asher placed a hand at the small of Sophia's back, both supportive and protective. What can we do for you, Marcus? We've only just arrived and my mate needs rest. The term mate caused the slightest narrowing of Marcus's eyes, the only crack in his careful facade. The Council of Elders requests your presence tomorrow at midday. Both of you. His gaze lingered on Sophia's midsection. There are matters to discuss regarding your challenge for Alpha. I'll bet there are, his wolf muttered, like how to disqualify you as quickly as possible. We'll be there, Asher confirmed, his voice revealing nothing of his inner tension. Chapter 23. Marcus nodded, then added with deliberate casualness, It's quite unprecedented, you know. A guardian within Packlands, a mixed-blood child. His tone conveyed concern, but his eyes held calculation. Some might worry about the implications, the dangers. Some might, Asher agreed, his own tone equally measured. Others might see opportunity. Evolution. Evolution, Marcus repeated, testing the word as if sampling a questionable wine. An interesting perspective. He stepped back, inclining his head in formal farewell. "Until tomorrow, then." As the elder turned to leave, his gaze swept once more over Sophia, lingering just a moment too long on her stomach. The look set Asher's teeth on edge, every protective instinct within him rising to fighting readiness. He closed the door firmly, drawing in a deep breath to calm the surge of adrenaline. "Well, he's delightful," Sophia commented, her light tone belied by the tension in her shoulders. "Very welcoming." "Marcus has always been skilled at saying one thing while meaning another," Asher replied, moving to check that the shutters were secure. Something primal within him needed to ensure the den was safe, all entrances guarded, all vulnerabilities addressed. "He smells of deception," Pax observed from his perch in the rafters, "and something else, something I can't quite identify." "Ambition," Asher suggested, moving methodically through the cabin. "He's served as elder for nearly 40 years. He was my father's closest advisor. And now he wants your position," Sophia concluded, watching him with knowing eyes. "Or at least he wants to control who gets it." "Exactly," Asher confirmed, "which makes us, a significant complication to whatever he's planned." Sophia sank onto the worn sofa, one hand absently coming to rest on her stomach. The simple gesture sent another wave of fierce protectiveness through Asher's chest. He was particularly interested in the baby, she noted. There was something in his eyes when he looked. She trailed off, both hands now cradling the slight swell. Asher moved to her side immediately, kneeling before her. "Nothing will happen to either of you," he vowed, covering her hands with his own. "Nothing." "Such certainty," his wolf commented, though without his usual sarcasm. "I like it." They sat in silence for a moment, connected by touch and shared purpose. Then Sophia's expression changed, her eyes widening slightly. "What is it?" Asher asked, instantly alert for threats. A slow smile spread across her face. "The baby," she whispered. "I felt something. Not a kick. It's too early for that. More like a flutter, like butterfly wings." The world seemed to stop. Asher's hand trembled slightly as he pressed it more firmly against her belly, as if he could somehow share in this miracle through touch alone. "There," Sophia breathed, guiding his hand to a specific spot. "Did you feel it?" He couldn't, not physically. It was too subtle, too early, but something deeper than his physical senses responded all the same. A connection, a recognition. Father and child. "Our cub," his wolf whispered, all humor gone from his voice. "Our little miracle." A sound from outside shattered the moment. The snap of a twig, followed by the whisper of movement too deliberate to be animal. Asher was on his feet in an instant, body coiled for action. "Someone's watching the cabin," he said quietly, moving toward the window. Sophia rose, her own senses clearly extended. "West side, near the large oak. They're trying to stay downwind." Asher caught the scent then, wolf, male, young, familiar. "Tyler Nash," he identified, "one of Marcus's errand boys." "The spy from my cabin," Sophia added, voice hardening. "The one who swore the blood oath." "What blood oath?" Asher demanded, turning to her with raised eyebrows. "Long story," Pax interjected from above, "involving bodily threats and mystical binding. Your mate can be quite terrifying when crossed." "He must be here on Marcus's orders," Sophia continued, ignoring Pax's commentary. "Watching us, reporting back." A cold anger settled in Asher's gut. "Then let's give him something to report." His wolf perked up immediately. "Please tell me we're going to drag him in here by his ears and use him as an example." "Something like that," Asher confirmed, already moving toward the door. Sophia caught his arm. "What are you going to do?" "Make a statement," Asher replied simply. "Stay here." Before she could argue, he slipped outside, moving with the silent predatory grace of a born hunter. Circling wide through the trees, He approached Tyler's hiding spot from behind, using the wind direction to mask his scent. The young wolf was so focused on the cabin, on maintaining his own concealment, that he failed to notice Asher's approach until it was too late. One moment he was crouched behind a fallen log, the next he was hauled upright by the scruff of his neck, feet dangling as Asher lifted him effortlessly. "Tyler," Asher greeted, voice deceptively calm. "Interesting place for an evening stroll." Fear spiked in the young wolf's scent, his pulse visibly hammering in the hollow of his throat. "Asher, I was just—" "Spying," Asher finished for him. "On my mate, on my home." His grip tightened on Tyler's collar, fabric straining beneath his fingers. "On my child. Elder Marcus asked me to—" Tyler cut himself off, realizing his mistake too late. "To what, exactly?" Asher asked, pulling the younger wolf closer until they were eye to eye. "Report on the Guardian? On her condition? Her vulnerabilities?" Tyler swallowed hard, the scent of his fear sharpening. "It's my duty to the pack," he managed. "The elders need to know." "Let me tell you what the elders need to know," Asher interrupted, his voice dropping to a register that made the younger wolf pale. "They need to know that my mate and child are under my protection, that anyone who threatens them, watches them, or so much as thinks about harming them will answer to me." He leaned closer, letting a hint of amber bleed into his irises, the wolf rising closer to the surface. "Directly and permanently. Do I make myself clear?" Tyler nodded frantically, his scent now sour with terror. "Good." Asher set him back on his feet but maintained his grip on the younger wolf's collar. "Now you're going to return to Elder Marcus, and you're going to deliver a message for me." "Ooh, what message?" Tyler stammered. Asher smiled, the expression all predator. "Tell him I know about his arrangement with Kalen of the Northern Fae Court. Tell him I know about the synthetic Fae magic residue that's been used to frame the Red Moon Pack. Tell him I have evidence." Tyler's eyes widened with genuine shock. Clearly he hadn't been privy to this level of Marcus's plotting. I don't understand." "You don't need to understand," Asher replied calmly. "You just need to deliver the message, word for word. Can you manage that?" Another frantic nod. "Excellent." Asher released him with a slight push that sent the younger wolf stumbling. "One more thing, Tyler." The wolf paused, still trembling. "If I catch you near my home again, if I so much as catch your scent within 100 yards of my mate, the blood oath she forced from you will be the least of your concerns. Understood?" "Yes," Tyler managed, backing away. "Run along then," Asher suggested mildly. "Elder Marcus is waiting for his report." He watched as Tyler fled through the trees, moving with the panicked haste of prey escaping a predator. Only when the young wolf was out of sight did Asher allow his rigid posture to relax slightly. "That was quite the performance," his wolf commented. "I especially liked the bit about having evidence. Very ominous, very alpha." "It's not entirely a bluff," Asher replied, turning back toward the cabin. "Kane's package contains enough to at least make Marcus nervous." "True," his wolf agreed, "though I doubt Tyler appreciated the subtleties of your power play, given that he nearly peed himself in terror." "He wasn't the real audience," Asher pointed out. "No," his wolf conceded. "The message was for Marcus. And judging by how fast our little spy is running, I'd say it will be delivered with appropriate emphasis." Inside the cabin, Sophia waited by the window, her expression caught between concern and amusement. "Was that strictly necessary?" she asked as Asher closed the door behind him. "Yes," he replied simply, crossing to her side. Packs fluttered down from the rafters to land on the back of a chair. "Your mate has a flair for the dramatic," the raven observed to Sophia. "Rather like someone else I know." She shot the spirit guide a quelling look before turning back to Asher. "And now?" "Now we prepare," Asher said, drawing her into the circle of his arms. Her body fit against his perfectly, the slight swell of her stomach a miraculous point of connection between them. The council meeting tomorrow will be challenging. Marcus won't give up easily. I don't scare easily either, Sophia reminded him, her fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. We've faced worse than a roomful of disapproving elders. True, Asher acknowledged, pressing a kiss to her temple. Vampires, mercenaries, fae guards. Politicians should be manageable by comparison. Don't underestimate politicians, his wolf warned. They fight dirty. So do we, Sophia replied with quiet determination, and Asher realized she'd heard the wolf's comment. The connection between them strengthened each day, weaving their lives and powers more tightly together. As dusk fell outside the cabin windows, casting the interior in shades of purple and gold, Asher held his mate close, one hand protectively covering the swell that housed their child. His territory was marked, his declaration made. Tomorrow would bring the council, with all its political maneuvering and ancient traditions. But tonight they had carved out this moment of peace, this quiet before the coming storm. Chapter 24. Dawn broke over the Blackwood territory in ribbons of crimson and gold, as if the sky itself bled for what was to come. Asher stood at the cabin window, watching the sun crest the distant mountains, while the first hints of wood smoke and morning dew filtered through the partially open shutters. Challenge Day. Behind him, Sophia slept, her breathing deep and even, one hand curled protectively over the slight swell of her stomach, even in sleep. The sight of her, vulnerable yet fierce, carrying their impossible child, sent a renewed surge of determination through his veins. Nervous? His wolf asked, unusually subdued this morning. Focused, Asher corrected silently, turning from the window. Liar, his wolf replied, though without malice. I can feel your heart hammering like a trapped rabbit. Very alpha-like. Asher moved quietly through the cabin, careful not to disturb Sophia as he prepared. The traditional challenge attire lay ready on the table, lightweight pants of supple black leather, well worn but immaculate, boots designed to be kicked off quickly for shifting, and the ancient silver medallion that had been passed down through his bloodline for generations. He lifted the medallion, feeling its weight, physical and symbolic, in his palm. The tarnished silver glinted in the early light, the wolf's head in profile howling toward a crescent moon. His father had worn this during his own challenge, as had his grandfather before him. Pure-blooded alphas, every one of them. Until now. You're brooding again, his wolf noted. Very attractive. The furrowed brow, the distant gaze, the manly jaw-clenching. Sophia would swoon if she weren't already horizontal. I'm strategizing, Asher muttered under his breath. Same difference, his wolf replied cheerfully. Though I do hope your strategy includes more than look pretty and try not to die. The pack might expect additional qualifications in their alpha. A soft rustling from the bedroom interrupted their banter. Sophia appeared in the doorway, sleep-tousled and beautiful in one of Asher's old shirts that draped past her thighs. The sight of her in his clothing, carrying his child, sent a primal satisfaction through him that momentarily silenced even his wolf. You should be resting, Asher said, crossing to her side. She reached up to touch his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw with tender precision. And miss watching you prepare for battle. Not a chance. Her scent enveloped him, sage and rainfall, now underscored by something richer, more fertile. The pregnancy was changing her, adding layers to her essence that called to something ancient within him. Are you ready? She asked, her eyes searching his. Yes, he answered, the words simple but laden with meaning. Liar, she echoed his wolf's earlier accusation, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. But I appreciate the confidence. It's not a lie, Asher insisted, catching her hand and pressing a kiss to her palm. I've been ready for this my entire life. Just not with quite so many complications, she added, her free hand drifting to her stomach. Before he could respond, a heavy knock rattled the cabin door. Asher tensed, instinctively positioning himself between Sophia and the entrance. "Showtime," his wolf muttered as the door swung open without waiting for an invitation. Trent stood on the threshold dressed in the formal attire of the pack's ceremonial guard, black leather accented with silver thread that caught the morning light. His expression was carefully neutral, though his eyes betrayed wariness as his gaze flickered to Sophia. "The council awaits," Trent announced formally. "The challenge circle has been prepared." Asher nodded, keeping his own expression equally composed. "Tell them I'll be there shortly." Trent hesitated, shifting his weight uncomfortably. "The elders instructed that you come immediately. Alone." "Did they now?" Asher's voice dropped to a dangerous register. "My mate accompanies me," he continued, the steel in his tone making Trent take an instinctive step back. "Or there is no challenge." "I'm just the messenger, Asher," Trent said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "But the traditions will adapt," Asher finished for him, "as they have for centuries, as they must for the pack to survive." Trent glanced between them, clearly conflicted. "Elder Marcus warned you might be difficult." "Oh, we haven't even begun to be difficult," Sophia interjected, stepping forward to stand beside Asher. "That comes later." "Sassy," his wolf approved. "I like how her presence makes our stock rise in the intimidation department." "Very power couple," Trent swallowed visibly. "I'll inform the council of your conditions." "Not conditions," Asher corrected. "Facts. We'll be there after I've finished preparing." Once Trent had retreated, his footsteps fading into the morning bustle of the awakening settlement, Sophia turned to Asher with raised eyebrows. "Well, that set a confrontational tone right from the start," she observed. "Good," Asher replied, returning to the table where the challenge attire waited. "They need to understand I won't be manipulated or controlled. Not by tradition, not by the elders." Sophia watched as he changed, her eyes tracing the contours of his body with unabashed appreciation. "The medallion," she said as he lifted it, "it carries history." "My bloodline," Asher confirmed, slipping the chain over his head. The silver disc settled against his bare chest, cool at first but quickly warming to his skin. "Every challenger in my family has worn it." "May I?" Sophia approached, hand outstretched. Asher nodded, standing perfectly still as her fingers traced the engraved wolf head. A faint blue glow emanated from her fingertips, guardian magic responding to the ancient silver. "It carries more than history," she murmured, eyes half closed in concentration. "It carries power, old magic." "Family legend says it was blessed by the first guardian to ally with wolves," Asher explained, watching her face. "Though that connection has been conveniently forgotten by those who preach blood purity." Sophia's eyes opened, meeting his with sudden intensity. "It recognizes me," she said, wonder in her voice. "The magic in it. It responds to guardian energy. To me." Before Asher could process this revelation, Pax fluttered down from the rafters where he'd been quietly observing. His obsidian feathers caught the morning light as he landed on the table beside them. "We should go," the raven announced. "The longer you delay, the more time they have to plot against you." Asher nodded, touching the medallion one last time before reaching for a simple black shirt to complete his attire. "Stay close to me," he instructed Sophia, as she disappeared briefly to change. "Always," she promised, returning moments later dressed in practical clothes that somehow still managed to emphasize her quiet dignity and the subtle curve of her pregnancy. Together they stepped into the morning light, shoulders squared, chins lifted. Across the settlement, wolves stopped their activities to watch their progress toward the ancient challenge circle at the heart of the territory. "Quite the audience," his wolf observed as they walked past staring pack members. "Though I notice no one's cheering. Tough crowd." The challenge circle came into view, a perfectly round clearing surrounded by 9 ancient oak trees, their massive trunks scarred with the claw marks of generations of challengers. At the circle's center stood a raised stone dais where the pack's ceremonial items rested: the alpha staff carved from a lightning-struck ash tree, the silver bowl for blood oaths, and the ancient leather-bound record of challenges dating back centuries. Around the circle's perimeter, the entire pack had gathered, standing in careful hierarchy. Elders at the forefront, warriors behind them, then the general pack members with pups and their caretakers at the back. Every eye turned to Asher and Sophia as they approached. Elder Marcus stepped forward, resplendent in ceremonial robes of deepest red, the traditional color of the challenge arbiter. His silver hair was pulled back severely from his face, emphasizing the hard lines of his jaw and the cold calculation in his eyes. Beside him stood Darius, Asher's chief rival for the alpha position. The younger wolf's powerful frame radiated confidence, his expression one of barely contained disdain as his gaze raked over Asher and lingered with visible disgust on Sophia. "Quite the welcoming committee," Sophia murmured, her voice pitched for Asher's ears alone. "Asher Blackwood," Marcus intoned formally, his voice carrying across the hushed clearing. "You stand before the pack to claim the right of challenge for the position of alpha." "I do," Asher replied, his own voice equally strong. "And you have brought an observer," Marcus continued, his slight hesitation making the words sound like an accusation. "I have brought my mate," Asher corrected firmly. "Sophia, guardian of the Northern Territories, the mother of my child." A ripple of whispers swept through the assembled pack. Some faces registered shock, others disgust, but Asher noted with interest that several of the younger wolves showed open curiosity, even tentative approval. "The challenge is a pack matter," Marcus said, his tone hardening, "traditionally closed to outsiders." "My mate is not an outsider," Asher replied evenly. "She carries my child, a child of this pack. She stays." Marcus's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, an unexpected voice spoke up from among the elders. "Let her stay." All heads turned to Elder Nora, the oldest wolf in the pack. Her small frame belied the power she still commanded, her white hair framing a face lined with the wisdom of centuries. She stepped forward, her gaze moving between Marcus and Asher. "If she carries a pack child, she has the right to witness," Nora continued, her voice soft but unyielding. "That is the oldest tradition of all, before your politics, before your prejudices." Marcus's face tightened with displeasure, but even he wouldn't openly challenge Nora. "Very well," he conceded, "but she will observe only. No interference." "Agreed," Sophia said before Asher could respond, her tone perfectly poised between respect and steel. "Well played," his wolf commented. "The old lady just gave Marcus his first defeat of the day. I like her." Marcus turned back to Asher, his composure recovered. "The challenge has 3 trials, as tradition demands. Trial of strength, trial of wisdom, trial of spirit. Are you prepared, challenger?" "I am," Asher confirmed. "Then let us begin." Marcus raised his arms, and the pack members moved to form a more perfect circle around the clearing, their bodies creating a living boundary. First comes the trial of strength. Darius Moore has accepted the role of pack champion. Darius stepped forward, a predatory smile spreading across his face as he began to remove his shirt. His torso was a map of battle scars, proof of combat experience and survival. "The rules are simple," Marcus continued. "Combat continues until submission or incapacitation. No killing blows." His gaze hardened. "Though accidents do happen in the heat of battle." "How reassuring," his wolf muttered sarcastically. Sophia squeezed Asher's arm once before moving to the edge of the circle, where Nora beckoned her. The old woman made space beside her, a small gesture of inclusion that didn't go unnoticed by the watching pack. Asher stepped onto the challenge circle, the packed earth cool beneath his bare feet. He'd removed his boots at the perimeter as tradition demanded. Nothing between challenger and pack soil during the trials. Across from him, Darius rolled his shoulders, his body already tensing in preparation. "I'm going to enjoy this," he said, voice pitched low for Asher's ears alone. "The mixed blood and his guardian horror have no place here." The insult was deliberate, meant to provoke, to make Asher attack in anger rather than strategy. Instead of responding, Asher simply smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Begin," Marcus called, stepping back from the circle. Darius attacked immediately, launching himself forward with impressive speed and power. His first strike, a sweeping kick aimed at Asher's knee, would have crippled a lesser opponent. Asher sidestepped, using minimal movement, conserving energy. "He's testing you," his wolf observed as Darius circled back. "Gauging your reactions." "I know," Asher replied silently, keeping his expression neutral as he tracked Darius's movements. The second attack came faster, a flurry of strikes aimed at Asher's face and throat. Asher blocked, deflected, evaded, but made no counterattacks. Around them, the pack watched in silence, the only sounds the impact of flesh on flesh and the fighters' controlled breathing. "Fight back!" Darius snarled after another exchange that left him striking air as Asher slipped past his guard. "Or are you afraid?" "Patience, not fear," Asher replied calmly, finally launching his first counter. His fist connected with Darius's ribs, a precise strike that found the exact spot where an old injury had healed imperfectly. The younger wolf grunted in pain, momentarily thrown off balance. Asher pressed his advantage, following with a combination of strikes too quick to track with human eyes. Each blow landed with surgical precision, targeting weaknesses only a skilled fighter would recognize. Darius stumbled back, blood trickling from a split lip. His surprise quickly morphed into rage, his control slipping. "You've been away too long," he growled. "Forgotten what real wolves can do." Without warning, he began to shift, bones cracking, form blurring as wolf overtook human. It was a calculated risk. In wolf form, he'd gain speed and strength, but lose the dexterity of human hands. "Oh, shifting already? Somebody's feeling desperate," his wolf commented. The massive gray wolf that replaced Darius lunged, jaws snapping for Asher's throat. Asher dropped and rolled, feeling teeth graze his shoulder, drawing first blood with a shallow cut that stung but wouldn't impede his movement. "He wants you to shift too," his wolf noted as Asher regained his feet. "Don't give him what he wants." Asher agreed. Maintaining human form against a shifted opponent was risky, but offered its own advantages, especially for someone with his experience. As Darius charged again, Asher waited until the last possible moment before stepping aside, simultaneously driving his elbow down into the wolf's neck. Darius yelped, momentum carrying him past Asher and into the dirt. Before he could recover, Asher was on him, one arm locked around the wolf's throat in a precise hold, tight enough to restrict blood flow, but not air. "Submit," Asher said quietly, increasing pressure just enough to make his point. The wolf struggled, claws scrabbling against Asher's arm, drawing lines of blood. Asher ignored the pain, maintaining the hold with unwavering discipline. Gradually, Darius's struggles weakened as reduced blood flow to his brain took effect. "You can submit," Asher repeated, "or you can pass out. Your choice." For a moment, it seemed Darius would choose unconsciousness over surrender. Then, with a final thrash of defiance, he went limp in a universal signal of submission. Asher released him immediately, rising to his feet as Darius shifted back to human form, gasping and clutching his throat. "The challenger prevails in the trial of strength," Marcus announced, his voice carefully neutral despite the obvious displeasure in his eyes. A murmur ran through the watching pack, assessment, surprise, grudging approval from some quarters. Asher caught Sophia's eye across the circle. Her subtle nod carried all the pride and support he needed. "First blood to the mixed blood," his wolf said with satisfaction. "Nicely done. Though I still say you should have shifted and shown him what a real wolf looks like." Plenty of time for that later, Asher thought back, turning to face Marcus again. Chapter 25. The scent hit Asher first, coppery and thick, hanging in the morning air like a shroud. He was out of his cabin before the messenger's knuckles struck wood, feet bare against the cool earth, every sense heightened. Asher! The young scout, Liam, stumbled back at his sudden appearance. It's Darius. He's dead. The words landed like stones in still water, rippling outward with implications. Behind him, Sophia appeared in the doorway, her face pale in the pre-dawn light. How? The question emerged as a growl. Liam swallowed hard. His throat was torn out. Found him by the East Creek. There's a lot of blood. Show me. The walk to the creek took less than 10 minutes, but with each step, Asher felt the weight of watching eyes from darkened windows, felt accusations in every shadow. The pack had already drawn conclusions. The challenger who had defeated Darius, now conveniently finding his rival eliminated before the second trial. Perfect timing, his wolf commented. Nothing says I'm innocent like the mysterious overnight murder of your competition. They crested the small rise above the creek, and the scene unfolded before them. 6 pack members already surrounded the body, Elder Marcus among them. The old wolf stood with his back straight and rigid, nostrils flaring as Asher approached. Darius lay sprawled on the creek bank, one arm outstretched toward the water as if reaching for help that never came. His throat was not merely torn, it had been shredded, the flesh peeled back to reveal the white of spine. Blood had soaked the ground beneath him, turning the earth to rust-colored mud. Convenient, isn't it? Marcus spoke without turning, his voice cold as winter stone. Your rival eliminated on the eve of the second trial. Asher knelt beside the body, ignoring the accusation. The scent was wrong. Beyond the metallic tang of blood and the beginning notes of decay, another smell lingered, unfamiliar yet carrying traces of something he recognized. This wasn't done by a wolf, he stated, examining the savage tear pattern without touching the corpse. The killing blow came from behind, pulling back rather than striking forward. No wolf hunts this way. And yet, Marcus countered, finally turning to face him, who benefits most from Darius's death? Who has reason to ensure he doesn't face the remaining trials? Around them, pack members shifted uncomfortably, their faces a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. The sun had barely crested the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to point accusingly at Asher from all directions. If I wanted to eliminate competition, Asher replied evenly, I would have done it during our match. Cleanly? Honorably? He rose to his full height. This was neither. The second trial begins at noon, Marcus announced, ignoring Asher's defense. The council will convene before then to discuss how to proceed. His gaze swept over Asher, cold and calculating. I suggest you spend the morning considering your answers carefully. As the elder walked away, the gathered wolves parted for him like water before a stone. None would meet Asher's eye, except for Elder Nora, who lingered after the others began to disperse. Her ancient eyes, sharp despite her years, studied him with disconcerting intensity. You didn't do this, she said simply, not a question, but a statement. No. She nodded once, her gaze shifting to the mutilated body. Darius had many enemies, not all of them within the pack. You suspect someone outside the territory? The old woman's mouth thinned. I suspect everything and everyone, child. It's how I've survived this long. She turned to leave, then paused. Bring your mate to the council meeting. Her presence yesterday stirred things. Old things. Things some would prefer remained buried. Before Asher could question her further, she was gone, her small figure moving with surprising speed back toward the settlement. Well, that was cryptic and ominous, his wolf commented. I like her style. Back at the cabin, Sophia waited, tension evident in the set of her shoulders. Pax perched on the back of a chair, obsidian feathers ruffled with agitation. "It wasn't a wolf kill," Asher stated before she could ask, "but Marcus has already decided I'm responsible." "Of course he has," Sophia replied, crossing to stand before him. Her scent surrounded him, sage and rainfall now tinged with something sharper. Concern. He needed a reason to disqualify you, and now one has conveniently appeared. "The timing is suspicious," Pax added, hopping agitatedly along the chair back. "Someone wants you out of the running for Alpha, or someone wants to frame me for murder." Asher paced the small confines of the cabin, mind racing through possibilities. Either way, the council meeting will be a trial in itself. "Then we prepare for it," Sophia said firmly. She reached for his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. The simple contact anchored him, a reminder of what he was fighting for. Together. The hours before the council meeting passed in tense preparation. Asher showered away the scent of death, dressed in clean clothes that wouldn't carry any lingering trace of the creek bank. Sophia laid out a strategy: answer questions directly, volunteer nothing, watch the elders for reactions that might reveal divided loyalties. When the time came, they walked together to the main lodge where the council waited. The path through the settlement felt longer than before, weighted by stares and whispers. Asher noted how pack members pulled their children closer as they passed, how conversations died mid-sentence. "They've already convicted me," he observed quietly. "People fear what they don't understand," Sophia replied, "and right now, that's us." The council chamber occupied the heart of the main lodge, a circular room dominated by a central fire pit, currently cold and empty. 9 chairs formed a semicircle around it, one for each elder. Marcus occupied the center position, his stern face illuminated by shafts of light from high windows. "Asher Blackwood," he intoned as they entered, "you come before the council to answer questions regarding the death of Darius Moore." "I do," Asher confirmed, noting how Sophia's presence had already drawn disapproving frowns from several elders. Only Nora's face remained impassive. "The Guardian must wait outside," Marcus continued, gesturing toward the door. "This is pack business." Sophia stepped forward before Asher could respond. "With respect, Elder, I stay with my mate." Her voice carried a quiet authority that made even Marcus pause, especially when he faces false accusations. "This is not a human courtroom," Marcus snapped, patience visibly fraying. "We follow pack law here." "And pack law," Nora interjected, "states that a mated pair cannot be separated during matters of life and death. Is this not such a matter?" Marcus's jaw clenched. "The validity of their mating is precisely what's in question, Elder Nora." "Nevertheless," the old woman countered, "until proven otherwise, the bond must be respected. Or do you intend to rewrite traditions older than yourself?" A tense silence followed, broken only when Marcus jerked his head in reluctant acquiescence. "Very well. Let the record show the Guardian was permitted to remain despite protocol." Sophia's fingers tightened around Asher's, but as she stepped further into the room, something changed. A grimace flickered across her face, quickly suppressed but not before Asher caught it. "What's wrong?" he asked silently, feeling her hand tremble slightly in his. "It's nothing," she replied in the same manner, their mental connection strengthening with proximity and emotion. "Focus on the council." But it wasn't nothing. As the questioning began, dry, procedural inquiries about Asher's whereabouts the previous night, his relationship with Darius, his motives, Sophia's discomfort became increasingly apparent. Sweat beaded at her hairline despite the room's cool temperature. Her breathing shallowed. Her scent changed, taking on the sharp edge of pain. "Where were you between midnight and dawn, Blackwood?" Elder Thomas demanded, his voice cutting through Asher's growing concern for Sophia. "In my cabin," Asher answered truthfully, "with my mate." "Convenient that you provide your own alibi," Marcus observed coldly. "Are you calling me a liar, Elder?" Sophia challenged, her voice steady despite the pain evident in her eyes. "I'm suggesting," Marcus replied, "that your attachment to the challenger might cloud your judgment." "My judgment is perfectly clear." Sophia took a step forward, and Asher felt her flinch through their joined hands. "As is your intent to use this tragedy to disqualify Asher regardless of evidence." A murmur ran through the council at her boldness. Marcus's face darkened with anger, but before he could respond, Sophia gasped, doubling over as if struck. Asher caught her before she could fall, one arm supporting her waist as she struggled to breathe. "What's happening?" he demanded, fear spiking through him as he scented her pain, no longer hidden but sharp and acrid. Chapter 26. "It's the pack bond," Nora explained, rising from her seat with surprising agility for her age, or rather, its rejection of her. "This room is the heart of pack territory, saturated with centuries of pack magic, pack blood." The old woman's eyes held something like pity as she looked at Sophia. "It's testing her claim to matehood with one of our own, and finding her wanting." "That's impossible," Asher growled, supporting more of Sophia's weight as another wave of pain visibly coursed through her. "She carries my child, she bears my mark." "But not our blood," Marcus stated, triumph evident in his voice. "She can never be truly pack, and neither can your half-breed offspring." The words struck like physical blows. Around them, other elders averted their eyes, some in shame, others in tacit agreement. "Make your choice, Blackwood," Marcus continued, pressing his advantage. "The pack or the guardian. You cannot have both." The ultimatum hung in the air, heavy and final. Asher felt Sophia straighten beside him, fighting through her pain with characteristic determination. "Don't," she whispered, for his ears alone. "Don't give up your birthright for me. We'll find another way." But her scent betrayed her. Agony laced with something worse. Resignation. She had expected this rejection from the beginning. The realization crystallized something within Asher. Centuries of tradition, of bloodline, of pack politics. What were they compared to the woman beside him? The mother of his child? The other half of his soul? "I choose her," he stated, loud enough for every elder to hear. The words emerged without hesitation, without regret. "I choose my mate." Gasps echoed through the chamber. Marcus's face contorted with a mixture of shock and vindication. "Then you forfeit your challenge," the elder declared. "You forfeit your place in this pack." "No." Asher stepped forward, one arm still supporting Sophia. "I withdraw from the challenge for Alpha, but I request to remain with the pack as a member, not a leader." The request caught Marcus off guard, his triumph faltering. "Why would you wish to stay where you're clearly unwelcome? Any pack would take a wolf of your lineage, even with your complicated situation." "This is my home," Asher replied simply. "These are my people. My family has bled for this territory for generations. I ask only to remain on those grounds." A heavy silence fell. The elders exchanged glances, a wordless communication of centuries of shared authority. "The council will deliberate," Marcus finally announced. "Return tomorrow for our decision." As they left the chamber, Sophia's steps grew steadier, her breathing easier with each foot of distance from the pack's heart. By the time they reached the outer doors, she could walk without support, though her face remained pale. "You shouldn't have done that," she said once they were outside, the fresh air carrying away the lingering scent of her pain. "You were born to lead this pack." "I was born to be true to myself," Asher countered, drawing her close. "And that self chose you. Will always choose you." The walk back to their cabin passed in silence, the settlement around them buzzing with news of Asher's withdrawal. Whispers followed them like shadows, speculation, judgment, curiosity. By evening, the entire pack would know of his choice. "It doesn't make sense," Sophia said later, as darkness settled over the territory. They sat before the cabin's hearth, flames casting dancing shadows across her troubled face. "Any pack would welcome you, us, with open arms. Why insist on staying where we're clearly unwanted?" Asher stared into the fire, feeling the weight of secrets pressing against his chest. Secrets held close for decades. "There are things I haven't told you," he admitted finally, "about my parents." Sophia shifted closer, her scent now free of pain but tinged with concern. "Your adopted parents, you mean? The ones who raised you after the massacre?" "No." Asher took a deep breath, the admission coming with difficulty. "My biological parents. The truth about them, about me, is worse than being mixed blood." Her hand found his in the firelight, steady and sure. "Tell me." "My mother was pure-blooded wolf, as everyone believes. But my father—" He paused, the words sticking in his throat like thorns. "My father was vampire. Highborn, ancient. Their union was forbidden by both sides. They kept it secret for years until my mother became pregnant with me, something that should have been impossible." Sophia's sharp intake of breath was the only sound beyond the crackling fire. "A vampire-wolf hybrid," she whispered. "I didn't think such a thing could exist." "It shouldn't," Asher confirmed. "The packs believe I'm half human because that's the story my adopted parents told to protect me. If the truth were known—" "They'd kill you," Sophia finished, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Both sides would." Asher nodded grimly. "My biological parents died getting me to safety, hunted by their own kinds. My adopted parents took me in, raised me as their own, perpetuated the mixed blood story to keep me alive. And all these years, you've kept this secret." "Because it's not just my secret," Asher explained, meeting her gaze directly. "It's the secret of an entire faction within this pack. Wolves who have sheltered me, protected me, who believe that the old hatreds between species must end if any of us are to survive." Understanding dawned in Sophia's eyes. "And if you leave—" "Those wolves lose their protection," Asher finished. "The balance shifts. Marcus and his traditionalists gain absolute control, and anyone suspected of sympathizing with impure bloodlines becomes vulnerable." Sophia's hand tightened around his. "So we stay. We fight." "We stay," Asher agreed, bringing her fingers to his lips. "But tomorrow may make that impossible." "Then we'll face tomorrow together," she replied, leaning into him as the fire burned low. "As we face everything." Morning brought steel-gray skies and the scent of coming rain. The summons arrived with first light, not Marcus this time, but Elder Nora herself, her ancient face grave. "The council has reached its decision," she informed them simply. "You're expected immediately." The walk to the lodge felt like a march to execution, the territory unusually silent around them. Even the birds seemed to hold their songs in anticipation. The council chamber had been transformed overnight. Where before 9 elders had sat in judgment, now the entire pack crowded the edges of the room, leaving only the central space clear. Marcus stood before the cold fire pit, his ceremonial robes exchanged for simpler attire that somehow made him appear more dangerous, not less. "Asher Blackwood," he began without preamble as they entered, "the council has considered your request to remain with the pack, despite withdrawing from the challenge." The pause that followed stretched like a bowstring pulled taut. "Your request is denied." Though expected, the words still landed like physical blows. Around the room, reactions varied. Satisfaction from some, dismay from others, stone-faced neutrality from most. "Furthermore," Marcus continued, clearly relishing his moment of power, "given recent events and the need for strong leadership, The council has appointed a new challenger for the alpha position. He gestured, and a figure stepped forward from the crowd. Mason, the young wolf who had shown restraint during their arrival confrontation. His face betrayed conflict, discomfort with the role thrust upon him. Mason Reed will undergo the trials, beginning today with a demonstration of strength. Convenient, Asher's wolf commented sarcastically, skipping straight to a hand-picked successor. No chance of any unfortunate surprises. The trial will be simplified, Marcus continued, ignoring the mutters that rippled through the gathered pack. Given the unusual circumstances, meaning they would make it easy for Mason to succeed. The manipulation was so transparent, it bordered on insulting. Pain lanced through Asher's chest, sharp and unexpected. Not emotional pain, but physical. A tearing sensation beneath his ribs that momentarily stole his breath. The pack bond stretched for years during his travels, now beginning to sever completely. Asher. Sophia's voice, low with concern as she steadied him. "I'm fine," he managed, straightening despite the continuing ache. Across the room, Nora watched him with knowing eyes, understanding what was happening. Marcus smiled thinly, recognizing Asher's discomfort. "You and your companion may observe the trial if you wish, a final courtesy before you depart our territory. It was meant as a final humiliation. Watch your replacement ascend while you're cast out." But Asher recognized an opportunity when it was presented. "We accept," he replied, moving to the edge of the designated trial area, Sophia at his side. The trial was barely worthy of the name. Mason faced a young pack member in what was clearly a choreographed match, showcasing his strength without truly testing it. The outcome was predetermined. Mason would win, but not too easily. He would appear strong but benevolent, controllable. "Marcus has this plan to the last detail," Sophia observed quietly as they watched the perfunctory combat. "Yes," Asher agreed, his eyes scanning the room, noting who seemed pleased by the proceedings and who appeared uncomfortable, mapping allies and enemies. But plans can change. The match ended predictably, Mason standing victorious while his opponent yielded with practiced grace. The assembled pack applauded politely, playing their parts in this theater of transition. "The council recognizes Mason Reed's success in the trial of strength," Marcus announced, stepping forward. "We will proceed immediately to the trial of—" The doors to the chamber burst inward with such force that splinters showered across the stunned crowd. In the sudden silence, a figure appeared in the shattered doorway, tall, pale, moving with inhuman speed. Vampire. But not just any vampire. This one wore the distinctive insignia of the Northern Court, the same faction that had hunted Asher's parents decades ago, the same faction rumored to be working with Marcus. Before anyone could react, the vampire had crossed the room, a blur of motion too fast for even wolf eyes to track. One moment, Mason stood in the center of the trial circle. The next, he was lifted off his feet, a pale hand closed around his throat. "The Northern Court sends its regards," the vampire hissed, loud enough for all to hear. Then, with a savage twist, he tore Mason's throat out. Blood sprayed across the ceremonial ground in a crimson arc. Bodies surged forward, wolves responding to the attack, mothers shielding children, elders calling for order. But in the chaos, Asher caught the briefest exchange between Marcus and the attacker, a flicker of recognition, of shared purpose, before the vampire turned to face the charging wolves. And in that moment, Asher understood everything. Chapter 27. Blood spattered across Asher's face, warm and sticky, as Mason's body crumpled to the ground. The metallic scent filled the chamber, mingling with the collective gasp of horror from the assembled pack. For one heartbeat, silence reigned, the shocked stillness before chaos. Then the vampire turned, his pale face a mask of cold amusement as he surveyed the stunned wolves. Blood dripped from his elegant fingers, spattering against the ancient stone floor with hypnotic rhythm. "What a quaint little ceremony," he remarked, his voice carrying the refined accent of the northern court. "So predictable. So primitive." Wolves shifted around the edges of the room, mothers pulling children behind them, warriors stepping forward, elders backing toward exits. But no one attacked. The vampire's speed had been a brutal demonstration of power, leaving even the bravest hesitant. "Who are you?" Elder Nora demanded, her ancient voice steady despite the trembling of her hands. "What gives you the right to shed blood in our sacred hall?" The vampire smiled, revealing teeth too perfect, too white, with canines just slightly too long to pass as human. "Alexander Volkov, representative of the Northern Court." He offered a mocking bow. "And as for my right," his gaze shifted to Asher, "I believe my claim is as legitimate as anyone's here. Perhaps more so." "What claim?" Marcus snarled, stepping forward despite the danger. "You have no authority here, bloodsucker." "Don't I?" Alexander's smile widened. "I've studied your ancient laws quite thoroughly, Elder. Your trials are open to any challenger who can complete them. The first trial is one of strength." He gestured toward Mason's cooling body. "Which I believe I've just demonstrated rather conclusively." His words sent a ripple of shock through the gathered pack. Around the edges of the room, wolves exchanged confused glances, some turning to the elders for guidance or denial. "This is absurd," Marcus snapped. "Our laws were never meant to—" "Your laws," Alexander interrupted smoothly, "were written long before your kind developed such prejudices, back when all creatures of the night understood their common interests." His gaze again found Asher, piercing and knowing. "Some of us remember those days better than others." The implication hung in the air, heavy with hidden meaning. Asher felt Sophia tense beside him, her hand finding his in silent support. "He knows," his wolf whispered inside him. "About your father, about you." "You have no place here," Asher stated, stepping forward. Blood pounded in his temples, instinct screaming danger, while deeper, darker parts of himself recognized something in the vampire, a distant kinship he'd spent a lifetime denying. "Don't I, brother?" Alexander smiled, the term landing like a physical blow. "We share more than you're willing to admit. Your father and my sire were—" "I have no connection to you or your court," Asher cut him off, voice like steel. The hall had gone deathly quiet, every ear straining to catch the exchange. "Whatever game you're playing, I want no part in it." The vampire studied him for a long moment, something like disappointment crossing his aristocratic features. "This wasn't how I envisioned our meeting," he admitted. "I had hoped for cooperation, for understanding." He gestured toward the shell-shocked elders. "When I learned you were challenging for leadership, I thought, perhaps naively, that you were finally embracing your true nature." "And when you discovered I'd withdrawn?" Asher asked, already suspecting the answer. "Plans change," Alexander shrugged, an elegant ripple of shoulders beneath his expensive black coat. "If you won't lead this pack into a new era, perhaps I shall." His smile returned, sharper now. "Under the Northern Court's protection, of course." Understanding clicked into place like tumblers in a lock. The vampire hadn't come to support Asher's claim. He'd come to establish control over the territory through him. A puppet alpha with vampire blood flowing through his veins. When that plan failed, he'd simply decided to take direct control. "The pack will never follow you," Asher stated flatly. "Won't they?" Alexander raised an eyebrow, looking around at the terrified faces surrounding them. "They seem remarkably docile at the moment. Fear has that effect." He adjusted his blood-stained cuffs with casual precision. "Besides, I don't need their love, only their obedience. The second trial tests wisdom, does it not? I have centuries of it to offer." "This is madness," Marcus snarled, his face flushed with rage. Our laws, your laws are marvelously flexible when properly interpreted, Alexander interrupted. But I grow tired of debate. He stepped over Mason's body with casual disregard, moving to the ceremonial center of the chamber where the Alpha staff rested on its ancient stand. I doubt any among you wishes to contest the trial of strength. As for wisdom, his fingers hovered over the staff. I think we can dispense with formalities. No, the cry came from Elder Nora, her frail body suddenly straight and commanding. You defile our most sacred traditions. You murder our young. You are no leader. You are a desecration. Her words broke the spell of fear that had gripped the pack. Growls rumbled through the chamber, wolves shifting closer to one another in shared determination. But before anyone could move against him, Alexander was across the room, standing before the ancient elder with terrifying speed. Brave words from one so fragile, he observed, reaching out to trace one cold finger along her wrinkled cheek. I wonder how many of your wolves would die to protect them. How many would you sacrifice for your principles? The threat hung in the air, crystal clear. Challenge me and blood will flow. More blood than you can afford to lose. Step away from her. Marcus moved forward, his ceremonial robe discarded, body tensed for combat despite the futility of it. This pack has stood for centuries against threats far more impressive than one arrogant bloodsucker. Alexander's laugh was like glass breaking, sharp and dangerous. Your bravery is admirable, if misguided. His hand moved to grip Nora's throat, not squeezing yet, but promising violence. But surely you understand the situation. I could kill half your pack before the rest could even shift forms. Perhaps, Marcus acknowledged, still advancing slowly. But you'd never hold this territory afterward. Every pack for 1,000 miles would unite against you. The Northern Court would disavow you to avoid open war. Something flickered in the vampire's eyes. Calculation, reassessment. You misunderstand my intentions, Elder. I don't seek to destroy your pack, merely to guide it toward its proper place in the new order. Under vampire control, Marcus spat. We would rather die. That, Alexander replied coldly, can be arranged. What happened next unfolded too quickly for most eyes to follow. Marcus lunged forward, partially shifting as he moved. A desperate sacrificial attack meant to draw the vampire away from Nora. Alexander released the ancient elder, spinning to meet the threat with supernatural grace. Blood sprayed across the stone floor, but not as expected. Marcus had managed what should have been impossible, scoring a deep gash across the vampire's chest with claws enhanced by decades of alpha magic. Dark blood, thicker and darker than human, oozed from the wound. Alexander's face transformed with rage. Gone was the aristocratic poise, replaced by primal fury. His hand shot out, fingers elongated into talons that sank deep into Marcus's chest, finding his heart with unerring precision. The elder's body convulsed, his partial shift reverting as death approached. But even as blood bubbled from his lips, he turned his head, finding Asher with eyes already clouding. Blackwood, he gasped, voice wet with his own blood. I was wrong. The pack needs you. His body shuddered as Alexander's grip tightened. I withdraw. My rejection. The elders will follow. My lead. With a contemptuous flick, Alexander tossed the elder's body aside like discarded trash. How touching, he sneered, wiping his bloodied hand on Marcus's robes, a deathbed conversion, but ultimately irrelevant. Around the chamber, shock gave way to grief and rage. Wolves crowded closer to one another, drawing strength from proximity as they faced this impossible threat. Children whimpered, sensing the adults' fear. Warriors tensed, knowing they faced an enemy beyond their capabilities. Asher felt something shift inside him, deeper than consciousness, older than reason. The human part of him recognized the danger, calculated the odds, understood the futility of resistance. But beneath that, his wolf howled for action, for protection of what was his. And deeper still, in places he rarely acknowledged, something else stirred, ancient and cold and powerful. His father's legacy. "This ends now," Asher stated, stepping into the center of the chamber. The words emerged deeper than his normal voice, resonating with something beyond wolf or human. Alexander turned, his expression shifting from irritation to interest. "Does it?" One elegant eyebrow raised. "And how do you propose to end it, halfling? You've already withdrawn from your challenge. You've denied your heritage. You've chosen a guardian's bed over your birthright." "I choose to protect what's mine," Asher replied, feeling Sophia's concern radiating through their bond. "This pack, this territory. Against me?" Alexander laughed, gesturing to his already healing chest wound. "You overestimate yourself, nephew." The term meant to unbalance, to expose, instead strengthened Asher's resolve. Let them know. Let them all know. Secrets had protected him as a child, but they would not save his pack now. "I challenge you," Asher declared, voice carrying to every corner of the chamber, "in accordance with pack law, for leadership of the Blackwood territory." Alexander's eyes widened slightly, the first genuine surprise he'd shown. "You can't challenge. You withdrew." "And Marcus reinstated me with his dying breath," Asher countered, "as is his right as elder." "A desperate ploy," Alexander scoffed, though doubt had crept into his tone. "The other elders would need to—" "I confirm Elder Marcus's decision." Nora's voice rang out, strong despite her near brush with death. "Asher Blackwood's challenge is reinstated." One by one, the remaining elders voiced their agreement, some with conviction, others with the desperate hope of drowning men clutching at floating debris. But their unanimity was clear. Asher's challenge was valid. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Alexander's perfect features. He had come prepared to intimidate wolves, to exploit their laws, to establish control through fear, but not to face a challenger with vampire blood, however diluted, flowing through his veins. "The third trial," Asher continued, pressing his advantage, "is one of spirit, of will." He stepped closer to the vampire, close enough to smell the ancient cold scent of him. "I name combat as the test. You and I, tomorrow at dawn." "You can't possibly believe you can defeat me," Alexander replied, though the arrogant certainty had left his voice. "Perhaps not," Asher acknowledged, "but I'm willing to die trying. Are you willing to risk the same?" The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Vampires, for all their power, valued their immortality above all else. Risking true death was anathema to their kind. "Dawn," Alexander finally agreed, his face settling into cold determination. "In the challenge circle, we shall see what spirit truly means." He glanced around at the watching pack, at Marcus's cooling body. "Until then, consider carefully where your loyalties lie. Those who oppose the inevitable, well, examples have already been made." With those parting words, he moved toward the shattered doors, wolves scrambling to clear his path. At the threshold he paused, looking back at Asher with ancient eyes. "Blood calls to blood, nephew. Tomorrow we'll see which side of your heritage proves stronger." Then he was gone, leaving behind the metallic scent of death and the heavier weight of dread. For several heartbeats, no one moved. Then, like a dam breaking, chaos erupted. Voices raised in fear, in grief, in desperate planning. Warriors clustered around the elders, forming protective circles. Mothers gathered children, seeking exits, safer spaces. Sophia appeared at Asher's side, her face pale but resolute. "You can't face him alone," she stated, one hand instinctively covering her stomach where their child grew. It's suicide. I don't intend to face him alone, Asher replied, his mind already racing ahead, calculating, planning. He turned to address the nearest warriors. Secure the settlement. Triple guards on all approaches. No one enters or leaves without elder approval. To his mild surprise, they obeyed without question, the pack responding to authority in crisis, regardless of formal position. Nora, he continued, kneeling beside the shaken elder, I need everything the pack archives contain about vampire weaknesses, particularly the Northern Court. The old woman nodded, her ancient eyes sharp with understanding. You have a plan. The beginning of one, Asher confirmed. He looked up, finding Pax watching from the rafters. And I'll need your counsel as well, old friend. The raven bobbed his head in acknowledgement before taking wing, circling once above the chaotic chamber before disappearing through a high window, gathering intelligence, surveying the territory from above. As Asher rose, he found himself surrounded by wolves, not backing away in fear as they had since his arrival, but crowding closer, seeking direction, protection, leadership. The pack instinctively turning to its strongest member in crisis. What now? A young warrior asked, voice steady despite the blood spattered across his face, Mason's blood, flung when the vampire had struck. Now we prepare, Asher replied, meeting the eyes of those gathered around him. And tomorrow, we fight. Hours blurred together as the pack mobilized, warriors establishing perimeters, elders consulting ancient texts, healers preparing for casualties. Through it all, Asher moved with purpose, directing, deciding, uniting disparate factions toward common purpose. As night fell, he finally returned to the cabin with Sophia, both exhausted beyond words. The small space felt like sanctuary after the day's horrors. The simple wooden walls a fragile barrier against the coming storm. You don't have to do this, Sophia said, breaking the silence as Asher stoked the hearth fire. We could leave, take those willing to follow and establish a new territory. Run, you mean, Asher replied, not unkindly. Live, she corrected, crossing to stand behind him. Her arms encircled his waist, her cheek pressing against his back. For our child. For each other. The temptation tore at him, to take her and flee, to protect what mattered most. But beneath that human desire, his wolf growled in disagreement. And deeper still, that other part of him, the cold, calculating inheritance from his vampire father, recognized the futility of escape. He would hunt us, Asher said simply, wherever we went, however many followed us. He turned in her embrace, looking down at her face, beloved beyond reason, worried beyond hiding. This ends here, one way or another. A single tear escaped, tracking down her cheek. Asher caught it with his thumb, gentle despite the violence building inside him. I can't lose you, she whispered, her scent sharp with fear. We can't lose you. You won't, he promised, though they both heard the uncertainty beneath the words. His hand dropped to her stomach, to the small swell where their impossible child grew. I have too much to live for. Chapter 28. The night passed in preparation, not for sleep, but for battle. Nora arrived with ancient texts, hand-copied accounts of wolf-vampire conflicts spanning centuries. Pax returned with reports of the vampire's movements. He had taken residence in an abandoned hunter's cabin at the territory's edge, seemingly alone, but certainly not unprotected. Strategy formed and reformed as information accumulated. Weaknesses were identified, advantages cataloged, risks assessed. Through it all, Asher felt himself changing, not physically, but in deeper ways. The pack responded to him differently now, with the respect due an alpha, rather than the suspicion shown a half-breed. Marcus's death had transformed him from outsider to savior in the pack's eyes. The irony wasn't lost on Asher, that the elder who had fought hardest against him had, in death, given him what life had withheld: acceptance. As dawn approached, Asher stood at the cabin window, watching darkness give way to the first hints of gray. Behind him, Sophia slept fitfully on the narrow bed, exhaustion finally claiming her despite her determination to remain awake. "Nervous now?" his wolf asked, the familiar sarcastic tone subdued. "Yes," Asher admitted silently. "Good," his wolf approved. "Fear keeps you sharp, keeps you alive." "If we survive this," Asher thought back, "everything changes. The pack knows the truth now, what I am." "They know part of the truth," his wolf corrected. "They know your father was vampire. They don't know what that makes you because even you don't fully know that." The observation struck uncomfortably close to truth. Asher had spent his life controlling the wolf side of his nature, integrating it with his human self. But the vampire inheritance remained largely unexplored, an aspect of himself deliberately suppressed, denied, hidden away. Today that would change. It had to, if they were to survive. A soft sound behind him announced Sophia's awakening. He turned to find her watching him from the bed, her eyes reflecting the gray light of approaching dawn. "It's time," she said simply. No tears now, no pleas for caution or safety, just acceptance, determination, support. Asher crossed to her, kneeling beside the bed to bring their faces level. "Whatever happens," he said softly, "know that you saved me, not just from death, but from half living." She reached up to touch his face, her fingers warm against his skin. "Come back to me," she whispered. "To us. Always," he promised, placing his hand over hers. They walked together to the challenge circle, silent in the pre-dawn stillness. Around them, the pack gathered, not just elders and warriors, but every member, from eldest to youngest, united in purpose if not in confidence. The ancient oaks surrounding the circle seemed to lean inward, their massive trunks and twisting branches forming a living arena. At the center, the ceremonial items had been replaced by simpler tokens, a silver bowl of clear water, a burning torch, a handful of soil from pack territory, elemental symbols, purification, protection. Alexander waited at the circle's edge, looking irritatingly refreshed and composed despite the early hour. His black clothing had been exchanged for fighting attire, loose pants and a simple shirt that would allow for maximum movement, both in deep crimson that would hide blood. "I half expected you to flee during the night," the vampire remarked as Asher approached. "It would have been the intelligent choice." "You don't know much about wolves," Asher replied evenly. "We don't abandon our territory, even when holding it means certain death." Alexander raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps it's your human side that lacks self-preservation, then." "Or perhaps," Asher countered, stepping onto the challenge ground, "it's my vampire blood that makes me confident." The words, spoken deliberately, loudly enough for all to hear, sent a ripple through the watching pack, acknowledging publicly what had only been implied before. Alexander's eyes narrowed slightly. "So you embrace it at last," he observed. "Pity it comes too late to save you." Elder Nora stepped forward, her frail body somehow commanding in the gray dawn light. "The trial of spirit begins now," she announced, her voice carrying across the silent clearing. "Combat continues until submission or death. No restrictions on killing blows this time. No rules of engagement. This was no longer sport or ceremony. It was survival." "Agreed," Alexander replied, his perfect teeth gleaming in a predator's smile. "Agreed," Asher echoed, feeling something shift inside him, wolf and human and vampire, aligning for the first time toward common purpose. Protection, survival, victory. "Begin!" Nora called, stepping back from the circle. What followed was unlike any combat the pack had witnessed. Alexander moved with supernatural speed, crossing the distance between them before the echo of Nora's voice had faded. His first strike, aimed at Asher's throat, would have ended the fight instantly had it connected. But Asher wasn't where he had been. Something deep in his blood had responded, not wolf reflexes which were formidable but insufficient against vampire speed. Something colder, older, passed down through his father's line. He countered with a strike of his own, catching the vampire across the jaw with enough force to snap a normal man's neck. Alexander staggered back, genuine surprise flickering across his face before it hardened into determination. "Interesting," he hissed, circling now with more caution. "The blood runs stronger in you than I expected." Asher didn't waste breath on response. Inside him, three natures warred for dominance even as they united in defense. Wolf instincts demanding he shift forms, human reason calculating weaknesses, vampire blood granting unnatural speed and power. The dance continued, strike and counter, advance and retreat, neither combatant able to gain decisive advantage. Blood flowed from wounds on both sides, though Alexander's deeper cuts healed with visible speed, flesh knitting together before fresh attacks landed. Around them, the pack watched in silent awe and terror. This was no wolf fight, with its familiar patterns and predictable tactics. This was something ancient and terrible. Two predators from different worlds, both partially inhuman, both capable of dealing death with a single, well-placed blow. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Asher's breathing grew labored, his movements fractionally slower with each exchange. Vampire blood granted him advantages beyond any normal wolf, but Alexander remained full-blooded, undiluted, possessed of centuries of experience and power. "You fight well, nephew," the vampire acknowledged during a brief respite, both combatants pausing to assess wounds and strategy. "Better than any half-blood has right to. But it changes nothing. You tire. I do not." The truth of the observation burned. Already Asher could feel his enhanced speed fading, his body reverting to more mortal limitations. Meanwhile, the vampire's wounds, what few he had managed to inflict, had completely healed, leaving him unmarked and unfatigued. Time to end this game, Alexander decided, his stance shifting subtly. What happened next occurred too quickly for most observers to follow. The vampire launched himself forward with blinding speed, no longer testing or toying, but committed to finishing the fight. His hand, fingers elongated into talons like those that had pierced Marcus's heart, aimed for Asher's chest with lethal precision. Asher tried to dodge, but exhaustion had taken its toll. The vampire's claws raked across his chest, slicing through skin and muscle with terrifying ease. Blood sprayed across the sacred ground as Asher stumbled backward, one hand pressed to the wound, his vision blurring at the edges. "So ends the hybrid experiment," Alexander smirked, circling like a predator savoring the inevitable kill. "A pity. You might have been interesting." A ripple of dismay coursed through the watching pack. Children whimpered, warriors tensed, uselessly. Elders bowed their heads at the sight of their champion faltering. But one figure did not accept defeat. "No!" Sophia's voice cut through the dawn air as she lunged forward, breaking through the circle of watching wolves. "Stay back," Asher gasped, fear for her overwhelming his own pain. "He'll kill you!" "How touching," Alexander drawled, his attention momentarily diverted by her interruption. "The guardian mate comes to witness her lover's final moments. I'll allow it before I deal with you and that abomination you carry." Something transformed in Sophia's face at the threat to her child, a primal protective rage that transcended species and reason. Blue light began to shimmer around her hands, guardian magic gathering like storm clouds. "This isn't your fight," she stated, voice unnaturally calm as she knelt beside Asher. "This is our fight." "She can't help you," Alexander laughed, genuinely amused by what he perceived as human weakness. "Guardian magic is defensive. It can't harm me." "I don't need to harm you," Sophia replied, placing her glowing hands on Asher's bloody chest. I just need to strengthen him." The blue light intensified, spreading from her fingers across Asher's wounds. Where it touched, blood slowed its flow, edges of torn flesh drawing together with unnatural speed. But Alexander wasn't about to allow this interference. He lunged forward, talons extended toward Sophia's unprotected back, only to be intercepted by Elder Nora, who threw herself between them with surprising speed for one so ancient. "Not the Alpha's mate," she declared, her frail body straightening with newfound strength. "Not while I draw breath." Around the circle, something shifted in the watching pack. Where before they had been paralyzed by fear and awe, now they moved closer, forming a living barrier around Asher and Sophia. "Stand with them!" a voice called from the crowd, Mason's younger brother, face streaked with tears but stance determined. "Stand with our Alpha, stand with his mate." More wolves surged forward, creating a protective ring, not challenging the vampire directly, but making their choice clear. The pack had chosen its leaders. Both of them. Alexander hesitated, calculations visibly shifting behind his ancient eyes. One vampire, however powerful, against an entire pack suddenly united in purpose, was poor odds even for the immortal. In that moment of hesitation, something extraordinary happened. The guardian magic flowing from Sophia's hands changed, its blue luminescence taking on new depth, new facets of color, shimmering with gold where it touched Asher's blood, with silver where it met the pack's energy. "What is this?" Alexander demanded, genuine alarm breaking through his aristocratic facade. "Pack magic," Nora answered, understanding dawning in her ancient eyes. "Guardian magic, blood magic, combined." "Impossible," the vampire hissed, backing away a step. "You keep using that word," Asher remarked, rising to his feet with renewed strength flowing through his veins. Sophia stood beside him, their hands joined, magic pulsing between them like a living current. "I don't think it means what you think it means." The power flowing through their joined hands intensified, spreading outward to touch the nearest pack members. Those wolves, in turn, reached for others, creating a chain of connection that spread through the entire circle. "What are you doing?" Alexander demanded, backing further away as the combined magic filled the clearing with shimmering light. "Showing you what pack really means," Asher replied, his wounds now fully closed, his strength restored and amplified by the unprecedented joining of powers. "It's not about blood purity, it's about choice, about bonds freely given and accepted." The light concentrated around their joined hands. Asher and Sophia, guardian and hybrid, human and wolf and vampire heritage, all flowing together in perfect harmony. The pack's energy channeled through them, ancient and primal. "The pack has accepted my mate," Asher stated, the declaration carrying the weight of law, of magic, of truth. "And together, we protect what's ours." When they moved as one. Asher's supernatural speed now enhanced beyond even vampire capabilities by guardian magic and pack bonds. His hand shot forward, catching Alexander's wrist in an unbreakable grip just as the vampire attempted to flee. Blood met blood, creating that same bridge between their natures. But this time, what flowed through that connection was not just Asher's will, but the combined strength of guardian magic and pack bonds, a force against which even immortal will could not stand. Alexander screamed, a sound of pure anguish as his mental defenses shattered like glass. Through their connection, Asher felt Sophia's presence beside him, her will joining his in perfect synchronization, the strength of their bond forming an unbreakable battering ram against the vampire's resistance. And behind them, through them, the pack's collective will surged forward, not just their strength, but their choice, their acceptance, their unity transcending ancient prejudices and blood purity. Impossible, Alexander gasped, looking up with eyes wide with genuine fear. What are you? Asher stood over him, blood dripping from his wounded chest, breathing ragged but stance unwavering. I am what's necessary, he replied simply. Guardian of this territory, protector of this pack. His gaze hardened. And your executioner, if you force my hand. The traditional words of submission stuck in the vampire's throat, centuries of pride warring with immediate survival instinct. Around them, the pack had edged closer, forming a tighter circle, wolves ready to tear apart the defeated intruder at their new alpha's command. Alexander began, voice cracking with humiliation. I submit. The formal surrender rippled through the watching pack like a physical wave. Faces registered shock, then relief, then dawning joy as understanding took hold. They had survived. Their territory remained their own. The vampire threat had been neutralized. Your submission is noted, Asher replied formally, then, voice hardening. Now leave this territory. If you or any of the Northern Court return, there will be no challenge, no combat, no chance for survival, just execution. Alexander rose shakily to his feet, centuries of aristocratic bearing reasserting themselves despite his defeat. The court will hear of this, he warned, though the threat sounded hollow even to his own ears. Good, Asher replied. Let them hear that a half-blood bested their champion. Let them reconsider their expansion plans. For a moment it seemed the vampire might attempt some final, desperate attack. Then his shoulders slumped fractionally. Defeat accepted, if not embraced. With a last venomous glance around the challenge circle, he turned and walked away, each step rigidly controlled despite his wounded pride. The pack parted to let him pass, warriors forming an escort to ensure he left the territory completely. As he disappeared into the tree line, a sound began, soft at first, then swelling until it filled the clearing. Wolves howling in victory and relief in celebration. Asher felt his knees threaten to buckle as reaction set in. Blood loss, exhaustion, the aftermath of the unnatural mental combat. But before he could fall, Sophia was there, her arms around him, her strength supporting him. You did it, she whispered, her scent enveloping him, sage and rainfall and fierce, fierce love. You saved them. We saved them, Asher corrected, letting her guide him to the edge of the circle where Nora waited, her ancient face wet with unashamed tears of joy. Alpha, the old woman greeted him, the title no longer contested or provisional. Around them, other wolves crowded closer, reaching out to touch him, brief, respectful contacts that communicated more than words could. Gratitude, acceptance, loyalty. The pack bonds damaged by his long absence and hybrid nature, repaired and strengthened in crisis. The pack will need guidance, Nora continued, practical even in victory. The council must be reformed after Marcus's loss. Defenses must be reinforced. Tomorrow, Sophia interjected firmly, her arm still supporting Asher's waist. Today he rests? Nora nodded, a small smile lifting the corners of her mouth. As the Alpha's mate commands, she agreed, the formal acknowledgement of Sophia's position clear to all who heard. As they made their way back to the cabin, now the Alpha's residence by right rather than inheritance, members of the pack fell into step behind them, an impromptu procession of celebration and protection. Children darted forward to stare in wide-eyed wonder before being gently pulled back by parents. Warriors walked with heads held higher, pride restored. The cabin door closed behind them, momentarily shutting out the sounds of the celebrating pack. In the sudden quiet, Asher allowed himself to sag against Sophia, the last reserves of his strength finally depleted. You could have died, she said softly, helping him to the bed. I almost lost you. But you didn't, Asher replied, wincing as she began cleaning his wounds, most already beginning to heal with unnatural speed, his hybrid nature asserting itself. And now we have a home, a true home. With a pack that knows what you are, Sophia added, her hands gentle but her eyes serious. Everything changes now. Everything already changed when I met you, Asher said, catching her hand in his. This is just adjustment. Outside, the sounds of celebration continued. Wolves who had been divided now united in victory and relief. Territory defended, alpha established, future secured. Challenges remained, rebuilding the council, integrating Sophia fully into pack structure, preparing for their child's arrival, watching for future threats from the northern court. But those were concerns for tomorrow. Today, as morning light filtered through the cabin windows, Asher held his mate close, feeling their child stir between them, and knew that whatever came next, they would face it as they had faced the vampire. Together. And there you have it, Asher and Sophia's journey to love against all odds. I hope their story touched your heart as much as it did mine. If you enjoyed The Alpha's Wolf Whisper, I have exciting news for you. Their story isn't quite over yet. The exclusive epilogue awaits you. Just click the link in the description box right below this video to discover what happens next for our fated mates. Small gestures go a long way in helping this love story reach a wider audience. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support makes it possible for more wolf shifter romances to come to life in audio form. Don't forget to leave a comment sharing your favorite moment between Asher and Sophia. I love hearing which scenes resonated most with listeners. If you're hungry for more passionate wolf shifter tales, check out the other DN Leo audiobooks on this channel. Each one promises the same satisfying happily ever after you've come to expect. Remember, the exclusive epilogue link is waiting for you in the description below. It's the perfect way to extend your time in Asher and Sophia's world just a little longer. Thank you for listening, and until next time, may your own love story be as passionate and powerful as an alpha's bond. This has been The Alpha's Wolf Whisper, written by DN Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee.